Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel only for fun, not for life partner. Chapter 76. Urahara also guessed that Godi I-13 wanted to counterattack Hueco Mundo by taking advantage of Arrancar's serious injury. But why is Aizen so easy to deal with? And they don't know anything about Espada's ability and other Arrancar's intelligence. It's too dangerous for Shinigami to go deep into Hueco Mundo. And Seireitei has to be guarded by someone. The captain of Yamamoto and Jingle Jushiro can only stay in Seireitei. No, this matter must be notified to Kurosaki. Urahara felt that this matter had to be known to Ichigo. Although Captain Yamamoto doesn't like relying on human power and doesn't want Ichigo to be involved, how can Ichigo just sit idly by? Two companions, Rukia and Renji, also went to Hueco Mundo. Besides, Aizen still thinks about sacrificing 100,000 people in Karakura town to create Wangjian in the future. Urahara knows that with Ichigo's temperament, he can't just sit idly by. The Shinigami people also need Ichigo's power very much. Only Kurosaki can stand against Aizen. Urahara thinks that only Ichigo can deal with Aizen, and everyone else has won Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu, and the captain of Yamamoto is still in Soul Society. Can humans deal with Aizen 23? So I had to tell Ichigo about it. Soon, Yuruaki came to Ichigo's house in the form of a black cat, and told him that Rukia and Renji had gone to conquer Aizen with the virtual conquest team. What? Ichigo's complexion changed instantly, and he became nervous in a rare way. All he cares about is his companions. I'm going to Hueco Mundo, Rukia, Renji, don't be guilty. Ichigo immediately had an out-of-body experience and took the form of a Shinigami. As for his body, the soul will help take care of it temporarily. Yuruaki also informs Orium, Sato, Uraiu. Orium and Sato also rushed to the Urahara store immediately. Yulong wanted to go out again, but met his father Longxian again. Didn't you promise me that you would not associate with Shinigami? Longxian asked coldly. Uraiu didn't change his face. He really didn't like Shinigami. After all, Quincy and Shinigami were hostile, and Uraiu's grandfather died at the hands of Su because of Kurotsuka Mayuri's ineffective rescue. So when Arrancar attacked last time, Yulong hesitated for a while and didn't go to support. But this time, Yulong took a deep breath, his eyes were firm, and he ignored Longxian, leaving only one sentence. I'm not here to help Shinigami, but to protect my companions. In fact, for Yulong, the real companions may only be Ichigo, Orium and Sato, and Rukia and Renji may not be counted. But he knows that Ichigo Orium Sato will definitely go to Hueco Mundo. He is not going to help Shinigami, but to protect his companions. Longxian couldn't stop Yulong, so he could only let Yulong go. Of course, although Longxian didn't say anything, he still admired Yulong's behavior of protecting his companions. So, Ichigo, Orium, Sato, and Uraiu gathered at the Urahara store. Get ready to head to Hueco Mundo just like you did when you went to the Soul Society to save Rukia a while back. And at this moment, to everyone's surprise, Ulquiorra also came. Ulquiorra appeared in front of everyone, his expression and eyes were still so indifferent. I am coming too. He's going to Hueco Mundo too. What? You guys are coming too? Yulong's eyes widened suddenly, extremely surprised. Although Ichigo told him that he invited Ulquiorra to be his companion, but Ulquiorra was not there at the time, and he didn't quite believe it, and had some doubts about Ulquiorra's character. But now Ulquiorra is going to Hueco Mundo too. Ulquiorra's heart is no longer nothingness. After meeting Ichigo and Orium, he understands the meaning of more hearts. It's a companion, isn't that to act together? Ulquiorra said blankly. This statement surprised Uraiu, Urahara, and Yuruaki again. It seems that Ulquiorra really considers Ichigo and Orium to be important companions. If you are a partner, of course you should act together, share difficulties, and solve problems together. That's great. Ichigo is surprised and pleasantly surprised. The same goes for Orium. Ulquiorra also regarded them as true companions. Also, Ichigo they know almost nothing about Hueco Mundo, it would be much better to have Ulquiorra who was born in Hueco Mundo join in. That's good. Everyone, let's go and die. Urahara opened the black cavity. Godi I-13's Hueco Mundo expedition team is already one step ahead, and Ichigo and the others have to catch up quickly before Ichigo can protect Rukia and Renji. Even though Rukia and Renji are strong now. Ulquiorra glanced at Urahara's open black cavity. Generally speaking, Shinigami does not have the ability to open the black cavity, but Urahara uses other means to open the black cavity. Ulquiorra can easily open the black cavity, but since Urahara has opened one, he doesn't need to open another one. So, Ichigo, Uryu, Orium, Sato, and Ulquiorra step into the dark chambers and head to Hueco Mundo. On the other hand, the Hueco Mundo crusade led by Byakuya has landed in Hueco Mundo. The reason why Captain Yamamoto asked Byakuya to lead the team is because Byakuya has a relatively calm personality and strong strength, so he is suitable for being the team leader. For the vast majority of Shinigami here, it's their first time stepping into a Hueco Mundo. Immediately amazed by the desolation of the Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo is desolate, the ground is full of gravel, and a bright moon hangs in the sky, just like a desert at night. And in front of everyone, they could see the Sui Palace from a distance. That's the Void Palace? Where Aizen and Arrancar are. Someone immediately exclaimed. Everyone looked at the Sui Palace, which was not very far ahead, and their faces became solemn. The war is about to start. What they have to face is the powerful Aizen and a group of Arrancar, which are not easy to deal with. An inadvertent, it is likely to fall. Have to be careful. Byakuya's eyes flicked to Rukia indistinctly. The current Rukia is not what it used to be. He has learned and mastered Bankai, and Ryutsu is still very strong. He even got an advantage in the confrontation with Yami in the Urahara store before. Rukia has grown into a Shinigami who can stand alone, and does not need Byakuya to worry about it everywhere. But Byakuya couldn't help reminding, Rukia, be careful later, the opponent is very strong, don't be careless. Rukia nodded, I will, brother, please don't worry. 507. Renji was a little careless, holding the Zanpakuto Zabimaru in his hand, and shouted, Captain Kuchiki, don't worry too much, I heard that those powerful espadas have already been dealt with by Ichigo several times, and the rest will be left to us. Ichigo recruited Ulquiorra with 4 blades, instantly killed Neutra with 5 blades and Ruby with 6 blades as a substitute, which really relieved a lot of pressure on Shinigami. Otherwise, a single Neutra could hold Kenpachi, let alone a 4-bladed Ulquiorra. In addition, more than a dozen of Arrancar, the subordinate officer at the vice-captain level, died, so the pressure on everyone in Shinigami is much lighter now. Aizen. I'm going to kill you. Chouir gritted his teeth and his face was agitated, full of hatred. He hates Aizen, Aizen cheated them, and hurt Hinamori deeply. Chouir can't forgive Aizen no matter what, he wants to kill Aizen. Tosen. Tosen must be there. Make Tosen wake up. Komamura roared like a beast. His purpose is not only to kill Aizen, but also to wake up his friend Tosen, so that Tosen can wake up and get back on track. Ha ha ha, this time I will fight to my heart's content, ha ha ha. Kenpachi laughed out loud, he hadn't fought for a long time, this time he must enjoy it. Kuratsuka Mayuri licked his lips, already thinking about researching Arrancar. Anoka smiled and said nothing, but the solemnity in his eyes never dissipated. She is the captain of the medical team of the 4th Division, and is generally responsible for treating the wounded and other work. But if the other Shinigami battles are not good enough, I am afraid that her nurse will have to go back to her old job. Chapter 77. Everyone, head towards the Sui Palace, and be ready for battle at all times. With serious eyes, Byakuya directed the Shinigami group to move forward. A big battle is about to start. And as early as when the Shinigami people stepped into Hueco Mundo, Aizen and many Arancars noticed it. After all, Hueco Mundo suddenly has so many powerful Ryutsu, as long as the distance is not too far, you can feel it. Did Godai 13 even take the initiative? This surprised Aizen a bit. Originally, he thought that everyone in Godai 13 would wait for him to merge with Hagyaku and fight in Karakura town. Didn't expect to call now. Aizen smiled. He knew without thinking that Godai 13 should have counterattacked after seeing that he lost more than a dozen Arancars in his previous actions and his strength was damaged. Aizen mocked with a smile, it's really interesting, the dignified Godai 13, even got the honor of Kurosaki Ichigo. Everyone in Arancar, especially Espada, felt that Shinigami was calling, although some Arancars showed panic, but more Arancars showed expressions of disdain. Hueco Mundo is an environment where the weak can prey on the strong. In this environment, all those who can be recruited by Aizen are the strong and relatively powerful beings in Hueco Mundo. In particular, Aizen also used Hagyaku to help them Arankar, and Minos Grande after Arankar gained more powerful power. Throughout the ages, the Soul Society has not countered Hueco Mundo on such a large scale, they don't think Shinigami of Godai 13 will be their opponent. After all, Ichigo doesn't seem to be here now, and if Ichigo isn't here, there is nothing to be afraid of. Those bastards Shinigami. Just as Lao Zi is in a bad mood, let's use them to vent his anger. Yami exploded with rage. In Karakura town, he was actually suppressed by Rukia. Although he hadn't performed the returning blade to release all his combat power, he felt it was a great shame. In addition, after returning to Hueco Mundo, he was ridiculed by Baragan, Sailaporo, and others, and he was in a very bad mood. Now that Shinigami is calling, he just got rid of it. Grimjo did the same, grinning ferociously. Godai 13's Shinigami should have some good guys too. Let's have a good fight. I'm also very angry with Leopard. Grimjo is arrogant and loves to fight. Although I was shocked by Ichigo's Ryutsu from far away in Karakura town, it doesn't mean that he is not strong. He is the number 6 Espada, he is not afraid of the ordinary Shinigami captain. Just now I was suppressed by Aizen with Ryutsu, and now I can't wait to fight to vent my anger. Humph, even a mere Shinigami dares to come to my Minos Grande circle, she's looking for death. Baragan snorted, even now, he still thinks Hueco Mundo is his. And he is outspoken, and he also mocks Aizen a little bit, which means that Aizen is also a Shinigami. During the thousands of years when Baragan ruled Hueco Mundo, there was no Shinigami who came to attack Hueco Mundo, but when Aizen became the king of Hueco Mundo, Shinigami came to attack. Baragan thinks that the king of Hueco Mundo is more suitable for him to sit. Baragan is like a frog in a well, but as everyone knows, the overall strength of Soul Society Godai 13 has far surpassed Hueco Mundo. If Shinigami really wanted Hueco Mundo to kill them before, it is estimated that an old man would be enough, and Aizen and the others easily controlled Hueco Mundo. The reason why Shinigami didn't come over and Hueco Mundo wanted to kill Su was not because he lacked strength, but because he didn't want to break the balance of the 3 worlds and souls. Baragan is as unaware as a clown. Haribel's face became serious and dignified, she took a deep breath, and her eyes showed firmness. She cares most about her 3 companions. This battle is definitely not as easy as imagined. She has to protect her 3 subordinate officers. Is there going to be a fight? One Blade Starkey yawned, as if he just woke up, looking like he didn't care about anything. One Blade. The reason why Starkey is One Blade is naturally because Aizen recognizes his strength. Starkey, like Ulquira, is also a self-propelled Arankar. For this alone, Baragan cannot be compared with Starkey. Moreover, after Starkey's soul splits into the subordinate officer Lilynet, he is still Vasto Lord, and he is still One Blade. But after Sailaporo separated the soul of his elder brother in the body, he directly descended from Vasto Lord to Ajichas, and dropped from the blade to the 8th blade. In contrast, Tucker is much stronger than Sailaporo. But he has a lazy personality and doesn't care much about fighting. Zamari opened many eyes on his body, and the disgust and hatred could not be concealed in the eyes. He hates Shinigami, but worships Aizen. I'll let you Shinigami have a taste of cannibalism later. It must be very wonderful. In the next battle, Zamari intends to use the ability to control a piece of Shinigami and let them kill each other. Sailaporo shrugged, showing no sign of panic. What, when did Arminos Grande Circle lose face? Shinigami also dare to attack? Let them come and go. Sailaporo still regarded himself as a sword, but Saifu didn't pay attention to everyone in Shinigami. Perhaps he felt that with his ability, he could instantly control the Shinigami people in a large area and crush them. The 9-blade Aranillo is very excited. He has great desire, he wants to devour everything. And there will be casualties in the battle, he took the opportunity to devour these corpses, and he can quickly become stronger. He even believes that relying on this devouring ability, one day he can crush all Vasto Lords and become the strongest void. Even the strongest existence in the 3 realms. It's a pity that Kurosaki Ichigo didn't come. Yaranillo's voice was a little hoarse and disappointed. It's a pity that Ichigo didn't come over, there was no chance to devour Ichigo. Unlike everyone in Arrancar, Tosen's expression was very solemn. Although Captain Yamamoto, Jingle, and Jushiro did not come, the strength of Godi I-13 should not be underestimated. Aizen-sama, what are we going to do now? Shall we meet the enemy head-on? Whether to fight or defend, the people can't make up their minds. Aizen didn't answer Tosen, but a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said something strange. That's great. Everyone from Shinigami comes to Hueco Mundo, which is exactly what Aizen wants. Aizen's expression at this moment is as if he is wishing for something, and it's beyond his reach. Zhao Zhao, even Tosen doesn't know what Aizen is thinking. Yes, command everyone, and face the Shinigami. Aizen chooses Arrancar to fight the Shinigami. The other side. After Ichigo and the others entered the Black Chamber, an accident occurred. The Black Chamber where Ichigo and the others are located seems to be unstable, and it even seems to be forcibly closed. Good thing they ended up teleporting to the Hueco Mundo. However, there was a big shift in direction. The place where Ichigo and the others landed is a very remote corner of Hueco Mundo, a long distance from Sui Palace. Damn it, why did this happen? Ichigo doesn't quite understand why there is an accident when the black cavity created by Urahara is transmitted. Could it be that the Ryutsu of a few of them are too powerful to affect the black cavity? Ulquiorra didn't speak, but he seemed to be thinking about something. At this time, in the desolate place, Ichigo and the others saw 3 figures in front of them. Chapter 78. There were 3 figures not far in front of Ichigo and the others. They are, a frog like a toad, another like a longhorn, and a barefoot little girl named Arrancar, who is wearing a grey-green coarse cloth dress and a mask on her head with some cracks. The 3 of them were originally playing hide and seek, but after seeing Ichigo and the others falling from the sky, they wanted to escape secretly. They shouldn't have noticed us, right? Toadsu asked cautiously while running away. Tang Duo, don't talk, let's go. The beetle-like thin man shouted, and at the same time he broke out in a cold sweat from fright. Because he recognized Ulquiorra among Ichigo. That's Lord Ulquiorra. Although I don't know why he is with these strange people, but the best strategy is to go ahead. It's better to go first. These 3 people are Nilu in the original book, and her 2 subordinate officials. They were originally playing hide and seek here, and they were far away from Sui Palace, but they didn't expect to meet Ichigo and the others again. They were scared to death, and now they just want to run away. Ulquiorra noticed the 3 of Nilu, but felt a sense of familiarity inexplicably. But do not know. After all, Nilou is now a child, and the void masks of her two subordinates have been pried off by Neutra. The appearance has changed drastically and degenerated into Jillian. That, hello to you. Ichigo spoke anyway. The three of Nilou, who had just run a short distance, paused in shock. Totsu and Tian Nyugja turned around with awkward smiles on their faces. Facing Ichigo and his group, they didn't dare to run away after being discovered, because it seemed that they couldn't escape with their strength. Brother! Shinigami, hello, hello! Tian Nyugja smiled and flattered, afraid that Ichigo and the others would cut them off if they disagreed. What's the matter? My lords, if there is nothing wrong with 757, let's go first. Toad asked with an awkward smile. Nilou didn't look scared, her eyes were clear, and she looked at Ichigo and the others with a cute face. She thinks Ichigo and the others are not scary. At least he looks much nicer than those of Jillian and Ajichas. Yulong pushed his glasses and asked, do you know which direction Sui Palace is in? Ichigo and the others had some problems with Urahara's black voice, which caused them to teleport to a corner of Hueco Mundo. It was the first time for Ichigo and the others to come to Hueco Mundo. They happened to meet Nilou and the others and asked for directions. Although Ulquiorra should also know where the Void Knight Palace is, but asking the three Nils here may give the answer faster. Void Knight Palace. Hearing these three words, Toad and Tianchensou's expressions suddenly showed panic. They also sneak a glance at Ulquiorra, who is next to Ichigo. They don't know that Ulquiorra is no longer Espada, but Ichigo and their companions. Are you going to Sui Palace? Pai Pei and Tang Duo have been telling me that place is too dangerous, you must never go there. Nilou stared at the big watery eyes, earnestly admonishing Ichigo and the others not to go to the dangerous Konya Palace. Toad and Tian Nyugju are also afraid that Ichigo will go to Sui Palace. Based on their current identities, wouldn't they go to the palace to seek death? Neutra and Sailaporo will not let them go. For the safety of Lord Nilou, you can't go to Sui Palace even if you die. The two subordinate officials made up their minds, absolutely not to go to Sui Palace. So, they said to Ichigo and the others with horror on their faces, Masters, Void Knight Palace is too dangerous. There is Master Aizen who is well known in Hueco Mundo. It is said that Master Aizen is very powerful. He not only defeated the former king of Hueco Mundo, Baragan, and summoned a group of powerful subordinates. Among them, Espada is the most powerful and terrifying. If you go there, you will die. Don't go to die. While talking, the two glanced at Ulquiorra next to Ichigo. They really didn't understand how Ulquiorra, who was Espada, was with Ichigo and the others. Ichigo and the others seemed to be either Shinigami, Quincy, or human. They seem to be really afraid of the Void Palace and Espada, but we just asked you to tell me where the Void Palace is. Sato's expression was a little strange. Ichigo didn't let the three of them lead the way, but just asked for directions, and these people tried to persuade them not to go to Sui Palace. Yulong was a little impatient and said speechlessly, is Espada really that scary? We have dealt with them before. 5 people in Espada, like a mantis guy, were all killed by Kurosaki. With the strength of Yulong's current ceiling in the original work, it can be said that it has crushed many Espadas. Naturally, I don't think Espada is so strong. Moreover, in Karakura town earlier, Ichigo killed the 5-blade Neutra and the substitute 6-blade Ruby in seconds. These Espadas don't seem to be too strong. Of course, this is only for Ichigo and Uryu, except for Ulquiorra who has realized Gyaku's transformation. Yulong's words were like earth-shattering shocks, causing Hamaku and Tianyagzu's eyes to widen, their faces full of disbelief. Neutra is dead. Is he really dead? Killed by you? The faces of the two were full of astonishment, as if they had heard something unbelievable. In their eyes, although Neutra is not as powerful as the previous Nilou, she can crush the two of them, and even teamed up with Sailaporo to attack Nilu, causing Nilu to become smaller and lose her memory. The two of them want to avenge Nilu all the time, but their strength is too weak, it is almost impossible to defeat Neutra, and they cannot avenge Neutra. But today they heard that the mighty Neutra with 5 blades was killed by Ichigo. It was such a surprise, such a surprise. Moreover, seeing Ichigo and the others like this, it seems that there is no need to deceive them. Ulquiorra is also around, killing Neutra should be true. That guy died well. Totsu and Tien Niusu shouted together and cheered. Although Nilu didn't know why, seeing the two subordinate officers cheering for joy, she also became happy, and the tense atmosphere suddenly turned into joy. This made Ichigo and the others baffled. It feels like the brain is not, too normal. They were just asking for directions, and the other party was nervous and scared, but also jumped up with joy, which was really confusing and unpredictable. Sui palaces in that direction. Ulquiorra couldn't stand it any longer, so he raised his hand and gave a prescription. I really shouldn't ask these guys. Ichigo and Uriu covered their faces. I couldn't figure out what to ask for directions, but finally Ulquiorra pointed out the direction. At this moment, maybe Nilu had a good time and jumped onto Ichigo's shoulder, and then snatched Ichigo's short sword while Ichigo was unaware. Ha ha ha, let's play hide and seek together. Come and chase me. The barefoot Nilu snatched Ichigo's short sword and made faces while running, trying to play hide and seek with Ichigo and the others. This frightened Totsu and Tien Niusu. Ichigo is a terrible guy who can kill even Neutra, and Neutra even snatched Ichigo's Zanpakuto and let Ichigo play hide and seek. If Ichigo gets angry. Heimaku and Tianixu were so frightened that their bodies trembled, and they ran away after Nilu. Ichigo's cheeks twitched slightly, and using a shunpo, he instantly moved in front of Nilu, blocking her. He brought back Zanpakuto in one hand. Tien Niuxu and Heimaku were so frightened that they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Master Shinigami, please don't argue with Master Nilu, she is just a child, please don't. Okay, stop talking. Ichigo interrupted the words of the two subordinate officers, with a look of helplessness on his face. With Ichigo's temperament, he doesn't care about each other, especially Nilu still looks like a child, and it's normal for children to be naughty. It's just that Ichigo feels that Nilu is a little strange. More than half of the mask on Nilu's head was broken. Once Susu's mask was broken, she would not be able to move forward, and her strength would even degenerate. Nilu's head had such a serious injury. Moreover, based on Ichigo's current perception, there seems to be a strong power in Nilu's body, which is much stronger than the average Arrancar, but this power seems to be asleep. It's kind of weird. Ichigo was puzzled. Nilu looked at Ichigo in front of her, and for some reason, felt a little intimacy in her heart. Maybe it's because of her intuition that Ichigo is not a bad person, but a sunny and cheerful boy. Big brother, my name is Nilu, can I join you and be your companion? Following you, we don't seem to have to wander anymore, hehe. Nilu jumped directly onto Ichigo's shoulder. For some reason, she just wanted to be Ichigo's companion, to follow Ichigo. Join us? Be a companion. Ichigo, Uriu, Orium, and others were all shocked by Nilu's words. What the hell is this kid, Arrancar, who wants to be their companion? Don't wander anymore. Ichigo felt a little sad when he heard Nilu's words. It must be fraught with danger for such a small child wandering in a place like Hueco Mundo. Ding! Neliel Tuidelschwank applied to join the ranks of companions, please agree or decline. The sound of the system actually sounded in Ichigo's mind. This made Ichigo slightly startled. The little girl in front of him was called Nilu and wanted to apply to be his companion. Ichigo finally smiled, relenting. Okay, I promise you. Just call me Ichigo. Ichigo smiled gently and touched Nilu's head. Real. Nilu widened her watery eyes with a very happy expression, but worried that Ichigo was fooling her. It is true. Hee hee, chatter. Then pull the hook, don't need Nilu. Nilu showed a sly smile, and then stretched out a pinky finger, trying to pull the hook with Ichigo. Feeling helpless, Ichigo also stretched out his little finger and made an agreement with Nilu to prove that he really regarded her as a companion. The two hooked up, and Nilu completely believed Ichigo's words. She is also officially Ichigo's companion. Ding! Neliel Tuidelschwank joins the protagonist group. The system prompts that Nilu has successfully joined the protagonist group. At this time, Nilu and Ichigo were still pulling the hook, and Ichigo silently said, "Speed up." 11. Immediately, Nilu's pupils shrank, and her body began to change. Ichigo and the others were also dumbfounded. Nilu has grown up? From a little girl with a runny nose to a slim young girl. Chapter 79. Ichigo opened his mouth wide, really confused. Nilu, who was just a brat just now, has turned into a girl with lake green long hair reaching her waist. They are different from before. Orium and Uriuhu Sato behind Ichigo were also dumbfounded. They looked at this scene in disbelief, as if petrified. Ichigo is hooking up with Miss Nilu. Orium was stunned, and at the same time had a strange feeling inside. Just now Ichigo was hooking up with Nilu, who looked like a child, but after Nilu grew up, Ichigo and Nilu came face to face. At this time, Ichigo's face was not only full of shock, but also blushed. He is a sunny boy, and this is the first time he has made such an appointment with a girl, and it is face to face. Ding! Neliel Tuidelschwank's injury has healed successfully. The system beeps. It turned out that it was because Ichigo gave Nilu the acceleration ability. Under the powerful ability of the system, Nilu's mask that was broken by Neutra was restored, and the power was no longer lost as before. Moreover, as long as Nilu wants to, she can still change back to the form of a child at any time. It turned out to be her. Ulquiorra was slightly surprised, and only then did he understand why he had a familiar feeling after seeing Nilu and the three of them. Because Nilu is the previous three blades. It is also Arankar of Vasto Lord level. After Nilu became bigger, the word 3 appeared on her back. This made Orium and Sato dumbfounded again. 3? Is she the third Espada? Yulong couldn't believe it. It was difficult for her to connect the little kid Nilu just now with the current Nilu, not to mention that Nili's real identity is the 10th office. Ulquiorra is number 4, and Nilu ranks higher than Ulquiorra. Incredible. Ahem. Then we won't pretend. Overjoyed, Heimaku and Tianyagzu also had a showdown. The two put on a pose that they thought was very handsome, and then proudly said, "Miss Nilu is the original 3 Espada. And we are the most loyal subordinates of Nilu. Pigsu, Tang Duo 2. Ha ha ha, what's up, did it scare you? Ha ha ha." The two were triumphant, but Ichigo and the others didn't seem to listen to what they said. They didn't react at all, they were still the same, just surprised by the change of Nilu. Nilu turned around and gave Orium and the others a sweet smile. "Don't be nervous everyone, the third Espada, that's all in the past. Now, Nilu is everyone's companion." Although Nilu has returned to her normal appearance, her heart is still as pure and kind as a child. And Ichigo treats her as a companion, she is really happy. Luren noticed that she was still pulling the hook, right in front of her eyes. Seeing Ichigo's embarrassing and slightly red face in front of her, Nilu suddenly became worried. Hugs Ichigo tightly. Grumble. "Why are you gibbering? If a normal person is hugged by Vasto Lord's Arankar, the bones of his whole body will probably be broken." Fortunately, Ichigo's passive skill static blood equipment was activated automatically, which saved Ichigo from pain. But Ichigo was a little confused for a while, and his face turned even redder. "Miss Nilu, you, let go of Ichigo. Let go of him." Orium rushed to Nilu in a hurry and told Nilu to let go of Ichigo. Nilu was taken aback, and slightly let go of the hands holding Ichigo, and then looked down to see that Ichigo in her arms was flushed as if he had a high fever, and even some bloodline flowed out of his nostrils. Ah! Nilu was shocked, panicked, and hugged her even tighter. Jigu, don't die, Jigu, don't die. Although Nilu's strength is great, but Ichigo has a static blood defense, so naturally he was not injured, but Ichigo is about to suffocate. Miss Nilu. Please don't do this, classmate Kurosaki is almost out of breath, hurry up, let her go, Miss Nilu. Orium danced and danced, eager to let Nilu go. Only then did Nilu realize that it seemed that she was too excited or nervous, and let go of Ichigo. Ichigo was let go, and quickly wiped the bloodline off his nose, panting heavily. Hoo. I can finally breathe. The faces of Yulong and Sato are a bit strange. Cough cough. Yulong gave a dry cough and returned to a serious look. Orium breathed a sigh of relief, at least Ichigo was saved and would not die from suffocation. However, Orium's heart was inevitably sour. At this moment, Nilu heard the system prompt again in her heart. Ding! Hagyaku's transformation into returning blade form is loading. Loading is complete, congratulations, you have comprehended Hagyaku's transformation into returning blade. As soon as the system sound fell, Nilu felt the intensity of Ryutsu all over her body suddenly increase. A surge of occult knowledge flooded her mind and every cell, and she, like Ulquiorra, also comprehended Hagyaku's returning blade form. Nilu in Hagyaku's returning blade form is an enhanced version of returning blade's back, also in the form of a centaur, with 3 antelope-like head horns erected, and the oval spear in her hand emits a dazzling red light, very powerful. However, Nilu did not show this ability. Ichigo panted heavily, and after a while his face returned to normal. Nilu, you really scared me. Ichigo was relieved. She laughed at Ichigo and said, Ichigo, you are so kind. Nilu just felt so lucky to have met Ichigo, it was so kind. Not only did Ichigo avenge her by killing Neutra, but he also used some ability to heal her injuries, allowing her to heal the old wounds, and also made her understand the stronger return blade form. Ichigo is so good, it's better to be with Ichigo. Ichigo waved his hand and said indifferently, Nilu, you will be our companion from now on. Yes, companion. Nilu's eyes lit up. She also likes the word companion very much, having more companions makes her very happy. Asking for flowers. However, we still have to go to Sui Palace first. Ichigo's expression returned to seriousness. The purpose of their coming to Hueco Mundo is to go to the Void Palace to protect their companions Rukia and Renji. It's just that something happened to them when they teleported over, which caused the position to deviate. Now I have to rush to Sui Palace, the war should have started there. Nilu nodded obediently and earnestly. Since she is a companion, she also wants to follow Ichigo and the others to Sui Palace. Moreover, she still has some unresolved grievances over there. Although Neutra is dead, the villain Sailaporo is still there. It was these 2 people who jointly attacked her back then, and the masks of her 2 subordinate officials were also scratched off by them. These things should be over. Use the power of Nilu's newly acquired Hagyaku to return to the blade. So, Riho and his team rushed to Sui Palace. On the other side, Byakuya has led the Hueco Mundo conquest team to the gate of the Void Knight Palace, and the soldiers are approaching the city. All Shinigami looked solemn. The gate of Sui Palace opened slowly, and a powerful Ryutsu rushed towards him. The Shinigami saw Aizen and Tosen coming out slowly. And behind Aizen, there is the powerful Espada and several subordinate officers Arankar. Aizen greeted the Shinigami people with a smile, long time no see, Shinigami. Welcome to Hueco Mundo. Aizen's smiling face immediately made everyone in Shinigami gnash their teeth. Aizen, you traitor! This old man will kill you today. To uphold the justice of Seireitei. The big dog Komamura couldn't help but growl, Tosen, come back Tosen, stop being obsessed. Tosen next to Aizen looked as usual, but Kide said faintly, Komamura, you don't understand, Master Aizen is my justice. For Tosen, who was persecuted by the nobles of the Soul Society, Aizen is his justice. Eternal justice. A lot of Shinigami captains and vice-captains glared at Aizen. Especially Chweer, the captain of the 10th division. Chweer wants to crush Aizen to ashes. Sit on the frosty sky, Harinmaru. Chweer pulls out Harinmaru, goes straight to Shikai, and immediately Bankai. Bankai, Daiguren Harinmaru. Chweer turned into a Bankai form, a pair of ice wings appeared behind him, his hands and feet also became the form of dragon claws, and an ice dragon tail grew from his back. The cold air was overwhelming. Before the commander-in-chief Byakuya gave the order, Bankai Chweer, dazzled by anger, stabbed at Aizen with Harinmaru in hand. I'm going to kill you, Aizen. Aizen didn't look at Chweer, just shook his head slightly. Yelling will only prove your incompetence and weakness. Aizen turned around, ignored Chweer and the other Shinigami, and ordered with a smile, let's fight, everyone. Aizen ordered the Arankars to fight the Shinigami to their heart's content. The Hueco Mundo battle has officially begun. Factory. Chapter 80. Aizen didn't fight the Shinigami people himself, but let his Arankar fight the Shinigami people. He turned around and walked back to Void Knight Palace with Tosen, 1-blade Starkei and 3-blade Haribel. It seems that from Aizen's point of view, everyone in Shinigami is like a minion, and they are not worthy of him. Aizen, let's go! With a roar of anger, Chweer in Bankai form swung the ice wings behind him and stabbed Aizen with a water wheel in his hand. He wants to stop Aizen from leaving, kill Aizen. Aizen kept a calm smile on his face, and he didn't even turn around to look at Chweer and Shinigami. Chweer was still some distance away from Aizen when he was stopped by Grimjo. Though some things are frowned upon, here's Hueco Mundo, damn Shinigami, don't get too complacent. It turns out that Grimjo has also returned to the blade and turned into a leopard form. The sharp claws in his hand tightly held Chweer's Zanpakut, and the huge force made Chweer unable to move for a while. Grimjo slammed Chweer back to the ground. Is Captain Shinigami on this level? Grimjo has a fierce personality and likes to fight. He didn't stop Chweer to protect Aizen, and Aizen doesn't need him to protect him. He is more 710 and just can't understand the Shinigami who invaded Hueco Mundo, and he also likes to fight. Hateful. Chweer got up from the pit. Gritting his teeth, he could only watch Aizen return to Sui Palace. Only by defeating the Arankars in front of them can the Shinigami enter the Palace of Void Knights to challenge Aizen. In that case, I will kill you first. Chweer took a deep breath and calmed down slightly. He's gonna beat Grimjo. Chweer leaps into the sky and engages Grimjo in close combat. Grimjo is number 6 Espada, very strong. Although Chweer is young, Zanpakut is the strongest Harinmaru in the ice and snow department, so Grimjo is not easy to deal with. The two fought inseparably for a while. Other Shinigami and Arankar also fight. The Hueco Mundo melee has officially begun. Shinigami's vice-captains and chiefs are Arankar's subordinate officers at the opponent level. After all, with their strength, it is difficult to deal with Arankar at the Espada level. How Shinigami's vice-captain chief and Arankar fought inseparably, and the battle was very fierce. Yami roared, and the sound resounded through the sky. Break out, angry beast! Yami is also returning to the edge. I saw a very powerful red Ryotsuba burst out from Yami's body. The red Ryotsuba soared into the sky, and Yami's body was expanding rapidly. It turned into a huge angry beast. Yami's body has become very large, with 12 feet, a huge tail and a pair of thick arms. Everyone in Shinigami looks at Yami, just like an ant looks at an elephant. It feels oppressive. And, someone has noticed. The original 10 on Yami's arm turned into a 0. Yami was 100,000 before returning to the blade, but after returning to the blade, it directly becomes a blade. 0? Isn't espada from 1 to 10? This made everyone in Shinigami frown, surprised and puzzled at the same time. Stupid! Who told you that espada is number 1 to 10? Laozi is number 0 espada. Yami showed a ferocious smile, then raised his hands and smashed to the ground. Yami's fists were heavy, and the Shinigami below felt dodged and did not dare to resist. Funny. So funny. Ha ha ha. Kenpachi could only feel the blood boiling all over his body. He looked at Yami who was behind the knife. It was just too much for him. He is looking for such a powerful opponent to fight. Kenpachi directly took off the blindfold and collar, and the golden Ryutsu on his body spread all over the place. When it comes to Ryutsu, Kenpachi has never been afraid of anyone. Because Yami is too big and powerful, Byakuya, as the commander of the conquest team, knew that Yami had to be dealt with first. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Byakuya also joins the fray, and behind Shikai, Sakura's flower blade strikes at Yami. It's just that Hajimi's Senbonzakura couldn't break through Yami's defense. Yet, it's scary. Ichimarujin looked around and said with a smile. He didn't even pull out the Zanpakuto. It didn't seem like he was going to fight. You traitor! An indifferent voice sounded, and a person appeared in front of Ichimarujin instantly. This person turned out to be the 7th Espada Zamari. Zamari stared at Ichimarujin coldly. He learned from Aizen and Tosen that Ichimarujin is a traitor. This is very contemptuous for Zamari, who is very loyal to Aizen. Ichimarujin looked normal, shrugged and spread his hands with a smile. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, Arankar. Ichimarujin and Zamari are facing off. Komamura Seijin and Suifeng faced off against 8-Blade Sailaporo. 2 Shinigami captains? Are you underestimating me? In that case, you can be my dolls, ha ha ha. Facing Suifeng and Komamura, Sailaporo did not have the slightest fear. No matter what he said, he was still the original Zero Blade, and with his ability, he was not afraid to fight more with less. Weep, evil silver concubine. Sailaporo returned to the blade directly, and grew wings like branches behind him. Wings attack Komamura and Suifeng. Suifeng and Komamura can only dodge first. Because Komamura's moving speed was slow, he didn't have time to dodge, and was wrapped by Sailaporo's wings, and then a small doll that looked like Komamura appeared in Sailaporo's hand. Sailaporo grinned and said, "Puppy." Rukia and Renji came to the front of Baragan. Baragan is in the form of an old man, so it's not easy to deal with it just by looking at it. Although Baragan is suspicious that Aizen took away the 1-blade and 3-blade, leaving only his 2-blade here, I don't know what Aizen wants to do. Is he using him to kill the enemy? Anyway, Baragan couldn't understand the Shinigami people who came here, and he looked at Renji and Rukia with a contemptuous look. You 2 ants Shinigami deserve to stand in front of me. Baragan has always been very proud. Although he can't beat Aizen and his 2nd blade, but he is still afraid of the 2 little Shinigami. And, as you can tell from the costumes, Rukia and Renji aren't the captains of the Shinigami yet. Shinigami Captain Baragan still looks down on him, let alone the vice-captain or chief. So Baragan looks at Renji and Rukia like 2 ants looking for death. You may be very strong, but your eyes are really uncomfortable, you are underestimated. Renji was a little annoyed. Now he, the full level number in the original book, Bankai S. Zabimaru, can instantly kill the S-star of the Star-Crossed Knights, and his combat power is definitely among the top 3 existences in the Hueco Mundo conquest, but he is actually looked down upon. Bankai S. Zabimaru. The straight-tempered Renji directly resorted to Bankai, and the powerful Ryutsu made Baragan's expression change. Renji's Ryutsu is stronger than many captains. My lord was wrong, you Shinigami seem to have some skills, but that's all. Baragan still thinks that Renji's strength is no more than that. After all, he always felt that his ability to age everything was invincible. Renji, this Arrancar is dangerous, let's deal with him together. Rukia took a deep breath, getting ready. Rukia feels that Baragan is difficult to deal with and wants to join forces with Renji. In front of the nine-blade Aranello is Kurotsuka Mayuri. Both of them wore mask-like things on their faces, not revealing their real features. "GGG, what do you look like under the mask? Can you show me?" Kurotsuka Mayuri looked excited, her slender fingers and fingernails were dancing excitedly. He came to Hueco Mundo, but he really wanted to catch some powerful Arrancar and go back to study. Especially the weird-looking Yaronilo in front of him attracted the attention of Kurotsuka Mayuri. At least Kurotsuka Mayuri is very curious about what is under this man's face. Yaronilo didn't speak, but the next moment, he took off the mask on his head, revealing a face that all Shinigami couldn't believe. "Yo, long time no see, everyone." Aranilo's face changed to Shibukayan, smiling and greeting Shinigami. Whether it's appearance, voice, or breath, it's exactly the same as Shibukayan. Some Shinigami were shocked when they saw this scene. It turned out to be the late Shiba vice captain. How is this possible? Oh my god, did I read that right? One of the Espadas is Shiba's vice captain. That person's appearance, voice, or Ryutsu breath are exactly the same as the former Captain Shiba. Captain Shiba has obviously a lot of Vice Captain 2.7 and Xi Guan who met Shibukayan made incredible voices. Shibukayan died in the battle with Su more than 10 years ago. But why does it still appear now? And still as the 9th Espada? Reason tells everyone in Shinigami that people cannot be resurrected after death. Shibukayan has been dead for more than 10 years, but this Yaronilo in front of him looks exactly like Shibukayan. Everyone in Arrancar naturally knew what was going on, but they didn't try to expose Yaronilo. Rukia had planned to fight Baragan with Renji. But at this moment, when she saw Aranilo transformed into Shibukayan, she was struck by lightning. "Kayan! Your Excellency!" Shibukayan has always been a knot in Rukia's heart. After seeing Shibukayan, it's almost time to think about ability. In a battle, negligence can be fatal. Zamari, who was confronting Ichimaru Jin, used his extremely fast spin to activate his love ability towards Rukia. "Rukia, danger!" Renji sensed something was wrong, and quickly used his body to help Rukia block Zamari's attack. A black sunflower pattern appeared on Renji's right hand. Oops! Chapter 81. Renji's right hand has a black sunflower pattern printed on it. Although he didn't know what the pattern was, Renji knew he had been tricked. "Shinigami, use it for me." With Zamari saying this, Renji finally knows what Zamari's ability is. His hand holding Zanpakut moved involuntarily. Renji's right hand is controlled by Zamari. This is very deadly. Kill each other, evil Shinigami. Zamari controls Renji's right hand, making 2 moves toward the Shinigami crowd. Although Renji is very strong, his right hand is controlled, and he can't get rid of this control for a while. Zamari also noticed Renji just now. Renji after Bankai is very strong. Zamari saw Rukia lost his mind and wanted to control Rukia. Renji helped block his love ability, which was exactly what he wanted. Oops! Renji also knew that his right hand was being controlled, which was very bad. If he launches an attack on the Shinigami people, the consequences will be disastrous. After all, with his current destructive power, how can the Shinigami vice captain and the chief officer stand up to it? Even the Shinigami captain, there are not many who can resist Renji's attack. At this critical juncture, Byakuya's voice came. "Pick off the tendons." Byakuya asked Renji to cut his tendon. Once the tendon is broken, the hand loses the ability to move 23, and the opponent's ability may not be effective. Byakuya's experience is still seasoned. When Renji heard this, he cut off the tendon of his right hand. Sure enough, after the hand couldn't move, Zamari's ability also failed. Renji breathed a sigh of relief, and changed to holding the knife in his left hand. With one hand missing, although the combat power has been lost, you can still fight. Renji is more worried about Rukia. After Rukia saw the Shibukayan that Aranillo turned into, his whole mind was totally messed up. Wake up, Rukia, that person is not Vice Captain Kayan, that person is Arankar. It's just changed into the appearance of Vice Captain Kayan. Rukia, wake up. Renji is quite rational, knowing that people cannot be resurrected after death. In any case, Shibukayan is indeed dead, no matter how Aranillo in front of him pretends to be, it cannot be Shibukayan. On the contrary, this Aranillo must have something to do with Shibukayan's death, more like an enemy. Rukia came to her senses after being yelled at by Renji. But she was still unsteady, with a complicated look on her face. Master Kayan. Especially Aranillo, who was pretending to be Shibukayan, was still smiling and greeting Rukia at this time. Hey, Rukia, long time no see, you have become so powerful, I am very pleased. This sentence, coupled with that warm smile, almost dispelled all Rukia's doubts. Rukia thinks, that person is Shibukayan. Even Renji was a little shaken. Because it is so similar. Is it possible that Vice Captain Kayan is really not dead? The other Shinigami are also very confused, not sure if this Shibukayan is real or fake. But Kurotsuka Mayuri laughed darkly. GGG, you really look like a disguise, Arankar. Kurotsuka Mayuri sees through Aranillo's trick. What? Everyone in Shinigami was shocked. Yaronilo didn't speak, but looked at Kurotsuka Mayuri with a colder look. Kurotsuka Mayuri explained, from the very beginning, I felt the stench in your guys' ryotsu, the smell was like soaking in a dead body. You guys should have devoured a lot of corpses, all kinds of corpses, including Shibukayan's corpse. You who devoured corpses can obtain the memory and ability of corpses, so you can transform into Shibukayan's appearance, isn't that the case? Arankar. GGG. Kurotsuka Mayuri guessed the truth with his keen observation and strong mind. That's right, just as you said. Yaronilo didn't pretend to be dismantled, Shibukayan's face began to tear, revealing a long test tube inside and two skulls in the test tube. This is what he really looks like. All the Shinigami finally understood, and also knew that Aranillo in front of him was not Shibukayan, but just a void that swallowed Shibukayan's body. Rukia's eyes widened, and the scene of Shibukayan being swallowed by the void appeared in her mind. It's the one from before. Rukia exuded a fierce aura, and there was a strong murderous look on his face. It's her first time doing this. Because she understood that Aranillo is not Shibukayan, it is probably the one that swallowed Shibukayan before, even if it is not that one, it must be related. So Rukia is also sad now, but more angry. Angry. Bankai, Baisya is fine. Rukia didn't talk nonsense and directly used Bankai. The extremely powerful icy breath spread in all directions, and everyone could clearly feel the sudden drop in the surrounding temperature, and the space around Rukia was frozen under this extremely cold breath. Nanny! This surprised Aranillo, as did everyone else. They really didn't expect that Rukia would be Bankai, and he was so powerful. Impossible. In Shibukayan's memory, you little girl obviously doesn't even know Shikai yet, how can you be so strong? At this moment, Yaronilo felt terrified. Rukia made no secret of his killing intent, and Aranillo never thought that Rukia's strength would be so terrifying. Chweer, who was fighting against Grimjo not far away, was also surprised, as if his control over the water in the open air was taken away by Rukia's Sodi no Shirayuki. Rukia's Sodi no Shirayuki's freezing ability is stronger than his current Haranmaru. What a strong breath! Even Chweer gasped involuntarily. It was the first time that he was not as good as others in playing ice. Yaronilo felt a strong crisis. He couldn't sit still. He's going to fight back against Rukia and devour Rukia. Rukia Kuchiki, I want to match your ability. Aranilo was so greedy that he wanted to devour Rukia too. Eat him up, Gugzu. Aranilo returns to Blade. While laughing wildly, his lower body changed into a huge and ugly octopus-like shape. Shinigami, are you feeling hopeless? I devoured 33,650 voids, making it have the strength of an army of more than 30,000. I am invincible. Ha ha ha. I'm going to devour you all. Although Aranilo is only a Jillian, his ability is very pervert. As long as he devours the opponent, he can get all the memory 250 and abilities of the opponent. He devoured more than 30,000 voids, and after returning to the blade, he can have the strength of an army of more than 30,000, which is generally very difficult to deal with. But sometimes, quantity doesn't mean much in the face of absolute power. Rukia's eyes were cold, absolute zero. In an instant, an extremely cold breath had surrounded half of Yaranilo's body, and it was firmly frozen. What? Yaronilo felt icy cold, bitingly cold. Moreover, Rukia Sodi no Seireitei's freezing ability is so strong that Aranilo can't break free at all. Under the absolute zero freezing, Yaronilo was directly seriously injured. The huge lower body of the whole person and the original upper body were firmly frozen. Rukia took a deep breath, used Shunpo, and teleported to Aranilo. Rest in peace, Lord Kyan. Immediately, a knife pierced Yaranilo's head. Yaranilo's head shattered, and his entire body exploded. 9th Espada Aranilo, death. After getting rid of Yaronilo and avenging Shiba Kyan, Rukia felt better, and the knot in her heart was slowly untied. Really, I don't want to arrest him and study it. Kuratsuka Mayuri looked distraught. He originally wanted to catch Aranilo for research, but Rukia cut him off right away. The experimental materials are gone. He had no choice but to catch other Arankars. It's all useless trash. Let this king get rid of you all in one go. Baragan snorted coldly and stood up. The original king of virtual circles, Baragan, is finally about to make a move. Chapter 82. Ms. Kuchiki is amazing. Kill Espada in one move? That's too strong. I feel that Miss Kuchiki's Sodi no Shirayuki is colder than Captain Hitsugaya's Haranmaru. Haru. My god, it's only 3 seats. Good kill, because Master Kyan has revenge. Everyone in Shinigami was shocked by Rukia's powerful fighting power. In the eyes of many vice-captains and chief executives, the mighty Espada-level Arankar was unexpectedly killed by Rukia with Bankai. Many of them did not expect that Rukia's strength is so terrifying. It turns out that according to the legend that Seireitei had passed down before, the strongest of Bankai of Ice turned out to be Rukia himself. But everyone couldn't help wondering, how could such a strong Rukia be injured by an ordinary hollow when he went to the present world? Can only pass the power of Shinigami to Ichigo? The Arankars were terrified. In this melee, it was the first time that Arankar with a level of 100,000 was killed. Aranilo dies first. This made many Arankars, especially those Arankars at the subordinate officer level, pale in horror. Even Aranilo was instantly killed, so if they match up with Rukia, wouldn't it be even worse? For a time, Shinigami Fangtian was very excited. Seeing this, Baragan snorted coldly. It's all rubbish. Let this king deal with you in one go. Baragan's on the move. Baragan is a strong man who has ruled Hueco Mundo for thousands of years. Before Aizen came, he existed like an emperor in Hueco Mundo, and his strength is naturally extraordinary. Moreover, Baragan's ability is still large. He wants to use his ability to eliminate all Shinigami in one go. Decay, Skull Emperor. Baragan for returning edge. An astonishing Ryotsu surged into the sky, and when the Ryotsu storm dissipated, Baragan's form changed. It turned into a skeleton wearing a crown and a big padded jacket. He also holds a huge axe in his hand, just like a Shinigami. What's more, what's even more frightening is that Baragan's body exudes a black aura. As soon as this black aura appeared, the space around Baragan seemed to be corroded. Everyone understands that the black air from Baragan is very dangerous and must not be contaminated. Death sigh. Baragan let out a long, deathly sigh. In an instant, the overwhelming black air hit the Shinigami people. Seeing this, Anohanaretsu looked dignified, raised her hand and shouted. 81 of Bakud, my lord. A huge transparent wall appeared, trying to block the black air of Baragan. Anohana's Ryutsu and Kid attainments are very good, and the Kid she casts is probably only stronger than Byakuya. But when Baragan's death black air touched the transparent wall of splitting void, the black air was only suspended for a moment, and then eroded the wall. In a short while, the walls formed by the splitting void are all corrupted. What a strong corrosion ability! Vice-captains like Zyubing, Renjiku, Kira, Yukaku, and Yumi all tried to block with Kid or abilities, but it was basically useless. All the Shinigami were serious, they only felt that Wei Quanggong's black energy was too difficult to deal with. It can't be contaminated, and it's hard to stop. Bankai, Golden Killer Jizo. Kuratsuka Mayuri snorted coldly and unleashed his Bankai. Huge caterpillars appeared and screamed loudly. The caterpillar opened its mouth wide and sucked part of the black air from Baragan into its body. As expected of Captain Nai, it succeeded. Some Shinigami thought that Kuratsuka Mayuri's Golden Kaizo managed to stop Baragan's breath of death. But the next moment, Kuratsuka Mayuri's expression changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What? I saw that the whole body of the Golden Killing Jizo was gradually eroded, and suddenly exploded. Bankai was damaged, and Kuratsuka Mayuri himself was hit back and seriously injured. He was still careless. He originally wanted to use the Golden Zozo to get a little Baragan's black energy for research, but he still underestimated the erosive power of Baragan's black energy. Bankai was destroyed, and he was also seriously injured. Nirvana hurriedly rescued Kuratsuka Mayuri. And the black air of Baragan continued to spread. Everyone in the Shinigami failed to effectively stop them for a while, and fled away one after another, keeping a distance, inevitably being contaminated by the black energy. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. This king is invincible. This king's ability is aging everything, everything can't stop this king, you are dead. Baragan laughed triumphantly as he looked at the Shinigami who were busy avoiding his dark energy. Brutal, he likes this, savoring the despair of the Shinigami. Because Suifeng had to avoid Sailaporo's wings, his finger was accidentally stained by Baragan's black air. The black air was infected along Suifeng's fingers, from the finger to the arm, it was eroded bit by bit. Omida, cut it down for me. Enduring the severe pain, Suifeng asked Omida to cut off her arm. If she doesn't cut it, her whole body will be corroded by death energy, and she will soon turn into a pile of bones. Captain Suifeng, offended. Although Omida is fat, he also understands the truth, and cut off Suifeng's arm without hesitation. Suifeng saved his life, but also lost an arm, and his strength was greatly reduced. Damn it! Suifeng gritted his teeth, but for a moment they didn't know how to resist Baragan's death. Komamura Seijin was wrapped by Sailaporo's wings before, and at this time Sailaporo was holding a small Komamura doll and looked at the cat village with playful eyes. Little dog, do you feel uncomfortable now? As he spoke, Sailaporo took out the left leg gadget inside the doll, pinched it lightly with his fingers, and it exploded. The bones of Komamura's left leg were shattered simultaneously. Komamura gritted his teeth in pain, but there was nothing he could do. Then, Sailaporo took out another gadget with the word stomach written on it, and crushed it. Komamura's stomach exploded. A mouthful of blood spewed out. Hateful. Komamura was seriously injured and basically had no resistance. I just hate that he didn't understand Sailaporo's ability, otherwise he wouldn't be so helpless. With Baragan on the move, the Shinigami side is at a disadvantage. In this critical moment, Rukia stood up. Absolute Zero. Rukia continued to use Bankai's Absolute Zero ability to freeze all of Baragan's dead energy. Did you make it? All the Shinigami looked nervously at the frozen breath of death. The black dead air was indeed frozen by Rukia's Absolute Zero. Could Rukia's Sodi no Shirayuki really stop Baragan's black death? Baragan was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that someone in Shinigami could block his ability, although it was only temporarily. Too naive. Baragan snorted coldly. Everyone saw that the water formed by Rukia's Absolute Zero temperature was gradually infected by Baragan's death black air. Can't resist. Even Rukia's Sodi no Shirayuki couldn't quite stop Baragan's dead breath. Just a little delay. Everyone was still helpless. You guy, accept the move. Renji roared, Bone Cannon. Zabimaru in one hand opened his mouth wide and fired a powerful cannonball at Baragan. Startled, Baragan hurriedly raised his hand to block him with the black air of death. With a bang, the baboon bone cannon exploded. After the smoke and dust from the explosion cleared, everyone saw that Baragan was injured. A crack was blown out of the skull, and half of the crown on his body was blown away. Renji's baboon cannon worked, hurt by gang. Damn Shinigami! Baragan felt it was a shame that he was hurt by Shinigami. In fact, Baragan's ability claims to be able to age and corrode everything, but his ability is not invincible, because the aging process takes time. The more powerful moves you face, the longer it will take to age. He just blocked Renji's bone cannon with his breath of death, and because Renji's bone cannon is so powerful, Baragan can only corrode part of the bone cannon's power in a short time. He's still hurt. It turned out to be like this. After this blow, Renji understood the principle of Baragan's ability. Theoretically, as long as countless attacks from the Shinigami hit over, Baragan's sigh of death will not corrode at all. However, a black sunflower pattern suddenly appeared on Renji's left hand. This pattern also appears on many Shinigami. It turned out that the 7th Espada Zamari performed the returning blade and turned into a pumpkin man, with eyes all over his body, and each eye can activate the ability of love. Renji, Shohei, Kira, shooting range, and more are all controlled by Zamari. Just now Zamari was stabbed by Ichimaru-jin with shins, but he took advantage of the chaos to control many people. Damn it! It's the only way. Renji cut off the tendon of his right hand just now, and now his remaining left hand is also under control. He can only bite Zanpakuto with his mouth, endured the pain and severed the tendon of his left hand, and lost the ability to move both hands. Although he was exempted from control, he also lost most of his fighting ability. Zyubing, Kira, and other Shinigami who are controlled by Zamari also follow suit and immediately cut off the meridians of their hands or feet, making their hands and feet incapacitated. Wang Di Hao. But there are black sunflower patterns on some faces, which is controlled by the head. Even the mind is controlled by Zamari. This part of the Shinigami loses his mind and kills his own people. Seeing this, Byakuya and Anohana can only temporarily besiege this part with Bakud. But even so, the situation on Shinigami's side is very grim. Komamura Suifeng is in danger, with multiple injuries from Zamari's effects, Baragan's death sigh and other Arankar attacks. Everyone in Shinigami is in critical condition. Just in the nick of time. A blue arrow pierced the sky, passed through the sky at an incredible speed, and pierced Zamari's head instantly. The 7th Espada Zamari, who was originally grim and proud, died before he understood what was going on. Several powerful auras descended on the battlefield. Ichigo and the others appeared on the roof of Konya Palace. Yulong held the Holy Lost, glanced at the people below, pushed his glasses, and said lightly, "The battlefield is still really chaotic." The arrow that killed Zamari just now was naturally made by Yulong. Yulong's current strength is too strong, it killed Zhou Li in seconds. Ichigo is relieved to see that Rukia and Renji are fine. After all, what Ichigo cares most about is his companion, as long as his companion is okay. However, seeing Renji's miserable appearance, Ichigo couldn't help but tease him. It's really embarrassing, Chapter 83. Ichigo, Uryu, Orium, Sato, Ulquiorra, and Nilu are standing on the top of the canopy of the Celestial Palace. For a time, all eyes are on A chirping. You guys are here too. Both Rukia and Renji were startled, staring at Ichigo and the others blankly. Originally, because Captain Yamamoto was willing to use Ichigo's power, he didn't want to involve Ichigo, an innocent human, so the false requisition team did not inform Ichigo about the conquest of Hueco Mundo. And at the moment when everyone in Shinigami is in crisis, Ichigo leads people to the rescue. Stupid Renji, you don't worry at all, I don't worry about you, can I not come? Ichigo tilted his neck, pretending to be careless and speaking slightly numb words. Abarai Renji, you look a little embarrassed. Yulong pushed his glasses and spoke bluntly. Just now Renji was accidentally controlled by Zamari's ability to control his left and right hands. In order to release the control, Renji cut off the tendons of his left and right hands. His hands lost the ability to move, and he was very embarrassed. The same is true for many other Shinigami, who are all controlled by Zamari, or all of them, and are killing each other. Fortunately, Yulong killed the 7th Espada Zamari with one arrow, and restored those Shinigami controlled by Zamari to normal. This arrow also immediately relieved Shinigami's pressure, which directly affected the battle situation. It's the Shinigami agent here. We're saved, ha ha ha. Omida was excited when he saw Ichigo and the others appear. 277. The same goes for a lot of other Shinigami. Ichigo made an unforgettable impression on them back in the Soul Society, split Seireitei. The arrival of the extremely powerful Ichigo at this time is undoubtedly a cause for everyone in Shinigami. Byakuya's originally tense heart relaxed slightly. The original situation was very unfavorable to Shinigami, but fortunately Ichigo and the others arrived. Shinigami's agent is here, that's good, I can do my job with peace of mind. Anohana gave a kind smile. In the unfavorable situation just now, she was almost forced to make a move. After all, the other captains and vice-captains couldn't even deal with ordinary espada. Fortunately, Ichigo is here. Anoka can continue to be her doctor and continue to save lives and heal the wounded. However, everyone in Shinigami was also puzzled. Why are there two Aaron cars beside Ichigo? Ulquiorra and Nilu. And they look very powerful. How is this going? Aren't Shinigami and Aaron car enemies? At this moment, Orium saw the wounded Shinigami group below. Renji's tendons in both hands were broken, Suifeng was corroded with an arm, a corner, Yuki, Xiaobing, Kira, and other vice-captains were controlled by Zamari just now, and his tendons were also broken. With a kind heart, she immediately went to use her abilities to help the Shinigami people heal. Dag. Orium came to Suifeng first. Suifeng lost an arm, and now the wound was bleeding, so he needed to be treated as soon as possible. Miss, let me treat you for you. Okay, help me stop the bleeding as soon as possible, I still have to fight. Suifeng asked Orium to help her stop the bleeding quickly, and she will fight after stopping the injury. Shuangtian returns to shield. An orange shield appeared, covering Suifeng's severed arm. But the next moment, Suifeng's eyes widened instantly. How is this possible? She was horrified to find that her severed arm not only stopped bleeding, but also gradually regenerated. Broken arms can be reborn. Not far away, Uzuhawa was stunned when she saw this scene. At this moment, Anohana only felt that her medical skills were too far behind Orium's healing ability. Compared to the surprised Shinigami crowd, Arankar from the Void Knight Palace had an ugly face and was terrified. Nanny! Master Zamari was, shot to death by an arrow. Why is this Quincy so strong? It's terrible. That yellow hair is the Kurosaki Ichigo that Aizen-sama mentioned? My god, Kurosaki Ichigo even killed Noitra-sama and Ruby-sama instantly. How could we deal with this monster? We're going to be doomed now. Master Ulquiorra? Master Ulquiorra is not dead. But, how could he be with Kurosaki Ichigo? And also Master Neil, who has disappeared for a long time. It's scary, I just want to run away now. The appearance of Ichigo and others made those subordinate Arrancars terrified. Some even felt that Arrancar's situation was over and wanted to run away desperately. Arrancar, the subordinate officer who wanted to escape, showed his weakness and was beheaded by the opposing Shinigami. Baragan, the former Hueco Mundo king, isn't in the least bit intimidated, though. Instead, he looked directly at Ichigo and everyone, and then set his sights on Ulquiorra and Nilu. Ulquiorra, Nelil, have you become Shinigami lackeys? The Baragan dog can't spit out ivory and speaks ugly words. When Arrancar heard the words, his face couldn't help showing anger. He was angry that Ulquiorra and Nilu were with Shinigami. Yami was also disappointed with Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra, you surrender to the Shinigami. Alas, Laozi really despises you. Yami and Ulquiorra are considered good partners, but Yami didn't expect Ulquiorra to join the Ichigo gang. However, facing the ridicule and doubts from everyone in Arrancar, Ulquiorra did not change his face, and said lightly, "Surrender? No, I used to surrender to Master Aizen. But now, Kurosaki Ichigo and I are companions." Ulquiorra made it very clear. He used to submit to Aizen like these Arrancars, and he was a subordinate of Aizen. This is called submitting to Shinigami. And now he is the companion of Ichigo and others. It is a relationship of companionship. Not surrender. I know Ichigo and I are companions. Eternal companions. Nilu looked down at the Arrancar people without fear, and you are Aizen's subordinates. That's all. Becoming Ichigo's companion is the right thing for her to do. Yulong shook the holy lost in his hands, and spoke for his companions, speaking of, you are Aizen, the Shinigami chicken dog. Hateful. Yulong's words made Baragan, Sailaporo and other Arrancars explode in anger. It turns out that they are the chickens and dogs who surrendered to Aizen. Espadas such as Baragan and Sailaporo are actually dissatisfied with Aizen in their hearts, but due to Aizen's strong strength, they can only be inferior to others, which is a shame. Now this kind of shame is being spoken out in public, and Baragan, as a two-blade, does not dare to refute and protest publicly. After all, Aizen may still be in the Void Palace. Ulquiorra, damn it, you two bastards, it seems that the King of Japan has to kill you today. Baragan is not afraid of anyone except Aizen. Even if Ichigo and the others stood in front of him, he didn't have to be afraid. It's really brave, or self-righteous. Ulquiorra confronts Baragan, and the battle is about to begin. Nilu looked at Sailaporo. Noitra is dead, the enemy remains Sailaporo. Although Nilu is a kind person who doesn't like to kill, but Noitra and Sailaporo teamed up to pry off the masks of her two subordinate officers, and used insidious tricks to attack her, making her and the two subordinate leaders wander around Hueco Mundo. 2013005123 Fila 1204811061. Such a great enmity must never be forgotten. Yo? Nelil, are you hating me? Sailaporo noticed Nilu's eyes, put down the Komamura toy in his hand, and looked at Nilu playfully. Although Nilu is an Arrancar of the Vasto Lord level, Sailaporo is not afraid at all. The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly became more tense. And Ichigo looked as usual, swept everyone below, and then said lightly, "This battle is up to us to end." Chapter 84. It's up to us to end this battle. Ichigo's words spread far and wide, and every word fell into the ears of Shinigami and Arrancar below. Ichigo actually said that it was up to them to end the battle. The tone is not small. If it is Ichigo in the original book, it is true that he does not have such qualifications, but at this time, Ichigo has the same combat power as the ceiling. What's so hard about ending a fight? Renji curled his lips. That Ichigo guy is really cool, he's really good at playing handsome. Since Ichigo appeared on the battlefield, he has become the protagonist of the battlefield, attracting so much attention. Renji couldn't help being a little jealous of Ichigo. That guy, it's good to have him around. Rukia just felt very at ease. With Ichigo around, they seem to be winning. Agent Shinigami, please don't interfere with our battle. I haven't had enough fun yet. Kenpachi didn't want Ichigo and the others to intervene in his battle. Because that would be boring. Yes. I haven't fought so happily for a long time. Although Madarame Ikeko is injured, he is still fighting with his opponents. For these irrelevant battles, Ichigo actually didn't intend to fight himself. Kenpachi and Yujiao wanted to have a good fight, so let them continue to fight. But there seems to be a problem. For Ichigo, it seems that the battle below is quite irrelevant, at least these Arankars are too weak in his opinion. For a while, Ichigo hesitated whether to make a move. An arrogant brat dares to speak wild words. Ichigo's words made Baragan furious. He has always been displeased with Ichigo and the others above appearance. In Hueco Mundo, he is the king of the virtual circle. He wants everyone to know what terror is. Death sigh. Baragan used his aging ability again, and the overwhelming breath of death swept towards Ichigo, as if he wanted to kill Ichigo and them all in one fell swoop. Be careful. This black aura can corrode everything it touches. Once it is contaminated, it will be over. Rukia and Renji hastily reminded Ichigo that Baragan's death has nothing to do with it. Ichigo glanced at Baragan's black dead air, and his eyes couldn't help but feel a little strange. In the eyes of everyone in Shinigami, the fearful death doesn't seem to be very strong. With Ichigo's strong heaven-defying Ryutsu and the passive defense of the static blood outfit, it is estimated that it will be no problem to take a bath in Baragan's dead air. There was no need for Ichigo to attack the black dead air. Ulquiorra stood in front of Ichigo and the others. Give it to me. Ulquiorra's previous battles have been largely aimless, but this time he's fighting for his allies. Ichigo nodded and did not stop. Be careful. Although Baragan's death is not worth mentioning to Ichigo, it is not necessarily the case for others, so one still hopes that Ulquiorra can face it carefully. Block it, Black Winged Demon. Ulquiorra has returned to the blade. And it is directly in the form of the second stage returning blade Black Winged Demon. After the second stage of returning to the blade, the 4 on Ulquiorra's chest also disappeared. It seems that his strength in the soil stage of returning to the blade is no longer just in the category of 40. Also, Ichigo gave him a boost and Ryutsu got a boost. Ulquiorra looked indifferent, raised his left hand, and a emerald green zero condensed on the index finger. Byakuya. The green zero launched, and exploded after encountering the black air of Baman. For a moment, the emerald green light illuminated half of the sky, and the sound of the explosion was deafening. To everyone's surprise, most of Baragan's black death energy was blown away by Ulquiorra's emerald green zero. As long as the power is strong enough to prevent the death air from corroding, it can resist and even explode Baragan's death air. What? Baragan felt the shock for the first time. He never thought that there would be an Arankar that could effectively stop his death sigh. Doesn't his death sigh corrupt everything in this world? He always thought so. But it was blown away by Ulquiorra's emerald green zero. Although Baragan was able to recondense the black death aura, his death aura was indeed effectively stopped by Ulquiorra, which was a great shame for the arrogant and arrogant him. Ulquiorra, are you challenging my majesty? Baragan questioned Ulquiorra grimly. Wu Er's face was indifferent, and he said lightly, you think too highly of yourself. After meeting Ichigo and becoming Ichigo's companion, Ulquiorra knew what it means to be beyond others. With Ichigo's extremely powerful and almost unparalleled strength, he is not arrogant yet, and treats him as a companion. And Baragan is obviously already a subordinate of Aizen, and he still bites his own king and despises other people in various ways. Even when Ulquiorra is fighting him, he feels that Ulquiorra is challenging his majesty as the king of Hueco Mundo. It can only be said that Baragan thinks highly of himself. What are you talking about? You are going to die for me. Baragan was furious, and the black dead energy surged out of his body crazily. He's going to kill Ulquiorra and all of them with all his might. Seeing the black and murderous Baragan, Ulquiorra's expression remained the same, without even a hint of surprise or fear. It seemed that Baragan's ability was nothing more than that in front of him. At the same time, Nilu confronts Sailaporo. In the beginning, Nilu and Sailaporo slashed at close quarters. Because Sailaporo was busy dealing with Nilu's attack, the toy of Komamura that he was holding in his hand fell off, was picked up by Nilu, and threw it to the side of the 7th Squad Vice-Captain shooting range. Let's go! The kind Nilu let the shooting range leave with the seriously injured Komamura. After all, if there are other people nearby, it will inevitably affect the battle, or be accidentally injured. Thank you very much. The shooting range thanked Nilu, and then left for treatment with the seriously injured Komamura on his shoulders. Neliel, you are still so stupid to help Shinigami, stupid kindness. Sailaporo was not angry that Nilu had rescued Komamura. In his opinion, that big dog Komamura had no combat power anymore, so he didn't need to care about it and accused Nilu of being stupid for being kind. It was your kindness that made you what you were, didn't it? Sailaporo tried to recall Nilu's memory and influence Nilu's mentality. At the beginning, Nilu was kind enough to let Neutra go. Not only was Neutra not grateful, she also tied up 2 of Nilu's subordinates and pried off the mask, which made Nilu anxious and resentful, and was accidentally attacked and seriously injured. Guys like you don't deserve to be judged on kindness. Nilu's gaze became deep, and Ryotsuo emerged from her body. She lays Zanpakuto horizontally in front of her. Sing it, Gazelle Rider! Nilu has returned to the blade. Immediately, the powerful Ryotsuo belonging to Vasto Lord spread in all directions, and Nilu turned into a human-headed sheep body holding an oval spear. Asking for flowers. Sailaporo narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the powerful Ryotsuo after Nilu returned to the sword. He also had to be cautious. After all, no matter how kind Nilu is, she is still a Vasto Lord Arankar, and he has already degenerated into the Queen Cass. We have to be careful. Niluelu, you are going back to the edge, but can your body bear it? Your virtual face is... Sailaporo wanted to say that Nilu's void mask had been seriously injured, and she might not be able to withstand the powerful force behind the blade. After all, Su's mask is very important. Even if it is damaged, it cannot become stronger. If it is broken, the Ryotsu will continue to be lost, just like Nilu in the child form before. But Sailaporo didn't finish his sentence at all, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Your virtual face, recovered. Only then did Sailaporo notice that the void mask on Nilu's head was intact. This is an incredible thing. After all, so far, if Y's mask is damaged, there is no way to repair it. And Nilu's mask is still intact. This is of course due to Ichigo's acceleration ability, which directly allowed Nilu to recover from her injuries, and also Hyaku's return to Blade. 0. This made Sailaporo, who had a little luck, look ugly. Humph, so what? Sailaporo is still stubborn, Neliel, don't forget, I used to be $0. Even with my present appearance, my strength is not comparable to yours. Sailaporo is so confident when facing Nilu. Nilu looked at him as if full of pity, as if she was looking at a poor creature. Forget it, let me show you what is the real return to the blade. Nilu said such a sentence that made Seireitei very difficult to understand. The real return to the blade. Returning to the blade, isn't it returning to the blade? Aizen used Hagyaku to help them break the boundary of the void and let them gain the power of Shinigami to become Arrancar. Arrancar's sword liberation is returning to the blade. Are there any other blades? Seireitei, the Hueco Mundo scientist, can't figure it out. It's impossible. On the other side, Ulquiorra shook his head at the death sigh that Baragan had unleashed anew. Hey! Baragan didn't understand why Ulquiorra shook his head at the strongest death sigh he had left behind. His black death energy is an incomparable power that can corrupt everything. But why does Ulquiorra still shake his head? This BD just blocked my death sigh once, so arrogant. Baragan was furious, feeling that Ulquiorra was too arrogant and underestimated him. And the next moment, whether it was Baragan or Seireitei or all Arrancars, they were all shocked. Because Ulquiorra and Nilu, who had already returned to the blade, unexpectedly returned to the blade again. Ulquiorra looked calm, and lightly read the liberation language, block it completely, Black Wing Demon. Nilu also read, sing it all, Antelope Knight. In an instant, Radao's emerald green and a red super strong Ryutsu soared into the sky. The strength of these two strands of Ryutsu surpasses any espada. The power of Ryutsu sweeps all directions. Even the sky over the Sui Palace is green on one side and red on the other, and it also rains green and red. These two strong Ryutsu make all Arrancar feel shocked and even suffocated. Ulquiorra and Nilu appear in the form of Hagyaku's transformation blade. The so-called returning edge is used to describe this kind of thing. This is called returning to the blade. Chapter 85. Ulquiorra and Nilu unexpectedly appeared in front of everyone in a brand new return blade form. Stronger form, stronger Ryutsu, stronger sense of oppression. After all Arrancar felt the horror of Ulquiorra and Nilu's Ryutsu, it felt like a heavy boulder was pressed above their heads. It was suffocating. This Hagyaku form of Ulquiorra and Nilu is the strongest return form. Returning blades from other espadas simply cannot compare. Ulquiorra and Nilu in Hagyaku's return to blade form, Ryutsu's strength and power, are almost at the ceiling level. What? What's going on here? How can you return the blade? Baragan's skulls all opened their mouths wide, their faces full of bewilderment. Previously, Ulquiorra's ability to return to the blade in 2 stages has surprised him and all Arrancars. After all, except for Ulquiorra, all other Arrancars can only return to the blade in 1 stage. But now, Ulquiorra turned back into a stronger form. Even Nilu, Baragan and all Arrancar don't understand what's going on. How come Ulquiorra and Nilu can use this extremely powerful return blade form? Why? I don't understand. I, the king of Hueco Mundo, don't even know that there is such a power. Why? Baragan's mind exploded. He claims to be the king of the virtual circle, 437, but his Arrancar still relies on Aizen's Hagyaku, but Ulquiorra is an Arrancar by himself, and he has a second return. Now Ulquiorra not only has a second return blade, but also shows a stronger return blade form. Judging from Ryutsu's breath alone, he crushed Baragan, the king of virtual circles. Even, after touching the emerald green raindrops in the sky, the black death energy emerging from Baragan's body was extinguished like fire meeting water. Ulquiorra's Ryutsu is so powerful. Seireitei is also full of astonishment and horror. Nani! There is a new form above returning blade. Why didn't I know before? Nalel, how did you and Ulquiorra realize such power? Please tell me. Seireitei was also completely blown away by Hagyaku's return to the blade form of Nilu. He is the original Zero Blade, and he is superior to all heroes, but he has never seen such power. Even wanting to get stronger power, he begged Nilu to tell him how to get it like crazy. Unfortunately, it was Niyuan's cold eyes that responded to him. Nilu said coldly, guys like you don't deserve such power at all. Others on the battlefield, whether it was Arrancar or Shinigami, paused the battle and looked at Ulquiorra and Nilu in unison. Eyes full of shock. Yami swallowed with a horrified expression. Ulquiorra, what's the matter with his form? What a horrible oppressive feeling. Yami has now returned to Blade Zero, theoretically Arrancar with the strongest killing ability in Espada. But now Ulquiorra and Nilu show a new return to the blade form, completely crushing him. Just looking at Ulquiorra from a distance, he felt a strong sense of oppression. So strong. Grimjo's pupils shrank and his spine shivered as he fought fiercely with Chweer. For a long time, the rebellious he did not like Ulquiorra, and even wanted to conflict with Ulquiorra several times, but Ulquiorra was often unwilling to talk to him. Grimjo also realized the gap between him and Ulquiorra today. This gap is too huge, especially in front of Ulquiorra, who is now in Hgyaku's blade form. Grimjo feels like an ant. Just feeling the Ryotsu breath from Ulquiorra, my body trembled uncontrollably and I broke out in cold sweat. The power gap is too big. The other subordinate officers, Arrancar, were also scared out of their wits, each and every one of them was terrified. The same is true for everyone in Shinigami, all of them look unbelievable. Byakuya took a deep breath, what a strong Ryotsu. Ulquiorra and Nilu's Ryotsu is too strong, even Byakuya is a little scared. What a powerful guy. Even stronger than this big guy we dealt with. Kenpachi said with a laugh. Yami is already very strong and difficult to deal with, even if Kenpachi and Byakuya team up, they only have a slight advantage. But Kenpachi knows that if he and Byakuya team up against Ulquiorra, they have little chance of winning. Because Ulquiorra is much stronger than Yami. Both Sui Feng and Omida were frightened, with sweat dripping from their foreheads. Sui Feng's throat rolled several times, and he finally managed to say a word. Fortunately they are not enemies. Okokokok. The sluggish Omida nodded frantically like a woodpecker, fully agreeing with Sui Feng's point of view. Thankfully Ulquiorra and Nilu are Ichigo's companions and not their enemies, otherwise, it would be too difficult to deal with. Ichimarujin scratched his head and said helplessly, it's really scary, so scary. The four-tone Captain Uzuhawa's breathing became a little faster, and even she felt shocked. Arrancar can be so powerful. Over the past few hundred years, Shinigami's peak combat power should be said to have crushed Hueco Mundo's Minos Grande. Even Baragan, who is almost the top combat power of Hueco Mundo, is not enough to look at in front of Captain Yamamoto. It is also the first time that Anohana and other Shinigami have seen Arrancar as powerful as Ulquiorra and Nilu. Their mighty Ryotsu turned the sky green and red, and rained green and red. The breath is really strong. Thunder Spear. Hgyaku's Ulquiorra grabbed it from the air, and a green spear appeared from it. Ulquiorra no nonsense, the thunderbolt hurls straight at Baragan. A gust of breath came over, making Baragan wake up suddenly. Death sigh. Baragan wouldn't sit still, the black death energy on his body surged like sea water, overwhelming him in front of him. I don't believe you can break through this king's defense. This king's strength is invincible. Baragan let out the dead air with all his strength. Until now he thought his death sigh was invincible. But in the next moment, the emerald green thunder spear directly passed through the black air and came to Baragan's forehead. Baragan tried his best and failed to block Ulquiorra's thunder spear. Baragan unbelievable. How can it be? Then with a whoosh, the thunder lance pierced Baragan's skull. Impaled in the head, Baragan is powerless revolving heaven. The figure dissipated, and the black death energy released by the sigh of death also disappeared. Baragan, Lord of the Void Circle, died in horror and disbelief. Swish. The audience is silent. Lord Baragan is dead. Baragan has many subordinate officers, and these subordinate officers are his former subordinates. In their eyes, Baragan, who was invincible, was killed by Ulquiorra in one move. All Arankars are stunned. Unbelievable and terrified at the same time, trembling all over. What a powerful force to instantly kill Baragan, Ulquiorra. Everyone in Shinigami gasped. I am even more fortunate that Ulquiorra is Ichigo's companion, otherwise, I am afraid that they will be the ones who will be caught. Very strong, Ulquiorra. So strong. Even Ichigo and Uriah behind him gave Ulquiorra a thumbs up. Ulquiorra in Hagyaku's returning blade form is really strong. It's the truth. The other side. Seireitei panicked even more when he saw that Baragan was instantly killed. Quickly kneel down and beg for mercy. Nilie, Master Nilu, please forgive me. I beg you to forgive me. I know I was wrong, and I dare not do it again. Sir Nilu, please. It was Neutra's idea in the past, and it's completely none of my business. The world can learn from it, Master Nilu. In the face of absolute overwhelming power, Seireitei, who was originally sinister and confident, knelt down to Nilu like a stick of oil and begged for mercy. Nilu didn't expect that Seireitei would admit that he was in love directly, and kowtowed to her for mercy. The kind-hearted Nilu was affected by Seireitei's appearance and lies, and she couldn't help but hesitated, but she couldn't make a move right away. Seireitei sensed that Nilu was shaken, and caught Nilu's flaw at this moment. Unexpectedly, a pack of powder-like things appeared in his hand toward Nilu. This is the psychedelic drug that he and Neutra used to sneak attack on Nilu. It can make people hallucinate for a moment, and then carry out a sneak attack. Seireitei knew that although Nilu hesitated, she would definitely not choose to forgive him, so he launched another sneak attack. Niluelu, die because of it. Ha ha ha. At the same time as the hallucinogenic drug was sprinkled, the pair of branch-like wings behind Seireitei immediately wrapped towards Nilu. He wants to sneak attack, then control and kill Nilu. No matter how strong Nilu is, if she falls for his ability, maybe she can only be slaughtered by him like the previous Komamura Seigen. However, Radao's voice woke him up. What a despicable method! Ichigo had noticed the battle here at some point. Although he was far away from Nilu, with a wave of Ichigo's hand, a powerful Ryotsu Storm 3.3 appeared and instantly blew away Seireitei's hallucinogenic drugs. As a result, he failed to hallucinate Nilu. Moreover, the Ryotsu Storm that Ichigo waved was so powerful that Seireitei found it hard to resist, and his pair of wings attacking Nilu couldn't move forward anymore. Nani! Seireitei just felt like he had seen a ghost. Ichigo obviously didn't make a lot of moves and didn't even draw his sword, but he possessed such amazing power with just a wave of his hand. Only then did Seireitei realize that Ichigo is the real big terror. Scarier than Hagyaku's Ulquiorra and Nilo. It's over. Nilu had already reacted, and the oval spear in her hand instantly pierced the disabled head. Blood splattered and brains burst out. 8th Espada Seireitei dies instantly. Nilu's heart was also relieved. Neutra and Seireitei are dead, the old feud is over. Immediately, she turned her head and gave Ichigo a sweet smile. A chirp! Nilu yelled while running towards Ichigo. Ichigo remembered the feeling of being hugged by Nilu before, and Yushi panicked and left in a hurry. Don't, Nilu, don't come here. Chapter 86. Miss Nilu, please don't do this, Mr. Kurosaka's injury hasn't healed yet. Orium, who was treating Shinigami's wounded, saw that Nilu wanted to rush to hug Ichigo, so he hurriedly stopped him. Hey? Is there a problem? Nilu stopped in her tracks, looking very puzzled. For her pure and kind-hearted, she likes to be close to Ichigo, and wants to hug Ichigo when she is happy, which is a matter of course. Orium's heart was a little sour, and for the sake of Ichigo, she reminded with an awkward smile, there are many people here, no, it's not suitable. Miss Nilu. It was only then that Nilu realized that with so many people watching, hugging Ichigo was really inappropriate. She's being rude. Seeing that Nilou didn't come, Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, whether it is Shinigami or Arrancar, the faces are full of shock and fear. Some weak Arrancars even felt chills down their spines and swallowed wildly. By Lord Baragan and Lord Sail Aporo, that's all, dead. All Arrancar felt incredible. Baragan and Sail Aporo, who have always been extremely powerful, were instantly killed by Ulquiorra and Nilou. And it's an upright frontal instant kill, not the kind of sneak attack. It's just completely crushed. Oh my god! Grimmjow, who was fighting Chwir inseparably, was full of horror, and both stopped fighting, with a dull face. Ulquiorra and Nilou's Hagyaku turned into a blade form is too powerful, which shocked Grimmjow, and felt that 23 was like an ant, weak and weak. He used to provoke Ulquiorra a lot, now, Grimmjow just feels like a clown. Not even qualified to challenge Ulquiorra. The gap between Ajichas and Vasto Lord is so wide. Grimmjow is still only Ajichas, which is relatively strong, but it is one level lower than Vasto Lord, and there is a big gap in strength between the two sides. No. More than that. Grimmjow's face turned terrified. Because the two-blade Baragan was instantly killed by Ulquiorra, he felt that even if the one-blade Stark came, it would almost be the same result. The same Vasto Lord Arrancar, the gap is still so big. Let alone his little Ajichas Arrancar. After returning to the blade, Yami became a huge angry beast and faced Zaraki Kenpachi and Byakuya Kuchiki with all his strength. Although he gradually fell into a disadvantage, he had a good record against two captains alone. This power is amazing. How did Ulquiorra become so powerful all of a sudden? And Nilou too. The strength of Ulquiorra and Nilou makes Yami, who is a blade, feel unattainable. Yami thinks that if Ulquiorra is used to deal with Byakuya and Kenpachi, he might be able to instantly kill these two like he killed Baragan. I don't deserve to be this zero blade at all. Yami was a little ashamed again. He was far from Ulquiorra in strength. Ulquiorra had only 4 blades before, but he turned out to have blades after returning the blades. Yami thinks that Aizen really misjudged him. He greatly underestimated Ulquiorra's strength, and Ulquiorra should be in charge of his zero blade. Unbeknownst to Yami, both Ulquiorra and Nilou realized the powerful Hagyaku after becoming Ichigo's companions. Those Arrancars of subordinate rank were terrified and desperate. Even the mighty Baragan and Sail Aporo were instantly killed, let alone them. Ulquiorra and Nilou are enough to sweep the entire Espada army and all Arrancar. Not to mention that Uryu and Ichigo haven't made much of a move yet. For a time, all Arrancars were desperate. In this big melee, the outcome is already obvious. The Shinigami members of the Hueco Mundo Conquest team were also deeply shocked by the astonishing combat power shown by Ulquiorra and Nilou, who were turned into knives by Hagyaku. Even captain-level Shinigami such as Byakuya, Chwir, etc. feel unbelievable. Hagyaku's Ulquiorra and Nilou are just too strong. It even made everyone in Shinigami wonder, are these two really Arrancar? It is also Arrancar, but why is there such a big difference in strength? Baragan is a 2-blade, Yami is a blade, but Ulquiorra's strength far surpasses these two. Sure enough, the legend is true. Chwir gasped. He remembered the gossip he had heard somewhere before, saying that Hueco Mundo could destroy the Soul Society with just a few Vasto Lord Minos Grande. Looking at it now, if all of these Vasto Lord Minos Grandes are as powerful as Ulquiorra and Nilou, which has almost reached the virtual apex, this possibility is really possible. Matsumoto Rangiku, Madarame Ikeku, Hisagi Shuae and other vice-captains also nodded in agreement, fully agreeing with Chwir's opinion. It's terrible, it's terrible. Ichimaru-jin also sighed. What's even more unexpected is that they are also Kurosaki Ichigo's companions, and Kurosaki Ichigo is the scariest. Captain Aizen, you must have a headache right now. Ichimaru-jin is talking to himself, he thinks Ichigo is the scariest. Even the very powerful Ulquiorra and Nilou were Ichigo's companions when Kato was defeated by a single blow. Ichimaru-jin guesses that Aizen is also having a headache for Ichigo now. Because Ichigo is too strong, it is very difficult to deal with. Who would have thought that not long ago Ichigo was still his most anticipated experimental material in the eyes of Aizen, but now, Ichigo has completely exceeded Aizen's control, and even Aizen may not necessarily be Ichigo's opponent. So much has changed. So strong. Those two new Arrancar companions recruited by Ichigo are so strong. Too strong. Even Renji and Rukia were shocked. They have been loaded by Ichigo as the full-level number in the original book, even so, they are very shocked by the strength displayed by Ulquiorra and Nilou. Kill Baragan in seconds. This shock is enough to make people indelible. Everyone was shocked, gasped, and the battle actually stopped. Seeing that the time is ripe, Ichigo, standing on the sky cover of Sui Palace, swept everyone on the battlefield, and said slowly, "There is no need to continue this battle. Don't add more casualties, let's end here. Surrender without killing." Ichigo's heart is still very kind, whether it's Shinigami or Su, except for some who must be killed, now Baragan, Seireitei, Zamari, and Aranillo, he doesn't want too many casualties. As long as Arrancar surrenders, he can save himself from death. If anyone still wants to fight, I will be his tail. Ichigo added another sentence. Whoever refuses to accept, whoever still wants to fight, he can accompany him. Ichigo's words spread all over the world and reached everyone's ears. Whether it was the Shinigami people or the remaining Arrancar, they all stopped at the same time. Ichigo has spoken, who dare not listen? If you refuse to accept and fight with Ichigo, isn't that courting death? So everyone shook their bodies and stopped. Although there were no deaths among the Shinigami people, because some people were controlled by Zamari or eroded by Baragan's dead energy just now, they were either injured or missing arms and legs, so they didn't want to continue fighting. Moreover, most Shinigami are not bloodthirsty people. Even if all the Arrancars are killed, it will definitely not benefit the Soul Society, and may cause an imbalance of the souls of the three realms. Stop! Byakuya officially ordered that all Shinigami stop. After hearing what 893 told Ichigo, those Arrancars were amnesty. Because of the current situation, they have no choice but to surrender. Surrender can save lives, and seeing life from despair, most of the remaining Arrancars are pleasantly surprised. They knelt down and worshipped Ichigo and the others. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord, for pardoning us. We will never forget your great kindness. I surrender, surrender. Lord Shinigami, and Ulquiorra-sama, and Nelil-sama. I would like to follow the example of all of you." Arrancar, some of the subordinate officers who survived the catastrophe, is grateful to Ichigo. Grimmjow gritted his teeth, in the face of life and death, he let go of his arrogance and surrendered. Yami also released the returning blade and returned to human form. If he fights any more, he faces Kenpachi and Byakuya, and eventually he dies from exhaustion. Surrender changed the situation. All Arrancar surrendered to Ichigo and saved their lives. Ichigo didn't care much about this. For him, he just followed his heart and did a good deed. Thus, this big melee is over. The Arrancar side suffered heavy casualties, the 9th Espada Aranillo, the 7th Espada Zamari, the 8th Espada Seireitei and the 2nd Espada Baragan all died, and more than a dozen subordinate officers Arrancar were also killed by the Shinigami crowd. Among the Arrancars, only Yami with 0 blades, Grimmjow with 6 blades and the remaining 7 or 8 Arrancars survived. If Ichigo hadn't come forward, they would have died in battle too. Several Shinigami personnel were injured, but no one was killed. But the Shinigami members of the Hueco Mundo Crusade did not dare to relax. Because they only defeated the Arrancar crowd with the help of Ichigo, Aizen hasn't made a move yet. All Shinigami, look forward to the Kyoya Palace in unison. Byakuya gave an order, Enter the Night Palace. However, Ichigo, who was standing above Sui Palace, shook his head. Chapter 87. The ultimate purpose of the Hueco Mundo expedition team to Hueco Mundo is to capture Aizen. So, even if the Shinigami people defeated Baragan and other Arrancar with the help of Ichigo and won the melee, it doesn't mean the matter is over. Aizen walked out of the Void Night Palace once at the beginning, and after saying hello to the Shinigami people, he led Tosen Kaname, 1-blade Star K and 3-blade Helibel back to the Void Night Palace. At this time, almost everyone felt that Aizen was still in the Sui Palace. Byakuya directs the Shinigami people to enter the Palace of Void Knights to arrest Aizen. But Ichigo, who was standing at the top of Sui Palace, shook his head. The Shinigami were puzzled, not knowing what Ichigo meant. What happened to Ichigo? Renji and Rukia asked suspiciously. The Shinigami people also stopped. I saw Ichigo's face was serious, and he said slowly, Aizen is not here anymore. Ichigo's words shocked everyone. Ichigo actually said that Aizen is not in Sui Palace anymore? It was clearly still there just now. Ichigo looked deeply, and continued, didn't you notice? There is no Ryutsu of Aizen in Sui Palace, and there is no Ryutsu of others. Ichigo has been trying to sense Aizen's Ryutsu from the moment he arrived at Konya Palace. But I can't feel it at all. Although there have been props such as Cloak of Invisibility that can hide Ryutsu before. But Ichigo's consciousness scanned the entire Sui Palace, and he didn't find anyone's Ryutsu. Even if Aizen wears the Cloak of Invisibility, it is impossible for all other Arrancars to wear it, right? Only then did everyone wake up. They really didn't feel Aizen and any Arrancar's Ryutsu in Night Palace. Aizen has already left? Could it be that he hid? Or did he deliberately set a trap in the Void Palace? Sui Feng was a little bit reconciled, thinking that Aizen might be hiding because of the general situation is over. It's like empty city tricks, deceiving everyone in Shinigami. Yulong pushed his glasses and retorted to Sui Feng. If Aizen and the others are still inside, why didn't they come out to support Arrancar when they fell into a disadvantage in the battle just now? According to what you said, besides Aizen, there are several powerful Arrancars beside Aizen. Why don't they come out to support? Because they are no longer here. Yulong is right. If Aizen and the others were still in the Void Night Palace, it would be impossible not to come out just now and watch Arrancar lose. The reason why Ichigo is so sure that Aizen ran away, besides these two reasons, there is another reason. I don't believe it. Everyone rushed into the Void Night Palace with me. Sui Feng shouted loudly, ordering some people to rush into the Sui Palace to search for Aizen's traces. Chuir took the lead, and some Shinigami also rushed into Sui Palace. They searched for a long time, let alone Aizen, they didn't even see a single person. Indeed, as Ichigo said, Aizen has left Hueco Mundo early. Damn it, let him run away. Sui Feng gritted his teeth, with a look of dissatisfaction. It was hard to defeat those powerful Arrancars and cut off the claws of Aizen, and Aizen has already escaped its shell. Although the victory just now has basically nothing to do with Sui Feng. Aizen! UBD! Where are you? Chuir mentality is also a bit explosive. He dreamed of killing Aizen, but Aizen disappeared from his sight again. They also don't know where Aizen went and where he is? BD! Komamura Seijin was also furious and spit out a mouthful of blood. He was hit by Sailaporo's ability just now, and various torsos and organs were ruptured and seriously injured. But even so, Komamura still wants to bring back Tosen. The will is touching, but the strength is a bit low. Aizen big, Aizen actually ran away. All of Arrancar's looks of disbelief. They are Aizen's subordinates, and Aizen not only waited for death to them just now, but also abandoned them without saying a word, and left the Void Night Palace further. What are they in Aizen's eyes? What are they regarded as by Aizen? Ulquiorra closed his eyes and sighed softly. Sure enough, as Ichigo said before, Aizen just regarded Arrancar as a tool for him to use from the beginning to the end. It's always been Jing Xiao's life and death. Their only effect on the Aizen is to drain the power of the Godai 13 Shinigami. That's all. What a cold heart. Yulong and Sato couldn't help sighing. Aizen is really indifferent, he doesn't treat Arrancar as a human being at all. BD. Damn Aizen. The surviving Arrancars such as Yami and Grimjo also gritted their teeth. Although they don't obey Aizen very much in their hearts, they have done a lot for Aizen. But Aizen didn't care about their life and death at all, and just abandoned them. It would be heartbreaking and irritating for anyone to do this. A chirp. Rukia yelled, so, where did Aizen go now? Ichigo, do you have a clue? Renji also hastily asked. The most important thing now is to know where Aizen has gone. Is Aizen still in Hueco Mundo? Or somewhere else? Ichigo's face became serious, and he said slowly, I'm not in Hueco Mundo anymore, Aizen is either going to Karakura Town or going to Soul Society. What? Ichigo's words shocked everyone in Shinigami. Aizen is no longer in Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo has no trace of Aizen. Aizen is either going to Karakura Town or going to Soul Society. No, we have to go right away. The Hueco Mundo Conquest team, except for the captain of Yamamoto, Jingle, and Jushiro, the other captains are here, almost most of the strength of Godai 13. If Aizen goes to Karakura Town and Soul Society, will Captain Yamamoto be able to handle it? The Shinigami members of the Conquest team wanted to teleport back as soon as possible. However, an indifferent voice woke them up. It's useless, Hueco Mundo's space has been blocked, and you can't leave in a short time. Ulquiorra spoke softly. Not to mention the Shinigami people, even Ulquiorra can't open the black cavity now. Hueco Mundo's space teleportation has been blocked by Aizen with some special means. No one can leave for the time being. Yinmen, open the transmission. Kuratsuka Mayuri, who was seriously injured, did not believe in evil, and asked Nai Yinmen to open up the dark cavity. But Nai Yinmen didn't respond at all after trying it. Kuratsuka Mayuri-sama, the space is really blocked. All the Arrancars were also surprised, and they all tried to open the Hueco Mundo. Failed without exception. Everyone also understood that this is Aizen's fault. Aizen didn't know what method they used to temporarily block Hueco Mundo's space, trapping them in the virtual circle. Aizen not only trapped most of Hueco Mundo's Godai 13 force, but also trapped Ichigo and the others. This is the real purpose of Aizen. When Aizen learned that the Hueco Mundo Crusaders had entered the Hueco Mundo, he began planning. Ichigo and the others passed through the portal opened by Urahara Kisuke, the teleportation space was disordered and the teleportation shifted, which was also caused by the blockade of the space by Aizen. Whether it is Shinigami or the young Ichigo, Aizen is superior in terms of intelligence and strategy. At this time, Aizen has appeared in the sky above Seireitei with Tosen and several Arrancars. Aizen stood in the air, looked down at Seireitei, and said with a faint smile. Clear the obstacles first, and then go to Karakura Town to create the King Key. Chapter 88. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. Damn it, is there no way to open the black cavity and leave here? The expressions of Sui Feng, Chuir, and other Shinigami people were very ugly. Aizen didn't know how to temporarily close Hueco Mundo's space, causing Shinigami and Ichigo to be besieged here. And Aizen is either going to Soul Society or Karakura Town. Soul Society now only has 3 captains: Yamamoto, Kiraku, and Jushiro. All Shinigami are extremely anxious. Even Ichigo is anxious. Although he has obtained extremely strong power now, but in terms of mind and experience, he is still far from Aizen's sophistication, which is an undeniable objective fact. Ulquiorra, Nilu, how can I open the black cavity? How long will it take? Ichigo asked eagerly. His father and 2 younger sisters are still in Karakura Town. If Aizen goes to Karakura Town to create Wangjian, hundreds of thousands of humans will need to be sacrificed. This is not a good thing. Ichigo must stop Aizen. Ulquiorra frowned slightly, and said lightly, I don't know what kind of means Aizen has used to seal the space of Hueco Mundo, but this closure is temporary, and I feel that the sealing power of the space is gradually weakening. It will take about 2/4 of an hour, and the seal will be weakened by more than half, and perhaps it can be forcibly opened by then. From the moment Ulquiorra stepped into the Hueco Mundo, the space around him felt sealed. Aizen's means are monstrous, but it is impossible to seal the entire space of Hueco Mundo for a long time. Ulquiorra has already felt that the seal of the space will weaken by 390 with the passage of time. As long as the power of the seal is halved, he can try to open the black cavity. And that takes about 2/4 of an hour. 2/4 of an hour, it must be in time. Ichigo, Yulong, and others were anxious, but they had no choice but to wait. Renji came over and patted Ichigo on the shoulder. Although he was also nervous, he still persuaded him, don't worry Ichigo, trust the captain. They'll be able to stop Aizen. Soul Society also has Captain Yamamoto, Kiraku, and Jushiro, 2 old captains. No matter whether Aizen goes to Soul Society or Karakura Town, Captain Yamamoto will not sit idly by and will definitely come out. And Yamamoto is the captain of Godai 13. The strongest Shinigami in the millennium. After Renji said this, everyone in Shinigami immediately raised their confidence. With Captain Yamamoto guarding the Soul Society, how can Aizen be allowed to mess around? All they can do now, except wait, is to believe that Captain Yamamoto can defeat Aizen. Sui Feng, it will be fine, the captain will definitely kill the traitor Aizen. Hitsuga Ichwir, it's a pity I can't kill that BD Aizen with my own hands. Komamura Seijin, Master Genryuze will eradicate evil and uphold the justice of Seireitei. Zaraki Kenpachi, Old Man Shan is terrible when he loses his temper. Many Shinigami in Godai 13 have confidence in Captain Yamamoto, and think that Captain Yamamoto is likely to defeat Aizen. After all, Captain Yamamoto is known as the strongest Shinigami in the millennium. However, Ichigo's heart still didn't relax in the slightest. Can Captain Yamamoto alone really stop Aizen? The other side. Aizen and his crew have appeared over Seireitei in the Soul Society. His purpose was to go to Karakura Town to create Wangjian, and then use the Wang Key to enter the Soul King Palace, but Aizen also expected that his behavior would definitely be stopped by Captain Yamamoto. So, just come directly to Soul Society, defeat the Shinigami people first, and then go to Karakura Town to create the King Key. At this moment, Aizen, Tosen, 1-Blade Star K, 3-Blade Hellibel, Wanda Weiss, a Big Eye, and several subordinate officers stood proudly above Seireitei. Seireitei's soul cloaking membrane was cut into pieces by Aizen with a raised hand. Captain Yamamoto of the 1st Division, Kirako Shunsui of the 8th Division, Jaishur Yukatake of the 13th Division, and even all the Shinigami in Seireitei all changed their complexions and even panicked. There is an enemy attack. It's Aizen, look at the sky, it's Aizen and some powerful guys. Aizen is attacking from Hueco Mundo. What's going on here? Didn't the Hueco Mundo conquest team go to Hueco Mundo? Why did Aizen come from Hueco Mundo to Seireitei? Could it be that the Hueco Mundo conquest team was wiped out? Oh my god, Seireitei's occult mask has been destroyed again. So strong. Those Arankars next to Aizen are very dangerous and difficult to deal with. All Shinigami ready for battle. Aizen's sudden appearance at this time made everyone in the Shinigami terrified, and many Shinigami were running around like ants on a hot pot. At this time, the strength of Seireitei Godai 13 is relatively empty, and Aizen and the others appear here. Does it mean that the Hueco Mundo conquest team has been wiped out? While the Shinigami panicked, Captain Yamamoto, Kiraku, and Jushiro immediately came to the sky above Seireitei to confront Aizen. Seeing the appearance of Captain Yamamoto, Godai 13's Shinigami minions finally calmed down from their panic. Captain Yamamoto is the strongest among the Godai 13 captains. He is known as the strongest Shinigami, could be, in the millennium. His existence is like the magic needle of Dingai. With Yamamoto, Seireitei is there. Don't be afraid, we still have the captain. The Shinigami minions regained their confidence and believed that Captain Yamamoto would be able to stop Aizen and protect Seireitei. Captain Yamamoto's eyes were like torches, his face was full of vicissitudes and majesty, staring at Aizen in front of him. Little devil! Captain Yamamoto called him a kid. Aizen was not afraid at all, riding Captain Yamamoto's eyes. Yamamoto Yuan Li Yuzai, as I said before, your weakness is that you are too arrogant. Aizen is outspoken, and even the faint smile on his face seems to be a little sarcastic. Captain Yamamoto squinted his eyes, he was not very eloquent, and he couldn't compete with Aizen at all. Jingle and Jushiro were dignified. Jingle narrowed his eyes slightly, and murmured, strange, didn't Urahara Kisuk say that it would take nearly 3 hours for Hagyaku to awaken? It's only been more than a month now. Aizen still had a faint smile on his face. He knew that the other party was tricking him, but he still said calmly, Kurako Shunsui, is it your idea to let Shinigami people enter Hueco Mundo? Jingle frowned. Aizen, I have to thank you, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to trap Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. Hearing this, Ellie and Jushiro were taken aback. Jingle previously proposed to set up a Hueco Mundo conquest team to attack Arrancar and Aizen, but unexpectedly attracted Ichigo to go, and Aizen therefore trapped the more feared ones such as Kenpachi, Anohana, Uryu, and the most feared Ichigo in Hueco Mundo. The Hueco Mundo crusade was victorious, but trapped. The last thing Aizen wants to face right now is Ichigo, at least until he fuses with Hagyaku. At this moment, Jingle and Jushiro don't know whether to be happy or worried. Ah! The Yamamoto team snorted coldly, don't get carried away, brat. Aizen's words seem to be that he only fears Ichigo, and never takes the old guy Captain Yamamoto seriously. This made Yamamoto feel that Aizen was too smug and arrogant. The crutch in Captain Yamamoto's hand became Zanpakuto, and he pulled Zanpakuto Rijinjaka out of his body. Rijinjaka is the strongest Zanpakuto in Soul Society's hot department, claiming to have the strongest attack power. As soon as Rijinjaka was pulled out, raging flames shone on the body of the knife, and the surrounding temperature suddenly increased a lot. Even though they are far apart, Arrancars can feel the heat of Rijinjaka in Captain Yamamoto's hand. Everything is turned to ashes, Rijinjaka. Yamamoto freed his Zanpakuto and swung at Aizen and the others. The city is on fire. A raging flame rushed towards Aizen and the others, trying to surround Aizen in the flames. However, Aizen is calm and collected. The huge Arrancar with one eye behind him stood up. This huge one-eyed Arrancar appeared in the rift above the Soul Society when Aizen escaped from the Soul Society. It's that huge eye. His name is Fleur. He goes well with Invades. A strong breath spewed out from Fleu's mouth, and this breath directly blew away Captain Yamamoto's flame. What? Jingle, Jushiro, and the others all widened their eyes in disbelief. Arrancar was able to extinguish Captain Yamamoto's flame. Captain Yamamoto also did not expect that the flames of his Rijinjaka were defused by Arrancar for the first time. Aizen smiled lightly, I warned you, Yamamoto Motoyanagi, you are too arrogant. Chapter 89. In the original book, after the huge one-eyed Arrancar Fleur appeared, he blew out the flames that Captain Yamamoto surrounded Aizen and set fire to the city. It can be seen that the breath blown by Arrancar has a restraining effect on the flame. At this time, the flame of Shikai, the captain of Yamamoto, was also extinguished by it, and everyone in Shinigami was stunned. Kiraku narrowed his eyes. They just paid too much attention to Aizen himself, and ignored the Arrancars brought by Aizen. This is tricky. Kiraku and Jushiro understand that these Arrancars brought by Aizen are not easy to deal with. In addition to the one-eyed Arrancar who just extinguished the flame of Yamamoto's Captain Rijinjaka, there is also the one-blade Starkey who looks like an uncle, the three-blade Hellable who looks like a queen, and the silly-looking Wanda Wise, and several others from subordinate officer. This makes things tricky for Kiraku and Jushiro. After Captain Yamamoto's flame was blown out by the one-eyed Aaron Carr, he was not in a hurry to make another move. Instead, confront Aizen. The bosses of the two camps face off. Let the subordinates fight first, and save the boss for the final duel. There is no need for Aizen and Yamamoto to say more, the personnel of both sides have also selected their opponents. Yet, things like fighting are boring. Starkey scratched his head, appearing across from Jingle. Starkey's desire for fighting has always been low. Compared to fighting, he might as well sleep. But he is Aizen's subordinate, even if he is fishing, he has to work hard. Next to Starkey is Lilynet, a subordinate officer. In fact, Lilynet is a part of his split soul, and they are the same person. Starkey, go, kill those nasty Shinigami. Lilynet is like a child who is not afraid of anything, shouting and killing all day long. Starkey clutched his forehead, looking resigned. Don't mess around, that guy on the other side is hard to deal with. Starkey was referring to Jingle, of course. Jing Le supported the bamboo hat on his head, squinted his eyes slightly, and asked tentatively, if I'm not wrong, you should be number 2 Espada, right? Number 2. Stark froze for a moment, then looked at Hellable who was not far away, with a slightly strange expression on his face. If you want to come to Jingle, you should think that Hellable is the number 1, and Starkey, who looks lazy, is the number 2. Jingle guessed wrong. Lily Knight immediately pointed at Jingle and started cursing. What kind of eyes are you, old man? Are you old and dizzy? How could Starkey be number 2? It's number 1, understand? Lilynet gritted her teeth and took off the glove on Starkey's left hand, revealing the number 1 on the back of her hand. Starkey is the number 1 Espada. Not to mention Hellable, even Baragan is only number 2, number 1 belongs to Starkey. Starkey scratched his head, with a helpless expression on his face. Lilynet, don't be so impulsive, okay, our details are almost known by the other party. Lilynet was too impulsive, and Jingle knew without any difficulty that Starkey was the number 1 Espada. Jingle felt a little surprised. Is it an honor to play against number 1 Espada? Then I am really honored. Jingle is facing Starkey, so Jushiro is naturally facing Hellable. Although Jushiro pulled out the Zanpakuto twin fish carp, he was not in a hurry and he didn't like fighting too much. This Arrancar girl, how about we sit down and talk? Jushiro laughed awkwardly. He is really not used to fighting, let alone fighting with women. But Hellable, who has a more ruthless personality, answered Jushiro's with only Zanpakuto in his hand. Cannon. Hellable filled the Zanpakuto with Ryutsu, and fired high-velocity yellow Ryutsu shells at Jushiro. Jushiro hastened to liberate Zanpakuto Pisces Carp. All the waves, turn into my shield, all the lightning, turn into my blade. Zgayo no Kotori. After Shikai, the Pisces Carp became a double sword. One knife is divided into 2 branches, forming a shark's fin shape, and the handles are connected. Jushiro extended his Zanpakuto on the left, pointing the blade at the Ryutsu shell that Hellable unleashed. Then the Ryutsu shell was absorbed by Pisces Carp's left knife. Hellable was taken aback, she didn't expect Jushiro's Zanpakuto ability to absorb her attacks. Before she could think too much, the 5 signs on the hilt of the double fish carp in Jushiro's hand lit up, transferring the ability absorbed by the left sword to the double fish carp of the right sword. Launch back towards Hellable. Only then did I understand that Jushiro's Pisces carp can not only absorb other people's attacks, but also rebound. Hellable dodges Jushiro's attack. This Shinigami's ability is very difficult to deal with. Hellable frowned slightly, her main attack was water, and it is estimated that the Pisces carp could also absorb it. Jushiro's Zanpakuto feels very restrained against her. This fight is not easy to fight. When Captain Yamamoto confronted Aizen, Jingle, and Stark fought, and Jushiro faced Haribal, the vice-captain of the 10th Division, Kojiro, the vice-captain of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo, and the vice-captain of the small division, Nanao Ise, also arrived. These three vice-captains did not follow the previous Hueco Mundo conquest team into Hueco Mundo. Sparrow Kojiro was only accompanied by Yamamoto. Hinamori was delirious before going to Hueco Mundo. Ise Nanao is not suitable for fighting without Zanpakuto, didn't go to Hueco Mundo either. Tosen can name, let me be your opponent. Sparrow Kojiro drew out his sword, Yanling Maru. Although Sparrow is the vice-captain, his strength is not weak, and he is also one of the few vice-captains who can use Bankai. Blind Tosen stepped forward and also drew Zanpakuto Suzumushi. Aizen-sama's justice needs to be paved with the blood of the Shinigami. Tosen's words are basically inseparable from the word justice, as if he is the staunch defender of justice. The two fought close to each other, and they were indistinguishable for a while. Hinamori Momo, the vice-captain of the 5th squad, actually came here on his own. After all, her mood is not stable yet, and the Shinigami people don't want her to participate in the battle. After Hinamori rushed to the battlefield, she kept looking at Captain Aizen not far away, who made her think about it day and night, and was in a daze for a while, as if recalling the warm and happy scenes in the past. Totally forgot that Aizen lied to her, lied to everyone, betrayed Shinigami, stood on the opposite side of Shinigami. Aizen, Captain. Hinamori was in a daze. If Chuir saw it here, he didn't know what kind of reaction he would have, how angry and heartbroken he would be. Vice-Captain Hinamori, are you all right? Nanao Ise saw that Hinamori's mood was not right, and asked worriedly. Ah! Only then was Hinamori woken up, and he forced a smile on his face. It's okay, I'm fine already. Ise Nanao was skeptical. Aizen was your captain before, but now he is the enemy of all our Shinigami, you should understand. Asking for flowers. Hinamori looked up at Aizen, his gaze fell on Aizen's face and refused to move away, and at the same time he said, I know, Captain Aizen, he is no longer the former captain of Aizen. Captain Aizen he is our enemy, the enemy. Although Hinamori said that, Nanao frowned. Because Hinamori doesn't look normal at all. And, especially now that Hinamori is still calling Aizen Captain Aizen. Simply bewildered. Hey, can you two Shinigami do it? You seem to be very weak. Three figures appeared in front of Hinamori and Nanao. It is Heliber's three female subordinates, the Lion Girl, the Deer Girl and the Snake Girl. Seeing the appearance of the three women, Ise Nanao's face was solemn, and Hinamori also came back to his senses for a while. This is a battle, and they have to go all out, or they may die. Cut, it's really boring, let's get rid of you all in one go. After you're done, go help Mrs. Haribal. The grumpy Deer Girl suggested to get rid of Nanao and Hinamori in one go, and then go to help Haribal. After all, he and Bell were restrained by Jushiro's Zanpakuto ability. Do you really want to use that? Snake asked with her mouth covered. Lioness, stop talking nonsense, let's get started. I saw Helibal's three subordinate officers each using one of their own arms, and the arms of the three of them actually condensed into a huge monster, the hybrid beast god Yaong. Yaong looks like a monster. Huge body shape, human form, with a pair of antlers on the head, and a long snake tail on the back. It's a monster. Both Ryutsuo and gesture made Hinamori and Nanao feel fear and shudder. Gritting her teeth, Hinamori straightened her Zanpakuto. Bloom, Fime. Several fireball-like things were fired from Hinamori's Zanpakuto, which landed on Yaong. But it turned out, no pain or itching. The monster like Yaong just looked down at his body, probably not even feeling the pain. What? Both Hinamori and Nanao were greatly shocked. Even at this moment they understood that this kind of monster of Yeon was beyond their ability to deal with. Yewang must have captain-level strength. The dear girl proudly gave the order, Yewang, 2 girls. Roar! Yewang roared towards the sky, although it was huge in size, its speed was surprisingly fast. He came in front of Hinamori in an instant and swung out a punch. Ah! Hinamori couldn't stop it at all, like a kite with a broken string, it flew backwards in an instant. Spitting blood, motionless, life and death unknown. Vice Captain Hinamori, Nanao. Seeing this scene, Jing Le, who was fighting Starkey in the distance, really panicked. He doesn't want Nanao and Hinamori dead. Jingle wants to save people. But was stopped by Starkey. Mr. Captain, I'm sorry, your opponent won the money. Starkey's pistol was fired, so Jingle could only dodge, unable to save people. Yawing's fist has already swung up, and it has already smashed towards Ise Nanao. It seems that Nanao will be smashed into meat paste in the next moment. At this critical moment, Yewang's huge fist stopped suddenly. Chapter 90. Go to hell, Shinigami. Harible's 3 subordinate officers ordered the monster Yeon they summoned to attack Nanao Ise. At this critical moment, Captain Yamamoto appeared in front of Nanao Ise. He just slightly raised his hand, and the huge fist that was attacking by Yawing was easily blocked. Old Man Shan. Hey! Seeing Captain Yamamoto make a move and Nanao was rescued, Jingle finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if something happens to his niece, he won't be able to explain it to his dead brother and sister-in-law. And both Jingle and Jushiro know that if Captain Yamamoto takes the shot, it will be safe. Even if OM looks weird. Damn it, you old man, how dare you spoil our good deeds. Even kill you. Yu Wing, kill him. The lion girl, the deer girl and the snake girl are so angry that they don't know how to kill Yamamoto. Yewang roared, beating his huge body frantically with his hands, his face became more ferocious, and his aura became stronger. Yewang opened his mouth wide and bit towards Captain Yamamoto, wanting to swallow Yamamoto's 963 in one bite. Captain Yamamoto opened his eyes, and the Rijinjaka in his hand swung forward, splitting Yeon in half at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. But Yewang, who was split in half, was not dead yet, and continued to get up and attack. Naughty animal! Rijinjaka in Yamamoto's hand exploded with powerful flames, burning Yeon to death. Burned straight away. Because Ye was summoned by the lion girl, the deer girl and the snake girl with one arm, Ye was burned to the ground, their arms were gone, and the owner vomited after being hurt. But the anger in their hearts surpassed their reason. Damn old man, take your life. If you dare to kill Yawing, we will not spare you. The 3 women with only one arm left came to kill Yamamoto. Yamamoto turned around, his back to the 3 women. I'll teach you a lesson. The raging flames suddenly rose, and the 3 women who were approaching were instantly burned and shot down. Yamamoto didn't kill the 3 women, but chose to burn them, so he showed mercy. Seeing that her 3 subordinate officials were defeated, Harible's expression changed drastically. What she cared most about were her 3 subordinate officials. He wanted to save people, but was blocked by Jushiro. Don't worry, Teacher Yuan Liuzai didn't kill them, and he showed mercy, otherwise they would have been reduced to ashes. If Yamamoto hadn't released the water, the 3 subordinate officers of Hrible would have been wiped out directly. Although the 3 women were seriously injured, their lives should be safe. Even so, Hrible was still very worried, but she couldn't get rid of Jushiro for the time being, even though she had returned to the blade now. But Jushiro's ability to double fish carp is very bad, it can rebound the attack of the ground. After Nanao was rescued, she rushed to treat Hinamori who was seriously injured and saved Hinamori's life. One-eyed Arankar spouted a lot of Jillian Minos Grande. Jillian appeared in various places in Seireitei. The Shinigami guards were busy with Jillian. Although Jillian is the weakest Minos Grande at a low level, it is not easy for the Shinigami team to deal with it, especially strenuous. Ah, ah, ah. Arrancar Vandal-wise, who looked like a child with a low IQ, suddenly screamed strangely, and suddenly looked at Jushiro, his eyes were full of interest. Ah! Wanda-wise appeared behind Jushiro with unbelievable speed. Straight to the hand knife, pierced Jushiro's chest. What? Jushiro couldn't believe it, he was attacked. Get pierced through the chest by this Arrancar who looks like a child. Jushiro finally understands now that he was careless. He didn't pay much attention to the superficially silly Wanda-wise before, thinking that Wanda-wise was a child and relaxed his vigilance. Although this Vandal-wise may lack in intelligence, he is definitely a Vasto Lord-level Minos Grande. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sneak attack Jushiro with this speed, and easily penetrate Jushiro's chest. Jushiro's figure fell from the sky to the ground. Soy sauce King Jushiro, off the assembly line on the spot. Jushiro. Seeing her close friend Jushiro being attacked and landing, Jing Le panicked on the spot. Also wanted to save Jushiro, but he forgot that his opponent was Stark with one blade. Toto lived in this gap, and put the pistol on Kiraku's back. Sorry. Stark fired 2 zero shots at 0 distance, hitting Jingle in the back, and Jingle was also shot down. Even Sparrow Kojiro was stabbed by Tosen in a moment of loss. The 3 captains of the Soul Society, Jushiro was seriously injured, Kiraku was knocked down, and the vice-captain Kojiro was seriously injured, and now there is only one captain, Yamamoto. Really, why are these disciples of this old man so useless, and finally leave everything to me, this old man? Captain Yamamoto complained that his disciples went offline too quickly, leaving him alone. Bankai. Inma cricket. A voice sounded, and at the same time a huge oval lantern appeared, enveloping Captain Yamamoto. This is Tosen's Bankai. Tosen sneak attack Captain Yamamoto with Bankai. Tosen's Bankai is useful for the likes of Meguru Makensei, but almost useless for Yamamoto's captain. I saw Regen Jaka in the hands of Captain Yamamoto sweeping forward. Tosen's Bankai barrier was instantly split. Tosen's Bankai is still too brittle, let alone Captain Yamamoto, even Kenpachi can break it with a single knife. Bankai was broken, Tosen was counterattacked, spit out a lot of blood, and was directly seriously injured. But just when Captain Yamamoto broke through Tosen Bankai, Stark and Rebel attacked him at the same time. Infinite Reload 0. Broken Waterfall. The double guns in Stark's hands burst out thousands of blue zero in an instant, and blasted towards Captain Yamamoto. Hellibal also used the powerful move of returning to the blade, breaking the waterfall, and ordinary, launching a fierce attack like a stream of water. Faced with the menacing skills of one blade and 3 blade, Captain Yamamoto's eyes did not change at all. Torch. Commander Yamamoto swung his sword and slashed forward. The tornado-shaped wall of flames instantly enveloped Stark's Zero and Hellibal's waterfall and spun and burned until Zero and the waterfall were all reduced to ashes, and the flames would not dissipate. Yamamoto defuses Stark and Hellibal's attack with one move. It seems that we can't teach young people a lesson. Yamamoto came up with another trick, Shangguo Yan Shang. The blazing flames attacked Stark and Hellibal, instantly surrounding them. Because the one-eyed Arrancar and the Shinigami minions are fighting, they cannot breathe out the flames of the captain. Stark and Hellibal were seriously injured by the captain's fire and fell from the sky. On Shinigami's side, Kiraku and Jushiro are down, Hinamori is seriously injured, Nanao is saving someone, and only Captain Yamamoto is left in the sky above Seireitei. Aizen, Tosen, Hellibal, Stark are seriously injured. One-eyed Arrancar is spitting out Jillian fights Shinigami minions in Seireitei, and besides Aizen, there are only 10 Vanda Ices who look like silly children. Yamamoto didn't pay much attention to Wanda Weiss. Stark has 1 blade, Hellibal has 3 blades, maybe this Wanda Weiss has 2 blades. But both the one blade and the three blade were seconded by Yamamoto Shikai. Yamamoto thinks it is unnecessary. Captain Yamamoto looked at Aizen and said coldly, "Little brat, it's time to get it over with." Captain Yamamoto wants to make a deal with Aizen and see who wins and who loses. But Aizen didn't look at Yama 4.1, but looked at his subordinate Tosen Kaname, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground below. "Yes, you can go." Saying that, Aizen stabbed Tosen through the air. Tosen is dead. Tosen, who followed Aizen for 100 years, was sent away by Aizen himself. Yamamoto and many Shinigami were surprised by Aizen's spicy. Facing the defeated Tosen, he was killed without hesitation. After killing Tosen, Aizen's expression didn't change, but he said to himself, "I didn't expect that the Arrancar I worked so hard to gather would not have much effect. The sum of Espada can't compare with me alone, it's ridiculous. It's a waste of effort." It took a lot of time and energy for Aizen to summon Espada. Even the one-blade Star K or the three-blade Hellable were given by Yamamoto in seconds, and they couldn't even consume Yamamoto's power. Even Aizen felt that even if all the Espadas added up, he was not as good as him alone. After talking about his thoughts, Aizen smiled calmly and looked at Yamamoto Uenryase. The two big bosses are about to start a duel. Chapter 91. It's really indifferent to kill your subordinates, you brat. Captain Yamamoto taunted Aizen. Aizen is so cold and ruthless that he can kill his own Tosen with his own hands, and says he wasted no time calling Espada without much effect. "Ah, as you can see." Aizen smiled lightly and admitted it openly. But he added, "But don't you find it ridiculous that such words come from the mouths of you evil Shinigami?" Captain Yamamoto narrowed his eyes were a little cold. "The old man will kill you traitor with his own hands." Aizen betrayed the Soul Society, and even wanted to replace the Soul King, which is a big treason for Captain Yamamoto who abides by the rules. He's going to kill Aizen and bring justice to Seireitei and Shinigami. Region Jaka. Yamamoto unleashes a raging flame at Aizen, trying to burn Aizen to ashes. But it was easily dodged by Aizen. Before Aizen's feet landed, Yamamoto appeared in front of Aizen with his extremely fast shunpo, and stabbed at Aizen. Aizen's expression was a little surprised for a moment. But when Region Jaka, the captain of Yamamoto, pierced Aizen, it turned out that he pierced nothing but air. The real Aizen appeared behind Captain Yamamoto. "Shan 23 Ben genre Iase, you won't be able to detect my real body after being hit by Kaika Suijutsu, and your attacks are basically useless to me." As Aizen said, the Japanese knife pierced Yamamoto's abdomen. Blood flow. But at this moment, Captain Yamamoto showed a terrifying smile, and he immediately grabbed Aizen's arm and held it tightly. "Caught you." "What?" Aizen was startled, and then pretended to be calm. "Caught me? Are you really sure that the me in front of you is the real me?" Commander Yamamoto's hands tightened, and Aizen's arms creaked. "Are you trying to say Kaika Suijutsu?" Kaika Suijutsu knows the 5 senses of hypnosis, but the Ryutsu of Zanpakuto stabbed in my body is real, and it cannot be faked at all. Captain Yamamoto deserves to have lived for thousands of years, experienced and caught Aizen in his own way. Captain Yamamoto is not as easy to deal with as Aizen thinks. Although this is a way of killing 500 enemies and harming 1,000. But it was the best way he could think of to counter Kaika Suijutsu. Otherwise, with the 5 senses of Kaika Suijutsu hypnosis, you won't even know where Aizen is. Unless it's a large-scale AoE without any scruples, you won't be able to hurt Aizen at all. Now he grabs Aizen's arm. He also slashed at Aizen, and Aizen pulled out his arm forcefully, but a shallow gash was still torn open on his chest. This is the first time Aizen has been injured. Aizen was finally caught after being pierced through the abdomen by Aizen, and Yamamoto's attack only caused a slight injury to Aizen. Captain Yamamoto looked serious. Aizen was more difficult to deal with than he imagined. At this moment, Yamamoto called out those 2 words. Bankai. Remnant Fire Sword. In an instant, everyone in Seireitei felt that the temperature suddenly became hot, and their throats felt extremely dry. This is Bankai led by Captain Yamamoto. In order to deal with Aizen, Yamamoto did not hesitate to use Bankai to kill Aizen. Yamamoto after Bankai, the Rijinjaka in his hand has no flame, it looks more like a burnt zanpakut. But the scorching heat emanating from it is almost unbearable for everyone. Aizen couldn't help but look solemn, staring at the remaining fire sword in Yamamoto's hand. Is this your Bankai, Yamamoto Genryuze? Do you want to die with me? Because of Kaika Suijutsu hypnosis, if Yamamoto hadn't caught Aizen, even the most powerful attack might not be effective. Aizen felt that Bankai's Yamamoto was likely to use the remnant sword recklessly and carry out various large-scale AoE attacks to die with himself. The group of Godai 13 below saw Captain Yamamoto perform Bankai. Everyone was sweating, although they were enduring the unbearable heat, but they were more shocked and excited in their hearts. It's so hot! Is this the chief captain's Bankai? The Bankai that can raise the temperature of the entire Soul Society is too scary. Of course, if the headmaster's Bankai is used all the time, the moisture in the entire Soul Society will probably evaporate. The chief captain's Bankai is too strong. Unbelievably strong. It's daunting. Aizen must not be the opponent of Captain Yamamoto. As long as there is Captain Yamamoto, no one can make waves in Soul Society. The chief captain must win, kill Aizen. Everyone in the Shinigami below thinks that after Bankai, Captain Yamamoto will definitely defeat Aizen and protect the Lingting. Jingle was hit by Star Case Zero just now, and the injury was relatively minor. He stood up, and then ordered Nanao and all the Shinigami below. Evacuate here quickly. The farther the better. Old Man Shan's flames are unreasonable. Jingle is well aware of the terror of Bankai, the captain of Yamamoto, and keeps everyone away from here. In fact, even if it doesn't need to be said by Jingle, other Shinigami also know. After all, since Yamamoto Bankai, everyone in Seireitei feels hot and has smoke in their throats. Even Aizen couldn't help but look serious. Rijinjaka's Bankai really shouldn't be underestimated. Even Aizen dare not underestimate Remnant Sword. The Remnant Fire Tato Rising Sun Blade. White smoke came out of the Remnant Katana repeatedly. Captain Yamamoto concentrated all the flame heat of Rijinjaka on the tip of the knife, neither burning nor releasing explosive flames, just erasing everything it touched without a trace. The Remnant Fire Tadeo West the prison clothes of the Remnant Sun. Not only that, Captain Yamamoto also used Bankai's second ability. His whole body was covered in flames, like a blazing sun. If the Rising Sun Blade is the strongest attack, then the Rising Sun Prison Clothes is the strongest defense, both attack and defense. Very powerful. Then, let the old man kill you, little brat. Captain Yamamoto is like a flaming god of war, which makes people feel powerful and terrifying. Captain Yamamoto, wearing the prison clothes of the dying sun and holding the Rising Sun Blade, walked slowly towards Aizen. However, facing such a terrifying Yamamoto, Aizen's face was not flustered at all. Why? Can you still remain calm in front of the old man's Bankai? Yamamoto asked as he walked. Aizen smiled, and said calmly, Yamamoto Yuanryase, aren't you surprised? Everyone knows that your Bankai is very powerful, but how could I not know? How could I be unprepared? Yamamoto suddenly had a bad feeling. His Zanpakut Rijinjaka and Bankai are known to be too strong. And with Aizen's IQ, would you be unprepared to confront him head-on? Just when Yamamoto was puzzled, the figure of Wanda Wise suddenly appeared behind him. Yamamoto also felt the presence of Wanda Wise at the first time. How dare you get close to this old man? Yamamoto was amazed that in Bankai form he was wearing a prison cloak, yet someone dared to approach him. Whoever gets close will be vaporized. But the next moment, Yamamoto was dumbfounded. Wanda Wise touched the flame on his body, and the flame disappeared. Prison clothes of the last days, gone. Even the flame hidden in the blade of the remnant fire Tadeo disappeared. What? All of Yamamoto's flames were absorbed by Wanda Wise. Wanda Wise is not a two-blade, but Rijinjaka's nemesis. The remnant RI prison clothes disappeared, and the remnant fire Tadeo returned to its normal form without the flame. Yamamoto's Zanpakuto Rijinjaka is abolished for now. Chapter 92. Captain Yamamoto would never have imagined that the flame of his Rijinjaka would be sealed. Zanpakuto ability invalidated. And the one who sealed Rijinjaka's flame was the silly-looking Arrancar next to him. Surprised? Yamamoto Genryanagi. Aizen volleyed and said with a faint smile, "Do you think your Rijinjaka is too powerful, so no one can seal and restrict your Rijinjaka? That's too naive, Yamamoto." Aizen explained to himself, "Wanda Wise is a peculiar Vasto Lord Arrancar, and it is also the only Arrancar that I have completely modified by Hugyaku. It was made specifically for Rijinjaka, but as the price of sealing Rijinjaka, Wanda Wise will lose language, consciousness, knowledge, and reason because of this, but still retains the ability to fight. In short, Vandal Wise is Arrancar crafted by Aizen with full Hugyaku to counter Rijinjaka. You have no chance of winning, Yamamoto Jinyanagi." Wanda Wise has now successfully sealed the flame of Captain Yamamoto, and Aizen bluntly said that Yamamoto has no chance of winning. Captain Yamamoto's eyes were cold, he just stared at Aizen and didn't speak. He really didn't expect that Aizen actually came up with such a thing that restrained him Rijinjaka, he was still careless after all. Without Zanpakuto, Shinigami's strength is at least halved. Despicable. That BD Aizen actually used such a trick to make that strange Arrancar seal the flames of the chief captain. How despicable! How can this be done? The situation of the captain is not good. Come on, Commander-in-Chief. The Shinigami people watching the battle below were all very nervous, and their hearts were in their throats. After seeing Captain Yamamoto use Bankai, they felt that they were extremely powerful and would be able to defeat Aizen. But now, Rijinjaka is invalid. How can it be popular without Zanpakuto? Jing Li also frowned, Old Man Shan, is in danger. Captain Yamamoto snorted coldly, "Little brat, don't be so arrogant, I can punish you even if I don't have Zanpakuto." Yamamoto didn't think he couldn't handle Aizen without Zanpakuto. He is the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, whether it is Ryutsu or Shinigami's four basic fighting skills, Zhan Chuan Zogui, have reached the point of proficiency. What if the Zanpakuto ability fails? I saw that Yamamoto took off his deadly suit, revealing his muscular body. One bone. Captain Yamamoto swung his powerful fist and knocked Wanda Wise flying beside him. Wanda Wise fell heavily to the ground and made a big hole. Blow Wanda Wise away with one punch. Captain Yamamoto's white hits are so powerful. But just one punch is not enough to bet on Wise. Ah! Wanda Wise climbed out of the pit, flew into the sky with a spinner, and punched Yamamoto. Vandal Wise is only Vasto Lord Arrancar, and Su's physical defense or strength is generally stronger than Shinigami. For a time, the two fought very fiercely. Captain Yamamoto has some skin injuries on his face and body. Played for a while. Captain Yamamoto couldn't hold back any longer. I saw him punching and attacking with both hands at an extremely fast speed. Double bones. The destructive power of two bones is more than twice that of one bone. Captain Yamamoto's fists hit Wanda Wise's body heavily, and Wanda Wise's body was shattered. Wanda Wise, Prince of Fire Fighting, was beaten to death by Yamamoto. It's up to you next. Captain Yamamoto clenched his fists and looked at Aizen coldly. Now Aizen is the only one left. Boss. And the Shinigami people below saw that Captain Yamamoto beat Wanda Wise to death with his bare hands, and they suddenly ignited hope again. Come on, Captain, kill Aizen. The Captain is invincible, even if there is no Zanpakuto, it is not Aizen you can deal with. The strongest Shinigami in the millennium is in vain. The Shinigami team members cheered Yamamoto wildly. But the seriousness on Jingle's face became even stronger, because he knew that without Rijinjaka, Yamamoto's chances of winning against Aizen were very low, very low. But he still has to help the seriously injured Jushiro for the time being, and he can't get away to help Yamamoto for a while. It's interesting that you still haven't given up your resistance, Yamamoto Uenryase. Aizen didn't know whether to ridicule or praise. Captain Yamamoto looked indifferently, not wanting to talk to Aizen. After all, no one is a match for Aizen in terms of ability to speak out. Double bones. Captain Yamamoto threw out his fists, trying to blow Aizen away like Wanda Wise. But Yamamoto hit a blank. The Aizen in front of him turned out to be an illusion, not his real body. Mommy appeared behind him, and Aizen stabbed Zanpakuto directly into Yamamoto's body with another stab. At the same time, Zanpakuto was drawn quickly to avoid being caught by Yamamoto. Yamamoto had been stabbed by Aizen before, and he had also experienced a fight with Wanda Wise, and now he was stabbed again, and his injuries were already serious. Aizen, on the other hand, was almost unscathed. The outcome is obvious. Aizen backed away without showing mercy, and read directly, 90 of had, black coffin. Immediately, a huge black coffin appeared, surrounding Captain Yamamoto. Commander Yamamoto, who was unarmed and wounded, could not defend at all. The black coffin spread out, and what appeared was Yamamoto's slowly falling body. Captain Yamamoto, down! Crash to the ground of Seireitei. What? The Shinigami team members were all stunned, startled, and terrified. Captain Yamamoto, who was extremely powerful in their hearts, was defeated just like that. The title of the strongest Shinigami in the millennium should be replaced. Not Yamamoto, but Aizen. Aizen landed slowly, walking slowly towards the fallen Yamamoto. Your arrogance and stubbornness will cost you your life. Farewell, Yamamoto Genryuze. Aizen raised his Zanpakuto to kill Yamamoto. But at this moment, Yamamoto, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and held Aizen's left foot with one hand. Yamamoto's aura became sharp, and a red pipe appeared when holding Aizen's arm. One knife, cremation. Huge knife-shaped red flame slashed towards Aizen. This is the powerful kid cast at the expense of one of his own arms. Captain Yamamoto wants to kill Lan Yi with one sword at a time. Aizen also suffered the knife at 0 distance. However, it didn't work. Aizen suffered this blow, only suffered a little skin trauma, and his clothes were torn, that's all. And the burn wound on his body gradually healed. The powerful kid released by Captain Yamamoto at the obtained sacrifice of an arm at 0 distance did not do much damage to Aizen. Snort. Aizen snorted. He underestimated Yamamoto just now, but luckily he was not hurt. Because now he has merged with Hagyaku, and Hagyaku provides him with powerful vitality and Ryutsu in his body, so that he can resist the damage ratio caused by one knife cremation. Otherwise it is really dangerous. Captain Yamamoto, who was cremated with a knife and lost an arm, also completely fainted on the ground. Godi I-13 Sting Gaishinsen, fell down. Today's Godi I-13, except for those Shinigami captains and vice-captains trapped in Hueco Mundo, the rest of Seireitei is basically only those vulnerable Shinigami players, and Kurako Shunsui, who is not too seriously injured. But even Yamamoto lost. How can they stop Aizen? Fortunately, at this time, the portal in the sky slowly opened. Nearly 10 figures walked out of it. Soul Society reinforcements have arrived. Yet, luckily it's not too late. Chapter 93. A dozen or so figures slowly walked out of the world transmitting gate. In the lead are Yura Harakisuke, Shihao and Yoryuaki. Behind them are Hirako Shinji and other members of the Masked Legion. Yet, even Old Man Shan has lost. Aizen is not easy to deal with. Aizen, UBD, long time no see. As Aizen's boss 100 years ago, Hirako Shinji greeted Aizen kindly as soon as they met. Aizen! You have nowhere to escape this time. This century-old enmity, today is the time to end it. Little Pepper Saragaki Hiri gritted his little canine teeth, wishing he could eat Aizen alive. Back then, they were all framed by Aizen, which led to their near death. They were also accused of betraying the Soul Society and have been hiding in this world for more than 100 years. The two sides have great grievances. After Aizen appeared in the Soul Society just now, Godi 13 sent someone to inform the present Urahara Kisuke, calling them to come to support. Urahara Kisuke contacted everyone in Hirako as soon as he received the notification, and immediately rushed over to support. It's just that it takes time to come here. When they arrived, Captain Yamamoto was defeated by Aizen. Although this guy is difficult to deal with, we are not who we were back then. Meguro Makensei held the dagger like Zanpakuto in his hand, stared at Aizen and said, Aizen, even if you defeat Captain Yamamoto, you are the only one left. You have no chance of winning against us. Kensei bluntly said that Aizen, who is lonely and lonely, can't fight against them by himself, and Aizen will definitely lose. It seems that after realizing Hollow's ability, the 793rd Regiment of the Masked Army has greatly increased their confidence. Urahara and Yoryuki frowned. Because they know that Aizen is not as easy to deal with as the elephant. Especially Aizen is now very likely fused with Hagyaku, stronger than before. Even, Urahara is not sure if there is a way to kill Aizen in this world. After all, Hagyaku cannot be destroyed. If Aizen and Hagyaku are fully integrated, it will be almost impossible to kill Aizen. Ichigo's father, Kurosaki Isshin, did not come, because the timeline is advanced, and Kurosaki Isshin's power has not been restored yet. Seeing the appearance of Urahara and the Masked Legion, Aizen didn't seem surprised. He was not surprised, as if he had expected it long ago, and he was extremely calm. Oh, Urahara Kisuke, Shihauer and Yoryuki, and all the masks, do you really think you can stop me? Try it. Even if Aizen faces more than a dozen people alone, he is still in danger and has a chance to win. BD, we are underestimated. Torabashi RJR was very upset, and Love Akawa, who was carrying a big mace, also looked slightly cold. Aizen, are you so confident? Aizen laughed, of course. You are just the failed products of my experiment. What did you say? Everyone in the Masked Legion was immediately angered by Aizen's words. Aizen actually said that they are experimental products, and they are still the ones that failed. Kaka. They were the captain or vice-captain of Godi 13 before, and now they have obtained virtual power and become stronger, but Aizen didn't look at them directly, and bluntly said that they were failed experiments. How insulting! The masked people were so angry that they pulled out Zanpakuto one by one, and they were about to fight Aizen. At this time, Jingle appeared in front of everyone in Urahara. Let's go together, Aizen is not easy to deal with. He suffered relatively minor injuries just now, and now he wants to join the battle. Jingle also knows that Aizen is powerful, and Kaika Suijutsu is very incomprehensible. They can only defeat Aizen if all of them fight together. Hiri gave Jingle a disgusted look, curled his lips. You poor old man, don't hold us back. Jing Le scratched her head in embarrassment. Miss, I will do my best. Hiri is also really blind and arrogant. She is obviously a vice-captain level strength, and she is worried that Jingle, a centuries-old captain, will hold her back. Hirako narrowed his eyes, keeping his eyes fixed on Aizen. We can't let him use Kaika Suijutsu. Use strong and compact attacks before he can unleash Kaika Suijutsu. It's hard to deal with. Hirako knows that Aizen Kaika Suijutsu's ability is difficult to deal with, so he suggested that everyone should attack continuously so that Aizen can't almost use Kaika Suijutsu's ability. The masked people nodded. Aizen stood in the air, holding Zanpakuto Kaika Suijutsu, facing Hirako Shinji and dozens of people. Aizen smiled and said, then you just try it. The voice fell, and the masked army launched a fierce attack on Aizen. Hiri slashed at Aizen with a big sword, Hachigen used a special kid to attack Aizen, Torabashi RJR Shikai got the Zanpakut ability, Zanpakut turned into a golden whip trying to entangle Aizen's Zanpakut, Love Aikawa carried a huge mace, the stick appeared above Aizen's head, and it was time to give Aizen a powerful attack. Hirako Shinji is turning Zanpakut in the distance, and he has used his ability to reverse up, down, left, and right, misleading Aizen's sense of direction. Kiriko Shikai took Zanpakut Kaiten Kaikotsu, got into the shadow somewhere, and found the time to give Aizen a fatal blow. Everyone is attacking Aizen, let Aizen have no chance to breathe, let Aizen have no time to use Kaika Suijutsu's ability. However, Aizen is very disdainful of this. Group fights? Too naive. Let you all experience this so-called power. After Aizen finished speaking, an extremely powerful Ryutsu erupted from his body. This Ryutsu is so powerful that it forms a tornado storm, blowing away all the attacks directly. The attack of the masked people is directly invalid. Aizen ignores incoming attacks from all directions. Also saw through Hirako Zanpakut's trick of upside-down orientation. Then Aizen withdrew Rajuro's long whip and dragged Rajuro from the other end, severely wounded. Love Aikawa took the opportunity to sneak attack, and the Zanpakut in Aizen's hand swung upwards, cutting Love Aikawa's Zanpakut in two, and Love Aikawa was also directly and seriously injured. Yadomaru Lisa put on the Void Mask and used Hollow's ability to attack Aizen from another direction. Aizen cut Yadomaru Lisa's Zanpakut in half. 1 knife per second. Hiri was also 1 knife second. In just a few blinks, Aizen eliminated everyone in the Masked Legion except Hirako and Kensai. Masked Legion is so vulnerable in front of Aizen. Damn Aizen! Maguruma Kensei gritted his teeth, no longer concealed his strength, and shouted angrily, Bankai, the iron fist breaks the wind. Fist is carrying out Bankai, and a pair of iron fists appeared in his hands. The power is powerful, the power is amazing. Hirako's face is ugly, and his unique ability to reverse directions is not effective for Aizen. Aizen! Hirako can only fight with Aizen in close quarters. All of a sudden, Hirako and Kensai attacked Aizen, with Yoryuki and Kiraku on the side, and Urahara Kisuke's kid covered them, and the 5 besieged Aizen. However, they are still too naive. The power of Aizen is not just Kaika Suijutsu, other aspects of Aizen have almost reached the limit of Shinigami. Even if Aizen doesn't use Kaika Suijutsu, masks are vulnerable. Not to mention they didn't push Aizen to the point where he couldn't use Kaika Suijutsu either. Maguruma Kensei's fists blasted towards Aizen, but Aizen's figure was hollowed out, making Kensei smash into the air. Hirako also slashes towards Aizen, but not too hard. Jingle sneak attack, Yoryuki white hits, are all in vain. Once Kaika Suijutsu is cast, they don't even know where Aizen is, and the attack is useless. And in turn, they were killed by Aizen one by one. Lost one by one. Hateful. Unwilling to be reconciled, all members of the masked army were defeated. Even Urahara and Yoryuki were no match for Aizen, and fell to the ground with serious injuries as well. Aizen showed overwhelming power, one person killed more than a dozen people in seconds. In the face of absolute strength, the number of people has no effect. Making Aizen unable to cast Kaika Suijutsu is nonsense from the start. At this moment, Aizen stands proudly above the Seireitei holding Zanpakut Kaika Suijutsu, overlooking all the Shinigami below. The rest of the Shinigami in Seireitei these days are just rubbish officers or squadrons, not worth Aizen's second glance. Aizen smiled, now that the obstacles are cleared, go to Karakura town to create the King Key. Chapter 94. Aizen's ultimate goal is to replace the Soul King and become the Supreme God. The method of ascending to the Lingwang Palace usually requires a King Key. He found information in the Great Spirit Book corridor at the bottom of room 46. To create the King Key, he needs 100,000 miles of Karakura town and hundreds of thousands of souls. Aizen's creation of Wang Jian will inevitably lead to death. But now Godi I-13's Captain Yamamoto and the Masked Legion have all been defeated, many captains are besieged in Hueco Mundo, and Team Zero generally won't interfere in the affairs of the lower realm. It seems that no one can stop Aizen anymore. For a moment, everyone in Seireitei was terrified and desperate. Especially those members of the nobility. I'm afraid that Aizen will come and kill them all. After all, Aizen killed all the counselors in room 46 in a flash, making those nobles very scared, and now they are all hiding. As everyone knows, they are no different from ants in the eyes of Aizen. Godi I-13 tens of thousands of Shinigami team members, they also feel now, despair. This. What can we do? Even the captain and the others have lost. No one can stop Aizen anymore. Aizen is too strong, too scary. It's impossible for us to stop it. Jump. Kaika Suijutsu is too incomprehensible. After winning Kaika Suijutsu, no one can match Aizen. Damn it, that BD Aizen has created an Aaron car that is designed to restrain the chief commander. Otherwise, how could the chief captain be defeated? It's over, it's over. Soul Society and Karakura Town are over. The Shinigami members of the 13 divisions were all helpless and desperate. Even the vice-captain, captain, masked army and others have lost to Aizen. What role can they play? Run or watch Aizen destroy Karakura Town or Soul Society. Jingle, Urahara, Hirako, and others were seriously injured and fell to the ground. Many of them have not lost consciousness, but they are seriously injured and they can't stand up to stop Aizen. It's good to save their lives. Aizen Suk, a hole. Cough, cough. Hirako gritted his teeth, with a look of anger and unwillingness. All members of the Masked Legion have been hiding in this world for hundreds of years in order to seek revenge from Aizen. It's a pity that today it turns out that they are insignificant and weak in Aizen's eyes. As Aizen said, Masked Army is just a failed experiment in his opinion. Hirako and others are too unwilling, but there is nothing they can do. The power gap between them and Aizen is like a chasm. We are so naive. Kenshi spat out a big mouthful of blood, his eyes were blank and he said to himself, I thought we were too many, and we would not be able to defeat Lanjia if we carried out a fierce offensive and used Kaika Suijutsu. I will cry if I continue. The initial battle plan of the masked corps was to siege through the crowd, leaving Aizen too late to use Kaika Suijutsu. But Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu can't be defended at all, and even they can't feel it. And even if Aizen doesn't use Kaika Suijutsu, he can instantly kill them with his own powerful strength. The Masked Legion is too naive, they have no chance of defeating Aizen from the very beginning. Nothing. Urahara and Yoryuki were also both knocked to the ground by Aizen's serious injuries. Urahara may be superior to Aizen in scientific research, but Aizen is far more powerful than Urahara. Still can't touch him. Urahara's eyes dimmed. He originally prepared a powerful seal kid, which he wanted to hit into Aizen's body, and it would take effect in the future. But Aizen didn't relax at all, and didn't let Urahara touch his body, and the kid prepared by Urahara was useless at all. Now that he is seriously injured, he is unable to launch an attack that can penetrate Aizen's defenses. If that kid Ichigo was there, maybe he could stop Aizen. Yoryuki wished Ichigo was there, they all failed. Perhaps only the ridiculously powerful Ichigo could defeat Aizen. But Ichigo is trapped in Hueco Mundo. This can't help but make Yoryuki and Urahara and everyone in the masked corps feel sorry and hopeless. If Ichigo doesn't come again, Aizen will go to Karakura Town to create King Ki. At that time, hundreds of thousands of innocent humans will die. Most likely including Ichigo's classmates or family members. Ichigo! Come here! Yoryuki and Urahara muttered and shouted in their hearts. But there was still no movement in the sky. Aizen smiled and looked down at Urahara who fell to the ground. Urahara Kisuk, you are a very smart and amazing man. Aizen praised Urahara, with such a smart mind, why would you surrender to something like a sacrifice? Why would you help these evil Shinigami? Urahara must also know about the existence of the Soul King, and the current situation of the Soul King and the evil of the Shinigami. Aizen despises Urahara, knowing that he has not put it into action, and still submits to the Ghost King who is in name only. Urahara didn't answer, but narrowed her eyes with a dignified expression. Don't look at me that way, Urahara Kisuke. Aizen took his time and chatted with this person he admired more. Aizen lifted a corner of his clothes, startling Urahara and all the remaining members of the Masked Legion. Because they saw Hagyaku inlaid in the center of Aizen's body, and Hagyaku exuded a strong vitality, flowing along the veins like blood veins to Aizen's whole body. Aizen has merged with Hagyaku. Really? Urahara has judged before that Hagyaku has awakened in advance, and Aizen has already carried out preliminary fusion with Hagyaku. Otherwise, why Captain Yamamoto sacrificed an arm and cast had no 96, one-sword cremation at 0 distance to hurt Aizen? The reason is that Aizen, Ryutsu, and recovery power fused with Hagyaku are stronger than before. Doesn't it take about 3 months for Hagyaku to wake up? Why? Hirako and others were very confused. According to Urahara's estimation, it would take about 3 months for Hagyaku and Aizen's hand to fully wake up, but now it has only been more than a month. Hagyaku has awakened ahead of schedule. Asking for flowers. Aizen glanced at Hirako, smiled lightly, and said, Captain Hirako, you still can't change your arrogance. Or you Shinigami are too arrogant, always like to use your own thinking to think and judge a thing. Aizen makes another more philosophical remark, mocking Hirako and all Shinigami arrogance. When Aizen was the vice captain under Hirako, although Hirako sensed that there was something wrong with Aizen, most of the time he didn't keep a close eye on Aizen, or didn't go into the details, which led to being framed by Aizen's design, which almost caused tragedy. Aizen accuses Hirako and Shinigami of being too self-righteous. Is it true that I summoned Espada and the Arancars only to deal with you Shinigami? Aizen said such a rather strange sentence. What do you mean? Hirako and Kensei asked. Call together many Arankar, let Hagyaku absorb some of their Ryutsu. Powerful Ryutsu can speed up Hagyaku's awakening, as you can see now. Aizen also doesn't mind explaining to Hirako and Urahara. 0. In addition to dealing with Shinigami, he summoned Arankar for another important reason, that is, he discovered that pouring powerful Ryutsu into Hagyaku can speed up Hagyaku's awakening speed. Espada, other Arankars, and his own Ryutsu, this huge Ryutsu poured in, made Hagyaku wake up early. And Aizen's Ryutsu is undoubtedly the strongest, and Hagyaku is also in Aizen's hands. Hagyaku naturally recognizes him as the master. I can't kill him anymore. Urahara's face became more dignified. He guessed right before. Hagyaku woke up ahead of time and recognized Aizen as the master. After merging with Hagyaku, Aizen's defense and recovery power have been greatly improved. It is almost impossible to kill Aizen. Can't kill him, but now he's too badly wounded to seal Aizen. He is powerless to stop Aizen. Everyone's heart is full of powerlessness, even despair. They lost to Aizen, and lost so thoroughly. Even Yuaki, although she hopes that Ichigo will appear in time, she can't help but feel that even if Ichigo appears, can he stop Aizen who merged with Hagyaku? Ichigo. After saying this, Aizen didn't make up for Shinigami and the masked people, but raised his hand to open the portal. The world transmitting door slowly opened. Shinigami, you will see later, starting today, the throne of the sky will be replaced. Aizen is about to enter the portal to Karakura town to create the King Key. The Shinigami people can't stop it at all, and they don't have the ability to stop it. The hearts of the people are desperate, and the tragedy of tens of millions of souls in Karakura town will soon be staged. Just at this critical moment. That figure, he, is here. The sky twisted for a while, and the black cavity opened. Two figures with yellow hair appeared. A man and a woman. The man carries two zanpakut, one long and one short, on his back, and the woman stands beside him. It was Ichigo and Orium who came. At a critical moment, the two finally broke through Hueco Mundo's blockade, and the ghouls rushed over. It's up to me to stop you, Aizen. Chapter 95. Ichigo and Orium finally arrive. It turns out that when I was in Hueco Mundo, through the joint efforts of Ulquiorra, Nilu, and all Aaron cars, I finally opened a portal in advance. And because the overall space of Hueco Mundo is still sealed by Aizen with some kind of technology, although the sealing force has weakened a bit, the space is still unstable for the time being. The portal that Ulquiorra and others forcibly opened can only accommodate 2 people at most, otherwise the portal will be closed again. Ichigo rushing over is naturally expected by everyone, and basically only he has the hope of stopping Aizen, and Orium followed to treat the wounded. Ichigo. Shinigami proxy. There is hope. Here comes the Shinigami agent. The appearance of Ichigo and Orium gave hope to the already hopeless Shinigami people. When Ichigo broke into the Soul Society, Zhang left the Lingting with a knife. Ichigo's strength is obvious to all. Now that Yamamoto Urahara Hirako and others are defeated, Byakuya and other Shinigami captains are still trapped in Hueco Mundo, Ichigo has become the only hope. Only Ichigo has any hope of stopping Aizen. Ichigo, you are here. Yoryuki heaved a sigh of relief, looking forward to Ichigo finally arrived. Regardless of whether Ichigo can defeat Aizen who has fused with 457 Hugyaku, Ichigo is the only hope now. All the hopes of Shinigami, the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Karakura town, rest on Ichigo at this moment. Is he Kurosaki Ichigo? Can he do it at such a young age? Maguruma Kensei sprawled on the ground, and most of them in the Masked Legion saw Ichigo for the first time. When I was in Karakura town before, I only felt Ichigo's amazing Ryutsu, but today is the first time I saw a real person. Kensei couldn't help feeling a little worried, because Ichigo looked too young. Is young really reliable? Can Aizen really be stopped? Stupid, he can't stop you. Stop it. Don't judge people by their appearance. Hirako cursed at Kenshi speechlessly. Their masked army was cut by Aizen, but Kensei even questioned Ichigo. I didn't mean that, Captain Hirako, I'm just not sure about this young man. Kensei looked a little embarrassed, and quickly explained that he was just worried about Ichigo. I am worried that if Ichigo cannot stop Aizen, then the tragedy of hundreds of thousands of deaths in Karakura town will be staged. Urahara took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, trust him, trust Ichigo. Now, all they can do is trust Ichigo to defeat Aizen. Other than that, they can't do anything else. Ichigo is the only hope for all. The seriously injured Jingle sat on the ground with a complicated and self-deprecating expression. Godi 13 can only put their hopes on a human being. We old things are useless. What a shame. What Jingle said is correct. Godi 13 has so many Shinigami and so many strong people, but they all failed to face Aizen, so they can only pin their hopes on Ichigo, a human being. Not long ago, Ichigo and the others invaded the Soul Society and were defeated. As a travel accident, this is somewhat ironic. However, Jingle is not a very pedantic person, he also understands that face cannot save Soul Society and Karakura town. Shinigami agent, it's up to you. Jingle also pinned its hopes on Ichigo. Over Seireitei. Ichigo ordered Orium to go to the ground to treat the seriously injured Shinigami. Inu, go and treat Senior Yoryuki and Urahara. Leave this to me. The role of Orium on the battlefield is mainly healing. Captain Yamamoto, Jaishur Yukatake, Hirako, Urahara, and others below were seriously injured and in urgent need of treatment. Kurosaki-san, you have to be careful. Orium nodded earnestly. Although her eyes were full of worry, she still understood that her duty was to save lives and heal the wounded. She went down to treat the injured Shinigami. Above the sky, Aizen confronts Ichigo. Although Ichigo arrived, Aizen's face was still confident and calm. "Oh? You came here so soon? It's faster than I expected. I thought you wouldn't appear until after the King of Creation Key, Kurosaki Ichigo." Aizen smiled and closed the portal he had just opened. Ichigo appeared sooner than he expected. Aizen continued to smile and said, "Kurosaki Ichigo, you are just a Shinigami agent, and even most Shinigami are full of fear of you. Why do you help Shinigami stand against me?" Aizen launched a verbal attack, trying to reason with Ichigo. He sees no reason for Ichigo to help Shinigami, and no reason to stand against him. "We can actually defeat Shinigami together, replace the Spirit King, and re-establish the order of the world." Aizen seems to be bewitching Ichigo. "Ichigo, don't listen to this guy. He's bewitching you. Don't listen. Yuaki and the others are in a hurry." Although Ichigo is powerful, his mentality is not as good as those 1,000-year-old foxes. Yuaki, Urahara, and others are really worried that Ichigo will be bewitched by Aizen. If Ichigo really listens to Aizen and wants to cooperate with Aizen to replace the Soul King to establish a new order, then things will be even worse. However, to their surprise, Ichigo's expression was very calm, unmoved at all. Ichigo looked straight at him and said calmly, "I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not interested in what you're saying." Ichigo took down the double swords on his back. "The reason why I stand here is not to be a hero to save Shinigami and Soul Society, nor is it for those so-called justice." Ichigo clenched his swords tightly, his eyes were firm, and his voice was strong. "I just want to protect my family and companions." Ichigo stands on the opposite side of Aizen, not to save the world, let alone for some kind of justice. He doesn't have such a big ideal, he just wants to protect his family and companions. So far, everything Ichigo has done is basically protecting his companions and family. That's all he cares about. Aizen needs the lives of hundreds of thousands of Karakura town souls, human beings, to create the King Key. In order to protect his family and companions, and also to protect the kind humans in Karakura town, this is why Ichigo is standing here at this time. Ichigo's words reached everyone's ears. Shock everyone. All along, Ichigo has been fighting to protect his companions. That's all. How pure. Ichigo doesn't want to bother with Soul Society and all the twists and turns of this world, he just wants to protect his family and companions or some innocent people. Is that so? Aizen closed his eyes, feeling rather regretful. What a pity, you are not the same kind of person as I am. Aizen's purpose is to replace the Soul King and establish a new order for the world, which is very grand and magnificent, while Ichigo just wants to protect his family and companions and live an ordinary life. Ichigo and Aizen are naturally not the same kind of people. In that case, I have no choice but to kill you with my own hands. Aizen smiled and pulled out the Zanpakuto hanging from his waist. Since Ichigo can't be persuaded, he can only defeat Ichigo. All of a sudden, the Orium and Shinigami below became tense. Although Orium is treating the wounded, all he thinks about is Ichigo, worrying about Ichigo. Urahara, Yuaki, Hirako, and Kiraku all tensed up. Aizen is already ridiculously strong. In his words, the various abilities have almost reached the limit of Shinigami, and now it has been fused with Hagyaku, Ryutsu, defense, and attack are even higher. Even Shinigami and the masked people couldn't hurt Aizen, and all of them were defeated by instant kills without exception. They all lost to Aizen. And now Ichigo faces Aizen alone. Can it really work? Aizen was not in a hurry, looked at Ichigo with a smile, and continued, "Kurosaki Ichigo, you should also understand. Now that I have merged with Hagyaku, even the 96 chains of Dao that Yamamoto Jinyanaga gave up at the cost of giving up 10 arms cannot harm me. And I will break through the limit and reach a higher dimension. You have no chance, Kurosaki Ichigo." After Aizen merged with Hagyaku, she became more confident and somewhat swollen. I think no one can hurt him anymore, let alone defeat him. It seems like I feel invincible. Aizen is proudly telling how powerful he is after merging with Hagyaku, but Ichigo doesn't listen to these words. Ichigo's face didn't have the panic that Aizen expected, not even the slightest change. This made Aizen narrow his eyes slightly. Could it be that Ichigo couldn't understand his words? He has merged with Hagyaku, is stronger, and is about to break through the Shinigami limit. Ichigo has no chance of winning. Can't these 1.2 Ichigo understand? Ichigo really can't understand. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Ichigo embeds the broken sword in the blade of the long sword to form a single sword. Before Aizen came back to his senses, his eyes widened instantly. Because the figure of Ichigo who was standing in front of him disappeared in an instant. And Aizen's face was held down by a big hand. It turned out to be Ichigo. Ichigo gave Aizen, who was still confident and proud, a head touch kill at an extremely fast speed. Aizen's face was firmly held by Ichigo's hand. And his figure was still moving backwards at a very fast speed. Ichigo pressed Aizen's face, led him out of Seireitei, and came to the remote Rukonga in the blink of an eye. During this process, Aizen didn't seem to react too quickly. A loud bang resounded through Soul Society. Aizen, whose face was pressed by Ichigo, was thrown onto a mountain peak in Rukonga. The entire mountain shattered, and the ground trembled violently. Ichigo looks at the collapsed mountain. Aizen has been buried inside. Ichigo's eyes were calm, and he said lightly, "I'm sorry Aizen. You are the challenger." Chapter 96. Aizen was still complacently telling Ichigo that he had fused with Hagyaku, and that Hagyaku in his body provided him with stronger strength and defense, saying that Ichigo had no chance of winning. But to Aizen's surprise, before he could finish his sentence, Ichigo suddenly held his face and took him to Rukonga, and smashed a mountain with his hand. Aizen was buried in the rocks. All this was so sudden that Aizen didn't even seem to react. And Ichigo's plain words seemed to be full of some kind of power. Even if Aizen is buried under the rubble, it can still be heard clearly. "Sorry Aizen, you are the challenger." Aizen thinks that he has the chance to win and his strength is far superior to Ichigo, but he can't imagine that Ichigo's speed and strength are so terrifying, so he takes him to Rukonga and throws him into a mountain. Ichigo's strength has reached such a level, it turns out that he, Aizen, is the challenger. He is only qualified to challenge Ichigo. The words that he merged with Hagyaku over Ichigo and Shinigami, and that Ichigo has no chance of winning are all Aizen's imagination. The Shinigami of Seireitei are all dumbfounded at this moment. Everyone did not expect that Ichigo's speed was so fast. He took Aizen out of Seireitei to Rukonga in the blink of an eye, and caused a huge commotion. The whole Soul Society seemed like an earthquake. Some stronger Shinigami saw from a distance that Ichigo smashed Aizen into a mountain. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. "Ichigo, so fast, so fast." Yuki and the others have initially recovered from their injuries under Orium's treatment and stood up. Ichigo was too fast just now. Soon, even Yuki, known as Flash Goddess, stared wide-eyed with disbelief on his face. Ichigo's speed far exceeds her Flash Goddess. "Call." Jing Le took a breath, his eyes were full of shock, and he said incredulously, "Agent Shinigami is so fast and powerful. Agent Shinigami is very likely to stop Aizen. My god! What a terrifying power that is!" Maguruma Kensei and Love Akawa were stunned. Their Zanpakuto is power type, but even if Kensei's Bankai Iron Fist breaks the wind, it is impossible to knock down a huge mountain with one punch and make the Soul Society quake, right? But Ichigo can do such shocking things with just a flick of his hand. How terrifying is Ichigo's power? Ichigo, has he grown to this extent? It's incredible. Even Urahara was amazed. None of them have seen Ichigo take a serious shot before. At most they just felt Ichigo's terrifying Ryutsu, but sometimes Ryutsu can't represent all. a Shinigami's strength is composed of Ryutsu, Zhanchuan Zugui, Zanpakuto ability, etc. Ichigo just casually you can smash Aizen down the mountain. Terrible. Hirako Shinji swallowed, his face couldn't be calm for a long time. They besieged Aizen with so many people just now, not only failed to injure Aizen, but were also killed by Aizen one by one. But Ichigo was able to take Aizen out of Seireitei at a speed that Aizen didn't even have time to react, and threw Aizen into the mountain. Masked Core and Shinigami fought Aizen for so long, but the result was not enough for Ichigo to hit. That's the difference between them and Ichigo. A gap like a chasm. Everyone in Shinigami puts all their hopes on Ichigo, hoping that Ichigo can create a miracle to stop Aizen. Now it seems that there is really a chance. At this time, Orium is treating Jushiro, and the wound on Jushiro's abdomen is slowly healing. Orium looked at Rukia with some worry, and prayed silently in his heart, "Kurosaki, you must win." Orium likes Ichigo and cares about Ichigo the most. She hopes that Ichigo can defeat Aizen and save Karakura town, and she doesn't want Ichigo to be injured. Shinigami acting as his agent is really, so fierce. Nanao Ise, the vice-captain of the 8th Division, is treating Hinamori Momo, the vice-captain of the 5th Division. The Shinigami agent took Aizen away from Seireitei, and it was really good intentions. Nanao and many other Shinigami can see that Ichigo brought Aizen to the remote Rukia because he didn't want the battle to affect the Shinigami. Otherwise, if Ichigo and Aizen fight in Seireitei, the entire Seireitei will suffer, causing countless casualties. Taking Aizen to the remote and uninhabited Rukia to fight again, Nico is really kind. Cough cough. Hinamori opened her eyes, and the first moment she opened her eyes, she looked up at the sky above Seireitei, looking for Aizen. "Captain Aizen, how is he?" Hinamori was seriously injured by the monster Yaon summoned by the 3 subordinate officers of Haribal just now, and now she wakes up and doesn't care about herself, nor does she care about and thank Nanao Ten who saved her, and the opening is the Aizen team uniform. This made Nanao couldn't help criticizing. Nanao stopped the treatment, and said to Hinamori seriously, "Vice-Captain Hinamori, the Aizen captain you remembered no longer exists, he is now Aizen, the enemy of our Shinigami. Please wake up quickly." Hearing this, Hinamori's eyes were dimmed, but he nodded slightly, "Well, I know." Nanao is really speechless. Hinamori knows a hammer like this. I still can't forget her blue captain. At the same time, Aizen was buried under a pile of rubble. Even now, even after experiencing Ichigo's speed and power firsthand, he still finds it unbelievable. How can it be? How can a mere human have such speed and strength? How is it possible? Aizen couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it, but Ichigo's speed and strength were far superior to him. He also boasted that after the first stage of preliminary fusion with Hagyaku, Ryutsu, strength, defense, and other attributes have all been improved, but this is so vulnerable in front of Ichigo. Aizen's mentality is about to explode. He has been planning for hundreds of years, trying his best to obtain Hagyaku and merge with Hagyaku, but he is no match for Ichigo who has just become a Shinigami for less than 2 months. Ah! Buried under the rubble, Aizen let out a growl. The crushed stones tens of hundreds of meters high were all blown away by Aizen's Ryutsu. Aizen appeared in front of Ichigo. I saw that Aizen was quite embarrassed at this time, his clothes were damaged in several places, his hair was messy, and he had some injuries all over his body. It seems that Ichigo's casual throw just now caused him some damage. The Hagyaku inside Aizen lit up again, and a burst of white life gushed out, healing all the wounds on Aizen. Aizen, who initially fused with Hagyaku, has acquired the high-speed regeneration ability, and ordinary injuries can't cause effective damage to him at all. Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen looked cold and ugly, he looked directly at Ichigo. "A mere human, it is impossible to win me." 587 Aizen said, and more white entity Ryutsu emerged from Hagyaku, enveloping Aizen. Aizen quickly becomes a monstrous form with only 2 eyes and a whole body of white. This is the second fusion stage of Hagyaku. Similar to the chrysalis when insects evolved, although it is still in the Shinigami category, its Ryutsu, speed, defense, and recovery are far stronger than the previous stage. Not only that, Aizen's white mask began to peel off, revealing his entire face. The head is fully exposed. Strange purple eyes, fluttering brown long hair. This is the third stage of the fusion of Aizen and Hagyaku. He actually went directly from the second fusion stage to the third fusion stage. Although Aizen in the third stage has not yet surpassed the Shinigami dimension, it is already at the apex of Shinigami or virtual power, and is only one step away from a qualitative change. At this stage, if it is fatal, it can still kill Aizen. Just like Ichimaru-jin used Bankai to attack Aizen in the original book, it is possible to kill Aizen. After 2 consecutive stages of evolution, Aizen's confidence has come again. Kurosaki Ichigo, you must be surprised now, right? In this form, I have truly reached the limit that Shinigami's power can carry. And you are just a human, are you afraid of my power, human? Aizen felt that Hagyaku reached the limit of Shinigami in the third fusion stage and he could crush all Shinigami, including Ichigo. He is the real limit. However, Aizen doesn't know that he has already exceeded the limit. In his words, Ichigo has already broken through the limit of Shinigami and reached a higher dimension. Chapter 97. Aizen has evolved again. Those who watched the battle from afar, such as Godi I-13 and Masked Legion, vaguely saw that Aizen had evolved twice in a row. Reached the third stage of Hagyaku fusion. This form of Aizen is stronger than before. In order to allow the Shinigami people to see the situation of Aizen and Ichigo more clearly, the Technology Development Bureau called the monitoring equipment closest to Ichigo and projected it to the Seireitei Shinigami side, so that the Shinigami people can see Ichigo more clearly and intuitively. And Aizen. All the Shinigami saw Aizen's weird form now. Aizen's eyes turned out to be weird purple. The image and breath are more strange and powerful than before. All Shinigami couldn't help but worry about Ichigo. Can a Shinigami agent do it? Aizen looks so scary. I can't even look into Aizen's eyes. Come on. You are our last hope. Aizen in this form should have reached the Shinigami limit, and is only one step away from breaking the limit. Kurosaki-san. Ichigo, we know it's hard for you to defeat Aizen, but you can't lose, Karakura Town will. Everyone was tense, feeling very dignified because Aizen had evolved to the third stage, and they were all praying for Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo, you have no chance. Aizen looked at Ichigo and said with a smile. He still said the same thing, thinking that Ichigo, a mere human being, has no chance of defeating him who is fused with Hagyaku. Now he has reached the limit in every aspect. Limit. What does it mean? It means very strong, very strong. But no matter what Aizen said or how he advocated himself, Ichigo was not afraid at all, and there was some weirdness on his face. Is that what you call the limit? What? Aizen froze for a moment. He didn't expect Ichigo to ask such a sentence. Ichigo shouldn't be trembling with fright after seeing his third fusion form, but at least his brows were wrinkled and his face was serious. But now there is nothing. Ichigo also asked him that this is the Shinigami limit? Aizen's purple eyes narrowed slightly. That's right, this is the Shinigami limit. What, my powerful Ryutsu makes you feel unbelievable? Aizen continued to ask. Ichigo shook his head with a disappointed expression on his face. No, I just want to say, if this is the limit in your mouth, then I should be above the limit. Ichigo's tone was calm, without a trace of pride. It's like saying something normal. But the words fell into Aizen's ears, but Aizen stared. Are you above the limit? You reached a new dimension. Aizen couldn't believe Ichigo's words, and quickly laughed. Kurosaki Ichigo, do you know what you're talking about? Are you above the limit? Now you can't even reach the limit. Don't be so fast. Aizen didn't believe Ichigo's words. He has planned for hundreds of years to break through the limit, and now the third form fused with Hyaku has only reached the limit of Shinigami, and has not broken through the limit yet. But if Ichigo actually said that this is the limit, he is already above the limit. Aizen doesn't believe it at all. He relies on Hyaku to hope to break through the limit. Ichigo has nothing. What is he relying on? Of course it is a powerful hybrid bloodline. It is useless to say more. Ichigo doesn't care if Aizen believes it or not. Aizen will figure it out soon anyway. Ichigo holds the 2-in-1 Zanpakuto in his right hand, and reads softly, "Crescent Moon." Just these 4 words made Aizen startled. Because when Aizen escaped from the Soul Society, Ichigo's Crescent Moon almost shattered negation, which left him with a lingering fear. And now Ichigo's Crescent Sky Rush is much stronger than before. In an instant, a golden crescent moon as huge as a mountain appeared, heading straight for Aizen. Feeling the powerful aura on the huge golden crescent, Aizen's complexion changed, and then a powerful purple Ryutsu erupted all over his body, holding Zanpakuto Kaika Suijutsu in front of him, blocking Nico's golden crescent with all his strength. What? Aizen's pupils dilated instantly. He only felt a huge force. Ichigo's golden crescent was like a big truck. He couldn't stop it at all. Whoosh! Aizen's figure is like a kite with a broken string, directly caught by the golden crescent. Aizen was blasted onto a mountain peak again, and the huge impact caused a mountain peak to collapse instantly. Is Hyaku's third fusion form strong? Shinigami limit? Ichigo still knocked back with a single blow. Everyone watching the battle at Seireitei, all stared wide-eyed at this moment, as if nothing else. Shinigami's limitless Aizen was blown away by Ichigo. Ichigo is so strong. Stronger than Shinigami's ultimate Aizen. Isn't this incredible? Oh my god! Aizen couldn't stop Shinigami's agent's golden crescent at all. If he couldn't block the slightest bit, he was blown away. It's scary. The golden crescent moon of the Shinigami agent is still so daunting. If it's at Seireitei, it must be able to split directly. If Aizen is the Shinigami limit? What is the Shinigami agent now? Aizen must be bragging. There is hope. Shinigami agent, come on. Ichigo, is too strong. Kurosaki-san is awesome. Everyone in Shinigami was too shocked. Even Aizen, who had reached the limit of Shinigami, was directly hit by Ichigo's crescent moon. Ichigo's power is so strong. Perhaps according to Aizen, the current Ichigo may have reached a new dimension. Blown away by Ichigo's golden crescent, Aizen felt not only disbelief, but also fear for the first time. Yes, it is fear. Aizen lived for hundreds of years and felt fear for the first time. He was crushed mercilessly. Already fused with Hyaku to the limit of Shinigami, he couldn't even stop Ichigo's crescent moon shot. Why is Ichigo so powerful? Could it be that Ichigo really broke through the limit and reached a new dimension faster than Aizen? At this moment, Aizen gritted his teeth. He was cut off an arm by Ichigo's blow. Although the arm grew out by relying on Hyaku's high-speed regeneration ability, he also looked very embarrassed, and the panic on his face and eyes couldn't be concealed. That's impossible, that's impossible. No. No. Aizen is terrified of Ichigo. Mentality is about to explode. But it is Aizen's fear of Ichigo that makes his desire to become stronger and break through the limit extremely strong. Hyaku inside Aizen lit up. A shocking purple Ryutsu shot up into the sky, dyeing the sky purple. Hyaku perceives Aizen's wish. Aizen is going to continue to evolve. Everyone in Shinigami looked at the projection of the Technology Development Bureau in horror, and saw that the fusion of Aizen and Hyaku had reached the 4th stage. In the 4th stage of Aizen, there is an extra eye-like slit on the forehead, and 3 pairs of huge butterfly wings grow out on the back, like a butterfly. Also, there is a hole inlaid with Hyaku in the center of his chest, and his right hand has been merged with Zanpakuto, so it is no longer a Shinigami category. The real transformation from a cocoon to a butterfly, reborn, reached a new dimension. Aizen in the form of a moth opened his bewitching eyes, and now he no longer feels fear, and has regained his calm and confidence. Thank you, Kurosaki Ichigo. If it wasn't for you, Li Hao, maybe I haven't broken through the limit so quickly and reached a new era. Thank you so much. Because Aizen was afraid of Ichigo just now, the fear forced Aizen to want to become stronger. Hyaku responded to Aizen's wish, thus allowing Aizen to break through the limit and reach a new dimension. Aizen now says thanks to Ichigo. Facing Aizen who has reached the new dimension and Aizen's thanks, Ichigo's face showed no surprise, nor any worry or fear, and said generously kind. You're welcome, evolution is mainly your business, and it has nothing to do with me. Ichigo told the truth, he didn't do anything to evolve Aizen. Hey! Aizen was taken aback again. Ichigo is not afraid of him in the moth form now? Why is he so calm and calm? Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly, did Ichigo really ignore him that much? Aizen asked unwillingly, Kurosaki Ichigo, aren't you afraid? Fear. Ichigo shrugged, a little puzzled and speechless, why should I be afraid? Ichigo paused, looked at Aizen, besides, isn't it good? Otherwise, I won't be able to let go and fight. Chapter 98. Not only is Ichigo not afraid of Aizen in moth form, but he thinks it's better. Otherwise, if Aizen is too weak, it will be boring. What did you say? Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen was surprised again by Ichigo's words. He finally reached the new dimension realm he dreamed of, but Ichigo seemed to be looking at an ordinary thing, and felt that it was better without making any waves. All Shinigami fear Aizen, and most of them are defeated by Aizen. But what does Ichigo think of the current Aizen? Aizen has a feeling that only he who has broken through the limit can make Ichigo care a little bit. What an outrageous thing this is! He has already broken through the limit. Aizen's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression a bit dignified. Now he truly believes what Ichigo said earlier beyond the dimension. This confuses Aizen. When did Ichigo break the limit? He broke through with Hyaku, but what did Ichigo rely on? Is it the power of blood? Aizen thought of this possibility, and only this possibility. What an excellent experiment, Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen guessed that Ichigo is the Shinigami limit that broke through after the blood fusion. Ichigo is not a pure Shinigami. There are 3 powers of Shinigami, Quincy and Hollow in his body. The fusion of these 3 powers can naturally break through the Shinigami limit of 627 and reach the new dimension that Aizen said. Aizen accepted this cruel truth. What took him hundreds of years to accomplish, Ichigo achieved in less than 2 months. In his eyes, Ichigo, the most outstanding experiment, at least completely surpassed him in terms of aptitude. I don't know what you're talking about, Aizen. Ichigo didn't know why Aizen called him an experiment and wasn't interested in knowing. On the other hand, all the Shinigami who were watching the battle at Seireitei were all terrified. Aizen broke through. Urahara looked extremely dignified. From his eyes, it is natural to see that Aizen, who has become a moth, has successfully broken through the Shinigami limit. He has entered a higher realm. It's even harder to deal with. Can Ichigo do it? Ichigo, don't lose. Yuaki and the others prayed to Ichigo with bated breath. These people can't even beat Aizen in Shinigami form, let alone deal with Aizen in moth form now. Protection is the hope of man. The current form of Aizen should no longer be judged by common sense. Jing Le spoke in a deep voice, her tone full of gravity. Aizen above the limit of Shinigami can no longer be judged by common sense. In short, it's even harder to deal with. It is even impossible to kill Aizen. However, what are they talking about? Aizen's face looks a bit wrong. Hirako and others noticed that after Aizen evolved into a moth, he was very proud at first, but after talking to Ichigo for a few words, his face became a little ugly. And because they are too far away from where Ichigo and Aizen fought, and the projection equipment of the Technology Development Bureau is also far away from the battle site, everyone in Shinigami can only see a fairly clear picture. But I can't hear Ichigo and Aizen's voice, I don't know what they are talking about. It seems that Ichigo's words made Aizen look bad. Everyone was also surprised and curious, what did Ichigo say that made Aizen's face change? Snort? Aizen snorted softly, Kurosaki Ichigo, don't be arrogant, you are just a human being, and you will never be able to defeat me. Aizen, who broke through the limit, doubled his confidence, thinking that Ichigo would never be able to defeat him anyway. With Byakuya he is invincible. Regarding Aizen's roar, Nico remained calm. Aizen, you seem to talk a lot today. Aizen couldn't bear Ichigo's arrogance any longer, so he did it. Aizen's figure disappeared and appeared beside Ichigo in an instant. This speed far exceeds Shinigami's Shunpo. This is the ability obtained by Aizen after breaking through the limit light form movement. Aizen's body disappears in the form of light, and reappears in the form of light at another destination, far faster than Shinigami's Shunpo. Aizen slashes at Ichigo with his right hand, Zanpakuto that is one with him. However, Ichigo lifted Zijutsu lightly and easily blocked Aizen's blow. Nani? Aizen was surprised, he had already broken through the dimension, stronger and faster, but Ichigo could still block his attack without any effort. Aizen sparred with Ichigo for dozens of rounds. The strong, BBFB, big Ryutsu produced by the collision of the two swords wiped out everything around them. Fortunately, it is not in Seireitei, otherwise Seireitei may be destroyed. Aizen's complexion was even uglier. He stepped back several hundred meters, and the day guards opened the distance. Since Ichigo can't do anything for melee slashing, use Kid. He's really good at Kid. Immediately, Aizen pointed to the sky with his left hand, the purple Ryutsu on his body surged wildly, and chanted like crazy. The turbid coat of arms reveals faintly, the unruly and arrogant talent, the tide, the negation, the paralysis, for a moment, hinders the eternal sleep. The crawling iron princess, the clay doll that keeps mutilating itself. Combine, rebound, extend to the ground, and know your own powerlessness. 90 of Had, Black Coffin. A black rectangular coffin appears. A fully chanted Kid is 3 times as powerful as an unchanged antied Kid. And Aizen now surpasses the Shinigami limit, its Ryutsu is stronger than before, and the fully chanted Kuroki is as big as a mountain. Ichigo didn't block, allowing Black Coffin to surround him. Kurosaki Ichigo, you didn't expect it. The Kid I sang, which surpassed the limit of the void and Shinigami, will also generate space turbulence, so you can sleep in it. Aizen laughed maniacally, he thought that Ichigo couldn't compete with the Black Coffin he used with all his strength, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured by Black Coffin. Seeing this huge Black Coffin released by Aizen, all the Shinigami who watched the battle looked horrified, and they were extremely shocked. They look like they've seen a ghost. Is this Kid? Oh my god, it's like destroying the world. It's terrible. The hat of number 90 is fully chanted by Aizen, it's as huge as a mountain, the power is unbelievable. What if the Shinigami agent is trapped inside? The Shinigami agent will be fine. Shinigami agent is very strong, but this Black Coffin looks even more dizzy. It's over, who can win against a monster like Aizen? It's impossible to win. Ichigo, come on. Kurosaki-san, you must be fine. Everyone is praying for Ichigo, hoping that Ichigo will be safe. But in the face of this outrageously huge Black Coffin, everyone felt that hope was a little slim. If it were the Shinigami captains like them, I am afraid that no one can compete with Aizen's full chant Black Sandalwood. It's over, Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen smiled, thinking he had won the battle. But the next moment... Boom! The smile on Aizen's face stopped abruptly, and his eyes widened. I saw that the huge black coffin he used with all his strength was smashed open by Ichigo. It's really just a knife. The zangetsu in Ichigo's hand was just swept away, and the entire huge black coffin was directly cut and smashed. Ichigo is unharmed. Just watched Aizen quietly. Aizen, show some real skills, or you won't be able to beat me. Aizen is ignorant. The black coffin he chanted with all his strength was smashed by Ichigo. Ichigo also asked him to show his true ability, but this black coffin is his true ability. He didn't let go of the water at all, and he has already used his full strength. At this moment, Aizen was stunned. Everyone is numb. Chapter 99. Aizen was completely dumbfounded. His full chant of black coffin was performed by Ichigo with a single knife. How is this possible? Hasn't he already surpassed the Shinigami limit? Why is Ichigo's strength still able to crush him? Why? What the hell, why? Why does Kurosaki Ichigo have such great power, why what? Aizen's mentality exploded and he roared like crazy. Ichigo looked at Aizen with pity in his eyes. It's like sympathizing with the weak. Aizen can defeat the Godai 13 Shinigami and the Masked Legion without Hagyaku, but even if he breaks the limit with Hagyaku, he is still vulnerable to Ichigo. The difference is too big. It was so big that Aizen couldn't accept it for a while, and his mentality exploded. Not only Aizen, but even all the Shinigami who were watching the game at Seireitei were stunned. Urahara, Kiraku, Yoryuki, Hirako, Kensai. Everyone was amazed. That kind of heaven-defying black coffin was broken open by Ichigo. Yoryuki's eyes widened in disbelief. If it were someone else who was surrounded by Aizen's full-strength black coffin, I'm afraid they would be smashed to pieces. Yes, Ichigo is as simple as breaking glass. Kurosaki-san. Seeing that Ichigo broke the black coffin, Orium's hanging heart was slightly relieved. The power of the Shinigami agent is really amazing, even Aizen in that form can't do anything. Jingle murmured, Ichigo's power is too strong, even the black coffin released by Aizen who surpasses Shinigami's limit is vulnerable. The problem is Ichigo he hasn't used Bankai yet. Urahara's words made everyone in Seireitei shrink their eyes again. Ichigo is still in normal form, and has not used Bankai yet. After Shinigami uses Bankai, is history. And Ichigo is just normal Shikai now. But Aizen's black coffin is vulnerable to Ichigo. It's too scary. If Ichigo Bankai, what kind of situation will it be? How powerful will it be? People can't imagine. Their Shinigami's Bankai was child's play to Aizen, and Ichigo hadn't even used the Bankai yet. Everyone couldn't help but gasp a few breaths. Ichigo's strength is simply heaven-defying. At the same time, everyone was curious about what Ichigo's Bankai was and how powerful it would be. After all, most of them have never seen Ichigo's Bankai. At this time, Aizen's mentality had exploded, especially after seeing Ichigo's slightly pitiful eyes. He couldn't help it completely, and roared madly. Don't get too carried away. As Aizen growled, the third eye on his forehead suddenly opened. A terrifying purple Ryotsu soars into the sky. Aizen's face turned black, and the previous facial skin was torn from the middle and located on both sides of the black face, the original 6 huge butterfly wings, each with a skeleton growing out of the wing ridge. Totally unhuman, transformed into a real monster. And this Aizen in monster form is the 5th stage of fusion with Hagyaku. Has a true immortality. Aizen has evolved again and turned into a more powerful monster. Kurosaki Ichigo, as I said, you have no chance. It is impossible for mere human beings to surpass me. Aizen's ferocious face is no longer human-like, but his proud heart is still proclaiming his strength. Ichigo sighed softly, and his expression became serious. Instead of responding to Aizen, he shouted those 2 words. Bankai. Tensa Zangetsu. Ichigo performed Bankai. In an instant, Ichigo's golden Ryutsu spread in all directions, and the entire Soul Society was filled with Ichigo's extremely powerful Ryutsu. Everyone with spiritual power can feel it. Even the sky above, which was originally dyed purple by Aizen Ryutsu, is rapidly being pushed back by gold. The sky turned golden. And Ichigo transformed into Bankai form too. The double swords in the hands become the original Zangetsu. Ichigo not only used Bankai, but also used the virtual power zone in his body. The skin color of the whole body turned white, one eye became a hollow pupil, and even a horn grew on his forehead. Bankai and virtual form. Holding Zangetsu in his hand, Ichigo said calmly, "I don't know why, after meeting you, the guy inside me really wanted to come out and fight you, so I used his power to prepare to end it with you." It turns out that although Ichigo has integrated the power of the three bloodlines, the whiteness in his body has not disappeared. Sushiro wants to fight with Ichigo and deal with Aizen together. After all, Sushiro was created by Aizen in the first place, and he has some entanglements with Aizen more or less, and Sushiro's purpose all along is to protect Ichigo. Now I strongly request Ichigo to use his power, let Ichigo become the form of Bankai and Shien. Kurosaki Ichigo, this form of yours seems to be the cause of your inner weakness. It's just an experiment I made. Aizen in monster form doesn't even care about Ichigo after Bankai. Maybe he thinks he's invincible in monster form. Experimental product. Ichigo looked at Aizen calmly, "Although I don't quite understand what you mean, I can feel that the guy inside me hates you." Subai tried to escape from the control of Aizen and others since he was created, but he wanted to protect Ichigo afterwards. Obviously Subai was talking about sleeping with Aizen and standing on Tenhu's side. Ask for flowers. All the Shinigami in Seireitei are scared by Aizen in monster form and Ichigo after Bankai. Aizen's form is extremely terrifying, completely devoid of human appearance, like a monster. And Ichigo after Bankai, somehow, they will become half man, half tiger. The Shinigami agent has also become a monster. Oh my god, is this Bankai represented by Shinigami? That golden Ryutsu is horrible. But what's the matter with this form? Both of them have become monsters. This is a duel between monsters. It depends on who is stronger. Horrible. Kurosaki-san, you must win. Everyone in the Shinigami was frightened or worried, wondering if Ichigo could defeat Aizen and protect the Soul Society in Karakura town. Ichigo held the Zanpakuto and said calmly, "Aizen, let's make a deal." Aizen snorted softly, "It's time to finish you too. Let me crush you completely." Both Aizen and Ichigo want to kill each other in one hit. "You can't beat me, human." Aizen roared loudly, and the 6 skulls on the wings behind him condensed into a thing that looked like 6 in total. This is the strongest ultimate move of Aizen in monster form, Radiation Break. Just one radiance blast can level the canyon. 6 pieces are the ultimate radiation breaker, the power is even more astonishing. Immediately, Ultra Radiation Breaker launched towards Ichigo, and Aizen wanted to use Ultimate Radiation Breaker to completely eliminate Ichigo. Ichigo's eyes are serious, and the golden Ryutsu on his body is condensed. "It's over, Aizen." Crescent, Tianchong. He only knows this trick, but it's enough. Ichigo's crescent moon is unrivaled in its power, and it also incorporates Wang Su's flash. The golden crescent is surrounded by red zero. This is the strongest crescent Sky Chong with 3 powers fused together. In an instant, Aizen's Lao Ji Fu Lai Po collided with Ichigo's huge golden crescent. But Ichigo's almost full-strength blow is enough to destroy the world and cut everything off. Aizen's Ultra Radiance was instantly destroyed by Ichigo's golden crescent before exploding. At the same time, Aizen in monster form was cut in half. Cut everything with one knife. The power of Ichigo's full-blow crescent sky is so terrifying. Even Aizen in monster form couldn't resist at all, and was cut in half directly. Rukonga, where Ichigo was, turned into flat ground. Even, the sky of Soul Society seems to be split by Ichigo's crescent sky. A crack appeared in the sky, and the clouds were cut off on both sides, extending all the way. In this battle, Ichigo seems to have won for. Chapter 100. Aizen in monster form is split in half by Ichigo's crescent rush. He couldn't believe that he had already evolved into a powerful monster form in a new dimension, and the ultimate killer move Ultimate Radiation Break released by Ichigo was easily split by Ichigo's crescent moon, and even he was defeated by Uia split in half from top to bottom. Aizen is terrified and unwilling. He kept saying that Ichigo, a human being, could not defeat him, but in the end he was completely crushed by Ichigo. The body was split in half, and Aizen also temporarily lost the ability to think. In fact, when Ichigo and Aizen had the last duel just now, the people who were originally besieged in Hueco Mundo finally successfully opened the black cavity and teleported back to Seireitei. Rukia, Renji, Uryu, Sato, Byakuya, Anohana, Kenpachi and more are all back. And as soon as they came back, they saw the shocking showdown between Ichigo and Aizen. All of them looked horrified and shocked. So, that's Ichigo's Bankai? Ichigo's crescent moon. Renji was dumbfounded, his eyes glazed over, and he swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Ichigo's crescent moon is as powerful as destroying the sky and the earth, even Aizen, even the sky and the earth can be cut off. In contrast, I think twice that his Buddha bone cannon is so weak. Rukia gasped, Ichigo is so strong. It even cut off the sky. April 20th, Rukia and the others originally wanted to rush over to support Ichigo, but when they arrived at the Soul Society, they saw the battle between Ichigo and Aizen, which was beyond their reach. In other words, it's a battle of another level, an ordinary Shinigami can't help at all, and it's hard to even get close. This is a battle beyond the scope of Shinigami. Byakuya's face was not calm, although he didn't speak, his eyes were full of shock. He has always been as proud as he is, but he didn't really know what a genius or a monster is until he met Ichigo. Ichigo, who was insignificant in his eyes 2 months ago, has now grown to such an extent that they, the Shinigami captains, can't reach it, and his strength far surpasses them. And Ichigo is the hope of all of them. Ichigo seems to have successfully defeated Aizen and stopped Aizen. What a monster! Scarier than Old Man Shan. Zaraki Kenpachi couldn't help but say, Ichigo is a monster, scarier than Captain Yamamoto. Kenpachi likes intense close combat, so he has absolutely no interest in Ichigo. Because the two are not on the same level at all. Even if Kenpachi liberates all his powers, and even learns Bankai, it might not work. Ichigo is too strong. As expected of Kurosaki, that kind of power is astonishing even to me. Yulong pushed his glasses, quite relieved. Ichigo seems to have defeated Aizen and protected Karakura Town. Karakura Town should not suffer from disaster. Then, what kind of power is it? It's so terrifying. Hitsuga Ichware is like a child who has never seen the world, his eyes are wide open and terrified. He wants to kill Aizen very much, but Aizen's strength is far beyond him, and even now Aizen has broken the limit of Shinigami, Chware has no chance. He has now seen with his own eyes that only a devastating attack like Ichigo can cut Aizen in half. Compared to Ichigo's crescent moon, Chware's Haranmaru is like a child's toy. Unbeknownst to Chware until now, Ichigo is the son of his unreliable captain, Kurosaki Ichigo. Sui Feng and Omida were so shocked that they couldn't speak, their faces were full of shock and horror, and they were sweating profusely. It was the first time they had seen such an astonishing scene. The remote Rukonga where Ichigo and Aizen are located was razed to the ground, and even the sky and the ground were cut off by Ichigo, revealing a ravine with no end in sight. It's too scary. Even Anoka sighed, these two forces are too amazing. I'm afraid it's not as good as the captain. Captain Yamamoto is known as the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, and his Zanpakuto Rijinjaka is the strongest Zanpakuto of the hot line, with the strongest attack power. If Bankai, the captain of Yamamoto, stays for too long, the water in the Soul Society will evaporate, making it impossible for all living things to survive, and it is rumored that the Soul Society can be destroyed. Even so, Anohana feels that the strength shown by Ichigo and Aizen may have surpassed Captain Yamamoto. Both Aizen and Ichigo have broken through the limit of Shinigami, and they can no longer be measured by common sense. Whether it is defensive power, attack power, or recovery power, I am afraid that they are all in the Yamamoto team. Up. Yet, it's terrible, it's terrible. Ichimaru-jin was still smiling. Although he turned against Aizen, he was still thinking about Aizen taking part of Matsumoto Ranjiku's soul. He didn't take much action in the Hueco Mundo melee before, in order to hide Zanpakuto's true ability and look for opportunities to attack Aizen. It seems useless now. The moment Aizen broke the Shinigami limit, Ichimaru-jin had no chance. Even if his Kamishinai no Yari stabs Aizen in the heart, Aizen cannot die. And, now Ichigo seems to have defeated Aizen. Too strong, because it's unbelievable. Everyone in the Masked Legion was dumbfounded, the confrontation between Ichigo and Aizen was too shocking for them. Call. Yoryuki let out a long breath. Fortunately, there is Ichigo, otherwise we will be doomed, Karakura Town and Soul Society will be doomed. Godai 13 and the masked people were easily defeated by Aizen. If Ichigo hadn't appeared to stop Aizen, Aizen would have destroyed most of Karakura Town and sacrificed tens of millions of souls to create Wangjian. It was Ichigo who stopped Aizen. Thanks to Agent Shinigami. Jingle murmured, feeling relieved, it should be over. Orium treated the Shinigami people, and seeing that Ichigo defeated Aizen, his worried heart gradually eased. Kurosaki-san, I'm fine. Godai 13's Shinigami cheered after the shock. Ha ha ha, Agent Shinigami is really strong. Even Aizen can defeat it, it's too powerful. The golden crescent moon just now was so terrifying that it could even cut off the sky. Phew. It's a good thing Shinigami didn't give us that knife when he joined Soul Society as an agent, otherwise Seireitei would have been more than just split in half. So what about Aizen who broke the limit? Or was he crushed by the Shinigami agent? Aizen is defeated, ha ha ha, Agent Shinigami is our savior. Thank you Agent Shinigami for saving your life. Numerous Shinigami players cheered afterwards, praising Ichigo in various ways. They all forgot how scared the shit out of them was when they faced Aizen earlier. At this time, Ichigo released the hollow form and became normal. In fact, Ichigo doesn't necessarily need to become half human and half empty when he uses the virtual power, even a normal appearance is fine, after all, his three bloodline powers are completely integrated. The reason why he turned into a human form just now is because Subai also wanted to fight. Now in front of Yuiot Yenchong, who was almost hitting with all his strength, Aizen had been split in two, and the battle seemed to be over. Aizen. Looking at the corpse that was split in half on the ground, Ichigo was inexplicably sad. When he was fighting Aizen close to each other just now, he felt the sense of loneliness Aizen sent from Zanpakuto, which proves that Aizen has been lonely for 100 years, because he is too good, so lonely that he has no similar kind. I don't know why, maybe because of kindness, Ichigo didn't think about killing Aizen in his heart. Although Aizen has been split into two halves now, this is more of a helpless matter, otherwise how to stop Aizen from protecting Karakura Town? Suddenly, Ichigo came to his senses. I saw the body of Aizen who had been split in half on the ground, quickly stitched together. Aizen is not dead. After taking a blow from Ichigo, Tsukiga Tenko is still alive. Aizen has stood up and Ryutsuo is stronger than before. And it continued to evolve from the original ugly monster, the mask fell off, the wings disappeared, and it turned back into a human appearance. And even Zanpakuto has completely disappeared. Kurosaki Ichigo. Did you see? I am already immortal after merging with Hagyaku. I am still evolving, Zanpakuto has disappeared, it is Hyaku who judges that I don't need to use Zanpakuto anymore. I will go to a higher level. Aizen not only did not die, but also evolved. After Aizen and Hyaku are completely fused, they have the ability of full regeneration. This full regeneration ability is much stronger than Arrancar's high-speed regeneration, and it is almost immortal. Not even Ichigo's crescent moon can kill Aizen. All the mask and wings of Aizen fell off, and Zanpakuto also completely disappeared, completely returning to human form. Although Ichigo wasn't afraid, his face became serious. Because the unkillable Aizen is really hard to deal with. But at this moment, everyone heard a loud click. The loud noise came from above Seireitei. Everyone looked up at the sky above Seireitei, and saw the torn sky crumbling. And in the cracks, everyone saw the buildings inside. That's the Spirit King's palace. In an instant, all the Shinigami of Godai 13 were terrified. The Lingwang Palace actually appeared. The reason for the appearance is naturally that Ichigo's blow can cut off the crescent sky and the sky just now, and cut off the sky, causing the Lingwang Palace above Seireitei 1.7 to be revealed. Aizen naturally also noticed the movement over Seireitei. His eyes contracted, and then his face turned ferocious with excitement. Spirit King Palace. Aizen dreamed of going to the Lingwang Palace. And now the Lingwang Palace was hacked out by Ichigo. In this way, Aizen does not need to use the so-called King Key, just type directly. Kurosaki Ichigo, you said before that the reason for fighting with me is to protect my friends, but now I don't need to go to Karakura town to create the King Key, so you have no reason to stop me, right? Ha ha ha. Spirit King Palace, Spirit King, here I come. After all, Aizen's purpose is to replace the Soul King, and there is no need to continue fighting with Ichigo. His figure instantly rose from the ground and went straight to the Lingwang Palace. Wait. Ichigo wants to stop Aizen, but as Aizen said, Ichigo seems to have no reason to stop Aizen now. Aizen left a word when he left. Kurosaki Ichigo, if you have time, you should protect the Shinigami of Seireitei. Yamamoto Uenryuse's sealed Bankai flame is still there. Ichigo's eyes shrink instantly. Not good. Ichigo's face changed drastically, and he rushed towards Seireitei immediately. And Aizen ascended to the palace of the Soul King. Chapter 101. The Soul King's palace is located above the Seireitei. It is an independent space where the Soul King and the royal family live. It is guarded by the royal family's special agent team. There are 72 barriers between the Soul King Palace and Seireitei. Usually, you need a King Key to enter the Soul King Palace. Aizen has always wanted to create the King Key, and then use the King Key to enter the Soul King Palace. Unexpectedly, Ichigo Bankai's crescent moon not only split Aizen in half, but also split the sky and the earth, revealing the palace of the Soul King above Seireitei. It exceeded everyone's expectations. In the Millennium Bloody Battle in the original novel, after Aizen came out of hell, he once boasted that he would use Ryutsu to blow down the Lingwang Palace in one go. Although it may not be possible, Aizen must have certain confidence at that time, and Ichigo, whose three bloodlines are completely fused, can split the Soul King Palace, which is quite reasonable. Therefore, Aizen no longer needs to go to Karakura town to create the King Key, and can directly enter the Soul King Palace along the crack in the sky. Aizen also bluntly said that Ichigo has no reason to stop him now, and also reminded Ichigo that the flame in Wanda Wise that sealed the flame of Yamamoto's Captain Bankai has not disappeared yet. Damn it! I'm still careless. Ichigo's expression became very anxious, and he hurried to Seireitei. The top priority is to stop the flames in Wanda Wise's body from erupting, otherwise the entire Seireitei might be destroyed with the power of the flames. All living beings were burned to ashes. After all, who can resist the flames of the remnant sword? The situation is urgent. Meanwhile, within Seireitei, one-eyed Arrancar has been dealt with, but no one has noticed that Zhang Daoizi's body is swelling a little bit. All the Shinigami looked incredulously at the Soul King's palace that appeared in the sky above, and were all dumbfounded. The Shinigami agent actually cut off the sky. What is the building in there? Stupid, that's the palace of the Soul King, where Team Zero and the Lord Soul King live. It's the first time I've lived for so long. I just heard it before. Look. There is already a figure flying up. Strength Aizen. Aizen is not dead yet. After Aizen is fully fused with Hagyaku, he can't be killed at all, even the devastating attack of Shinigami agent can't kill him. What should we do? Not only did Aizen not die, but he went to the Soul King Palace. This battle is not over yet. Are we going to do something? Godi 13's Shinigami are like ants on a hot pot, running around in a hurry. Aizen did not die, and boarded the Soul King Palace. They didn't know what to do for a while. In other words, they don't have the ability and qualifications to stop Aizen. Trouble, big. Urahara looked tense and dignified to the extreme. No one expected that the Soul King Palace would appear because of Ichigo's powerful slash, making Aizen dream of boarding the Soul King Palace. Aizen's ultimate goal is to replace the Soul King, and now it's exactly what he wants. Urahara knows the history and secrets of the Spirit King. If the Spirit King is replaced, it will be reshuffled to form a new order. In short, it will definitely have a great impact. Jingle helped the bamboo hat, and said earnestly, Seireitei is Seireitei, and the Soul King Palace is the Soul King Palace. We Shinigami are not qualified to step into the Soul King Palace without the Soul King's permission. The Lingwang Palace is the palace where the Lingwang lives, and generally speaking, it does not ask about the lower realms. In the original book, even if Aizen completely wiped out Godi 13, the people from Team Zero did not come down to stop them. Because the responsibilities of the two are different. Godi 13's duty is to protect Seireitei, while Team Zero is to protect Soul King. Shinigami of Godi 13 are not allowed to enter the palace of the Soul King without the permission of the Soul King. Generally speaking, the secrets of the Soul King are not allowed to be discovered. Therefore, although the people of Godi 13 saw that Aizen went to the Soul King Palace, they did not follow, and it was against the rules to follow. Moreover, it seems that the strength of the vast majority of them can't stop Aizen, and it's basically soy sauce. Ichigo is so fierce, isn't he? Renji was still in shock. Ichigo's world-severing blow made him gasp several times. Rukia, who was more thoughtful, frowned, this is terrible. Godi 13, or Room 46 won't hold Ichigo accountable. Rukia was a little worried that Room 46 would hold Ichigo accountable. After all, it was Ichigo who cut open the Soul King Palace and let Aizen successfully board it. Ichigo didn't do it on purpose, or in other words, it was an unavoidable move. He couldn't defeat or kill Aizen without exerting all his strength. Can you blame Guard? Who knew that his crescent Sky Chong was so strong that he could cut through the Lingwang Palace? Everyone in Shinigami has no right to blame Ichigo. Because if it wasn't for Ichigo, Aizen would have gone to Karakura town to create Wangjian, and their Godi 13 was basically wiped out. As Ichigo's companion, Uriah glanced at several Shinigami captains, and then said coldly, I hope you Shinigami don't do such disgusting things, otherwise. If Godi 13 or Room 46 really held Ichigo accountable for this, it would be a very disgusting thing, and the companions of the nurses would naturally not agree. Jingle laughed awkwardly, comforted Yulong and the others and said, don't worry, although we old guys are sometimes a bit pedantic, it's not like that. Don't worry, the Shinigami agent is the benefactor of the Soul Society, and no one can do that deny. The most important thing now is to think about what to do. Aizen has already gone up. Most of the Shinigami in Godi 13 are sensible and normal, and they will not complain about Ichigo because Ichigo accidentally opened the Soul King Palace. Even those old guys in the 46 room are quite critical. Ichigo is theirs benefactor. And what the Shinigami people have to do now is not these infighting things, they must find a way to stop Aizen. Is Old Man Shan awake? Let's see what he has to say. Kiraku turned his gaze to Yamamoto. At this time, Orium was treating Yamamoto, and Yamamoto was surrounded by the orange protective shield of Sotenkai Shield. To everyone's disbelief, Yamamoto's arm, which was lost because of the cremation with a knife, was recovered. Grow alive! Orium's healing ability is really powerful. Look at Shinigami. After treatment, Yamamoto also opened those old and majestic eyes. Old Man Shan, you are awake. Kiraku and Shinigami finally breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Yamamoto is the pillar of Godi I-13. Fortunately, there was no accident, he was awakened by Orium, and even the broken arm was reborn. Afterwards, Jingle and others told Yamamoto about Ichigo's appearance to deal with Aizen after Yamamoto was in a coma, and Yamamoto's eyes flashed with shame. We waited for the incident between Shinigami to involve innocent human beings, and it was the agent of Shinigami who stopped the traitor Aizen. What a shame. Although Yamamoto is stubborn, he doesn't like to involve innocent human beings in many things. After all, maintaining the balance and stability of the three realms is Shinigami's duty and has nothing to do with humans. But they failed to stop Aizen, or Ichigo saved Karakura town, although Aizen has now run to the Soul King Palace. Old Man Shan, what should we do now? Everyone looked at Yamamoto Uenryase, but Yamamoto Uenryase fell silent. Because even if he is the captain of Godi I-13, he doesn't have much power to intervene in matters related to the Lingwang Palace, and he can't throw it away rashly. The Soul King Palace is run by Team Zero, not his Godi I-13. The Shinigami were silent. But at this time, Yakian Liu, who was lying on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder, suddenly noticed that the corpse of Wanda Wise not far away was gradually inflated, and a flame was still reflected in his stomach. What is that? Ajian, look quickly, the belly of that dead guy is still getting bigger. Yakian Liu's words immediately attracted the attention of many people, and many people looked at the body of Wanda Wise whose stomach was gradually distended. What's with this Arrancar's body? I remembered, this is the Arrancar who fought against the captain before. It's quite strong, and sealed the flames of the captain. What? Sealed the captain's flame? The Shinigami people who came from Hueco Mundo hadn't seen the battle between Captain Yamamoto and Wanda Wise before, and the others didn't pay much attention to it just now. But now his face suddenly changed. No, if you put it this way, this Arrancar's body is full of the flames of the captain. Anohana's expression was extremely serious. Captain Yamamoto's flame is so powerful, she has seen it thousands of years ago, even Yuhabak was beaten into a vegetable. And with such a powerful flame in Wanda Wise's body will not be able to hold it anymore. If it explodes, the flames of remnant Achi will sweep the entire Seireitei, and the entire Seireitei and even half of the Soul Society will probably be destroyed. All the Shinigami's eyes contracted, and their faces changed greatly, terrified. Captain Yamamoto immediately stood up, trying to catch Wanda Wise's body that was getting bigger and bigger. You must use your physical body to block the flames of his remnant sword. This matter was caused by the old man alone, so the old man should make sacrifices. Captain Yamamoto is resolute, and will not hesitate to die to catch the flames of his remaining katana. If it was the flame of Shikiri Jinjaka, Yamamoto might still be able to resist it, but the flames of Bankai's remnant Tadeo. Basically no one can hold it with a physical body. Yamamoto pounces and dies. He will definitely be burned to ashes by the flames of his own remnant sword. It's hard to say whether it can even be extinguished, and Seireitei may not be able to keep it. If Yamamoto can't extinguish the flames of remnant Achi, 007 and everyone in Seireitei will almost die. But right now Yamamoto couldn't take care of that much anymore. Wanda Wise's body had swelled to the point that it was about to burst like a big leather ball. Old Man Shan, I'll be with you. Teacher Yuan Liuzai, add me too. Jingle and Jushiro actually stood up and wanted to fight the fire with their bodies together with Yamamoto. Everyone run away, hurry up. Run away, run away. The farther the better. The other captains ordered the others to escape quickly, the faster and farther the better. Bankai, Daiguren Harinmaru. Chuira's expression was also resolute. His Zanpakuto is the strongest Harinmaru of the ice and snow element. Although his own strength is weak, if the flames of the remnant sword explode, then his Harinmaru can still prevent one or two others from creating vitality. Although this vitality does not seem too big. All of them understand that the Shinigami people today, and even the entire Seireitei, are about to suffer catastrophe. In the face of the raging flames of the remnant sword, all they can do is try their best to survive. Vandalwise's body swelled violently, and the raging flames inside were visible to the naked eye. It seems that it will explode in a second. Captain Yamamoto, Kiraku, and Jushiro have already rushed over. Just at this critical moment, an extremely fast figure rushed over. Get out of the way. No one could see this figure clearly, and this figure had already arrived in front of Wandawise's body, with both hands. Lifted the bloated, fiery corpse of Vandawise. Fly to the sky. Stay away from Jinglingting in an instant. Because this happened in an instant, everyone was stunned and could only watch blankly as the extremely fast figure carried away Wandawise's body. That person is Ichigo. Although I couldn't see the figure whose speed was so fast as Ultimate, Rukia, Uryu, Orium, Sato, Renji and others heard it just now. It was the voice of Ichigo. It was Ichigo who took Wandawise's body and flew to the far sky. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky in the distance, and boundless flames exploded in an instant, and half of the sky in Soul Society was covered with the flames of remnant fire Tadeo. Although the raging flames brought heat to the Soul Society, the lives of the Seireitei Shinigami and Rukonga residents were saved. Ichigo is their savior again, saving the Soul Society. Just, what about Ichigo himself? Chapter 102. A huge fiery red firework exploded in the sky of Soul Society, illuminating the entire sky, and even the temperature of Soul Society became hot, as if being scorched by a hot sun. If the fire of the remnant Achi exploded in Seireitei, the entire Seireitei would be destroyed, and all the Shinigami would be reduced to ashes. It was Ichigo who saved them all. Saved the Seireitei. Saved the Soul Society too. Everyone in Shinigami was happy, but Ichigo's partners all looked panicked at the moment. Where's Ichigo? How about Ichigo? Such a big explosion. Both Rukia and Renji stared blankly at the distant sky, and Rukia's body couldn't help shaking. In order to save them, Ichigo bears the power of the fire Tachi explosion alone at zero distance. If it's another Shinigami, it's sure to die. Even Ichigo, Rukia, and Renji think it's more likely than not. After all, the power of the remnant fire sword is too terrifying. It is simply not something a human can bear with the flesh. Kurosaki-san! Orium screamed, with 2 lines of tears streaming from his eyes. His face was full of despair. She couldn't stand still, it was Sato who held her up and nearly fainted. Kurosaki-san, you must be fine. Orium broke down in tears. Yulong looked at the raging flames in the sky and sighed. I hope Kurosaki is still alive. Although Ichigo is strong, amazingly strong, but I bear the overmatch. The explosive power of the remnant sword is too amazing. Not to mention zero distance, even Seireitei's Shinigami everyone feels extremely hot. Ichigo. A touch of sadness rose in the hearts of Urahara, Yoryuki, Hirako, and others. Shinigami captains such as Byakuya, Sui Feng, Chuir, and Anohana also had complicated expressions. It was Ichigo who saved them, and Ichigo himself. Hey, my condolences. Jingle's expression dimmed a bit. As the disciple of the captain of Yamamoto, he knew how amazing the power of Yamamoto's Bankai remnant fire sword was. Even now, he could see the explosion in the sky, No one can survive the flames of the remnant Achi. It's our fault, Shinigami agent, we're useless. Jushiro was recovered by Orium, and he is fine. Orium rescued them. Ichigo stopped Aizen and took away the pregnant Tao Tai regardless of safety, and endured the explosion of the remaining fire sword alone. It was Ichigo who saved them, and their Shinigami did nothing helpful to Ichigo. Even Jushiro felt even more ashamed. He gave Ichigo's Shinigami proxy certificate to monitor Ichigo's items. If Ichigo has a different heart, the Soul Society will send troops to eliminate Ichigo. In comparison, the layout of Shinigami is really too small. Shame on Ichigo too. It's the old man's fault, the old man is too arrogant to be calculated by Aizen. Captain Yamamoto spoke in a deep voice, thinking that all this was his fault. It was because he was too arrogant that Aizen used Wanda Weiss to calculate, and also implicated Ichigo. But what is the use of saying this now? Hey, there is no hope, it is impossible for anyone to survive such a horrible explosion, everyone, UNBA. Thank you Shinigami agent for your contribution to Soul Society, I will always remember it. It's not our fault, it's Aizen, blame that damned Aizen. Don't blame us Shinigami, blame Aizen. Proxy Shinigami is the benefactor of our Soul Society, he saved the Soul Society in Karakura town. The Shinigami sighed one by one. Most of it is really thanks to Ichigo, and a small part is fake. Especially most of the noble members of Room 46, they only know that they survived, and they don't care who saved them at all. Orium, Rukia, and others are still determined, their eyes are still fixed on the sky, hoping for a miracle, and hoping that Ichigo is still alive. Even if it's a serious injury. Kurosaki-san, you must be fine. Orium had tears in his eyes, folded his hands and stared at the sky in a daze, praying. Rukia, Renji, Yulong, Sato, and others did not give up, and they still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts, hoping that Ichigo was still alive. Time passed minute by minute. Most of the flames of the remnant fire Tadeo explosion have dissipated, and the temperature has also dropped a lot. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. Look, there seems to be a figure there. Many people saw that there was a figure at the center of the explosion of the fire remnant sword. Everyone is incredible. Hope rose in the hearts of Orium and others. Is it Ichigo? It should be Ichigo. Renji and Uriu thought that the figure might be Ichigo. After all, it was Ichigo who took away Wanda Wise's body just now, so the figure in the sky is probably Ichigo. Everyone watched with bated breath. Because the distance was far away, and the raging flames blocked the line of sight, people couldn't see clearly. After waiting for a while, Renji and Yulong's eyes widened, and they were suddenly pleasantly surprised. It's Ichigo. Really Ichigo? Ichigo is alive. Renji and Yulong are relatively strong, and they can clearly see the face of the figure in the flames. The yellow hair is a little burnt, and the face is a little black, but that man is Ichigo. Ichigo is alive. What? Agent Shinigami is still alive. Everyone in Shinigami was very surprised, and everyone was dumbfounded. Ichigo actually survived the horrible explosion of the remnant Achi. Too unbelievable. The power of the explosion of the remnant Achi can destroy even the entire Seireitei, but Ichigo survived the explosion from zero distance. My god, this is outrageous. Sui Feng couldn't help shouting, how could anyone survive that kind of explosion? It's too unbelievable. Kiraku, Jushiro, and even Yamamoto himself couldn't believe it. Proxy Shinigami is fine. It's not that they want something to happen to Ichigo, it's just that they feel too shocked. Especially Captain Yamamoto, as the master of Rijinjaka, he knows that his Zanpakuto has almost the strongest attack power of all Zanpakuto. Bankai's remnant fire sword can obliterate all existence. However, Ichigo resisted the explosion of the fire sword and survived. From a distance, he still has no arms or legs. Kurosaki-san. The two daughters Orium and Rukia cried with joy, and Orium shed tears all over his face. Great, Kurosaki is still alive, it's great. For Orium, Ichigo is pretty much all she has. Ichigo didn't die, her heart was finally relieved, and she felt like she was alive after a catastrophe. It's great that Ichigo is alive. Urahara and Yoryuki also felt relieved. They naturally don't want anything to happen to Ichigo, and if something happens to Ichigo, it's not easy for them to face Isshin or Shibakuzuru. It's unbelievable that Ichigo survived such an explosion. He doesn't have Hagyaku like Aizen, and his defense is so amazing. Urahara couldn't help sighing, Ichigo's defense is too terrible, and he survived the explosion of the remaining fire sword at 0 distance. You must know that Ichigo is not Aizen, there is no Hagyaku, it is just a physical body. Aizen is because of Hagyaku's full regeneration ability, even if it is split in half, it can still be reborn. But Ichigo is not, Ichigo is just a human with flesh and blood. The firelight dissipated a little more, and everyone could see it more clearly. At this time, Ichigo was carrying a big knife behind his back, with yellow hair, some of his death-fighting clothes were burned, and his face and skin color were dyed a little black, so he didn't look too serious. And, to the puzzlement of Shinigami, Ichigo has blue blood vessels all over his body. These blue veins surged and gave Ichigo great defense. The Shinigami folks don't quite know what this is. But Yulong could see it. This is the static blood outfit of the Quincy Master. Static blood equipment greatly increases defense. Ichigo learned the static blood and dynamic blood outfits, and can use them at the same time. The two abilities can be regarded as passive skills, but if they are used actively, the effect will be doubled. Just now, Ichigo used his powerful Ryutsu and active static blood equipment to withstand the explosion of the residual fire sword at 0 distance and survived. Only suffered some minor injuries. The defense is too amazing. It's really dangerous. Ichigo, who was completely burnt black, scratched his head. Although thrilling, but fortunately nothing happened, he saved everyone in Chongqing. Then, Ichigo returned to Seireitei with great speed and appeared above the crowd. All the Shinigami below gasped. Ichigo really survived the explosion of Remnant Achi, and he was fine, except that the Shiba suit was burnt a little, and his whole body was a little black. Scary as team. Chapter 103. After crying with joy, Orium quickly shook his head to wake himself up, and ran towards Ichigo immediately. Kurosaki-san, I'm here to help you heal. Rukia and the others showed relieved smiles. Ichigo, you guys are so lucky. But let Inu help you check and treat. Although Ichigo is still alive and looks like he was just charred and blackened, he seems to be a normal person, but Orium and other partners are still worried. Don't, Inu, don't come here, no, I'm really fine. Ichigo quickly waved his hands, he was really fine, even with little skin trauma. Even if what he experienced was the shocking explosion of the remnant fire Tadeo. It can only be said that Ichigo's defense is too pervert. Ichigo couldn't hold back Orium and the others, so he could only let Orium use the Shuangtian Guishishi. The small burns on his body healed quickly, and the blackness on his body disappeared completely, and he recovered as before. Classmate Kurosaki is well. Classmate Kurosaki is really amazing. After experiencing such a horrible explosion, he only suffered a little burn. Orium breathed a sigh of relief, after she personally confirmed that Ichigo really only suffered a little skin trauma. She also healed Ichigo, bringing Ichigo back to his prime. This gave Orium a sense of fulfillment in her heart. Otherwise, she always felt that she couldn't help Ichigo, and felt very sorry. Now that Ichigo has been treated, she feels better. Others, the Shinigami, were very surprised by Ichigo's safe return, and at the same time were quite happy. Old man Shan's Bankai can't be hurt, what a terrible young man. Jing Le supported the bamboo hat and praised in a low voice. Captain Yamamoto slowly closed 967's eyes, putting away the guilt in his eyes. If Ichigo was really swallowed to death by the flames of his remnant sword for saving Seireitei, then Captain Yamamoto, who didn't want to involve humans, would feel guilty. Fortunately, Ichigo is still alive and well. Although it is very offensive. Ichigo was quite apologetic at this time, and said, "Master Shan, and everyone, I'm sorry, because of me, I let Aizen go to the Lingwang Palace." Ichigo's mind is relatively simple and kind-hearted, thinking that he accidentally cut open the Soul King Palace, and let Aizen take the opportunity to go up, and feels sorry. Rukia immediately shouted, "No Ichigo, it's not your fault. You are the benefactor of our Godi I-13, without you. Godi I-13 has been defeated, you are the benefactor of Shinigami, please don't blame yourself." Rukia is right, whether it is in Hueco Mundo or Soul Society, if Ichigo hadn't appeared, they would have been in danger, and they couldn't stop Aizen. Aizen has probably killed hundreds of thousands of souls in Karakura town and created the King Key. It was Ichigo who stopped Aizen and saved Seireitei and everyone in Karakura town. Ichigo is the savior and their great favor. Even if Ichigo broke the Lingwang Palace, they have no reason and qualification to accuse Ichigo. "Ichigo, you used that earth-shattering, BBFG, move to defeat Aizen, it was not your fault that the Soul King Palace was broken, it was just your unintentional move." Renji chimed in. "Travel accident boy, you have done a good job, we old guys are ashamed of ourselves." Jingle patted Ichigo on the shoulder, comforting Ichigo like an uncle. Most of the Shinigami were sensible and didn't complain that Ichigo broke the Soul King Palace. "Teacher Genryuze, what should we do now? Are we going to stop Aizen?" Jushiro looked serious. Aizen has already boarded the Lingwang Palace, hesitating whether they should follow and stop Aizen. This sentence made it difficult for Captain Yamamoto to make a choice. No matter who it is, if it is not invited by the Lingwang Palace, it is not allowed to enter the Lingwang Palace. Even the captain of their Godi I-13 and even his overall captain is no exception. Seireitei and Soul King Palace, Godi I-13 and Team Zero are two completely different concepts. Shinigami people are generally not eligible to board Soul King Palace. But if they don't go up, can Team Zero stop Aizen? If Aizen can't be stopped, then wouldn't Aizen be able to replace the Spirit King? Wouldn't this world be about to change? Yamamoto thought for a while, and finally said in a deep voice, "No." "What? Master Chief, are we really not going to stop Aizen?" Sui Feng was startled, and found it inconceivable and incomprehensible. Jingle shook his head, and said to Sui Feng, "Captain Sui Feng, you should understand that the above is the Lingwang Palace, trespassing without an invitation is a felony, we failed, we couldn't stop Aizen, now not to mention that he is not qualified to be a Lingwang official." Jingle said frankly that they are losers. They failed to defeat Aizen, failed to prevent Aizen from ascending to the Lingwang Palace, and if they failed to protect the court, they had already failed. Moreover, the Lingwang Palace is under the jurisdiction of Team Zero, and they are not qualified to trespass on the Lingwang Palace. But, Aizen. Chuir was not reconciled, he wanted to kill Aizen himself. "There's nothing to worry about." Captain Yamamoto's serious face and deep eyes interrupted Tu's words. Anokina looked up to the sky and murmured, "Team Zero, trust them." "Squad Zero, this is the first time I've heard of it." It was the first time for Ichigo and the others to hear the concept of Team Zero. "Are the members of Team Zero very good?" Yulong asked with some doubts. Byakuya nodded, "Well, they're some pretty good guys. It is rumored that the combat power of the 5 members of the Zero Division is greater than the sum of Godi I-13. Byakuya's words surprised Renji, Rukia, and Uryu. The Zero team of Soul Society is so good. The strength of 5 people is greater than Godi I-13. This is too fierce. This may also be the reason why Captain Yamamoto did not let everyone go to the Soul King Palace. Because he felt that Aizen might not be able to pass the level of Team Zero. Even Aizen, now fused with Hagyaku, Probably can't. In fact, Aizen is not the first person to defeat Godi I-13 to ascend to the Soul King Palace in these thousands of years. Thousands of years ago, a ghost with devouring ability defeated the young Yamamoto, boarded the Soul King Palace, and almost devoured the Soul King. But in the end, he was defeated by the monk of the Lingwang Palace, and was sealed in a Zanpakut by the monk and the sword god Wang Yu, named Jiji Sahaba. On the other side, the Lingwang Palace. On the Lingwang Palace, there are 5 floating Li halls, each of which has its own guards, that is, the 5 members of the Zero Division. In addition to these 5 guardians, there are also some spiritual soldiers similar to Shinigami team fields. At this moment, all of them stared wide-eyed, looking in disbelief at the severed Spirit King Palace. The Lingwang Palace has been breached. Everyone in Team Zero never dreamed that the Spirit Chief Officer would be fired in this way. It can only be said that Ichigo's full-strength crescent moon is so powerful that it can even cut off the sky and the earth, and the barrier of the Lingwang Palace is no exception. It turned out to be like this. Shura Senjumaru, one of the members of the Zero Division, this coquettishly dressed woman frowned. Their Team Zero knew about Aizen below, and they actually expected that Aizen would defeat Godi I-13 to ascend to the Soul King Palace, but they still miscalculated. Aizen defeated Godi I-13, but was suppressed by Ichigo, and the way Aizen ascended to the Soul King Palace was not through the King Key, but the Soul King Palace was split by Ichigo. And it still broke apart. When did the defense of Lingwang Palace become so weak? It can only be said that Ichigo's crescent sky is too strong. What a great brat! Standing next to Senjumaru is a man with a dog's tail in his mouth and an airplane head. He is also a member of the Zero Division, Ten's hero Renji. Renji Ten's hero had to marvel that Ichigo is so powerful that he can break the barrier of the Lingwang Palace. Just at this time, Aizen has come to the Lingwang Palace and appeared in front of Shura Senjumaru and Renji Ten's hero. Aizen didn't look at the two of them, but looked up at the middle and uppermost hall of the Lingwang Palace, where the Lingwang was located. Aizen said coldly, "Spirit King, it's just a decayed tombstone." Chapter 104. Aizen finally boarded the Lingwang Palace as he wished. But he didn't seem very excited. His eyes were fixed on the Li Palace where the most central Lingwang Palace was located above the Lingwang Palace, and there was a flash of disgust and contempt in his eyes. The palace of the Soul King is nothing more than a rotten tombstone. Aizen knows the truth about the Spirit King, and the Spirit King is more like a symbolic sacrifice that has been sealed for hundreds of 10,000 years. So bluntly, the Li Palace where King Ling resides is nothing more than a decayed tombstone. Evil One, Aizen Suk. You are so brave, you came up without being invited. A cold voice came. It is Shurita Senjumaru, a coquettish girl who is one of the members of the Zero Division who blocked Aizen. Senjumaru's seductive eyes were full of seriousness. Although she was angrily scolding Aizen for going to the Lingwang Palace without being invited, she also understood that Aizen is not a cheap lamp, at least it is not easy to deal with. And next to Senjumaru is another member of Team Zero, Renji Ten's hero. They came here early to stop Aizen. Tien Shiro of Kirin Temple has a dog's tail grass in his mouth, and a Zanpakut that looks like a paddle on his shoulder. The airplane head left looks very individual. Aizen Suk, are you expressing emotion? Aizen slowly withdrew his gaze from Lingwang Lydian, and turned his head to give Senjumaru and Ten's hero a cold look. So what if I wasn't invited? Why should I feel too much emotion when I look at a decayed tombstone? Aizen has no fear in the face of Senjumaru and Ten's hero, and doesn't even care. He ignores them with contempt. Cut! Renji Ten's hero snorted disdainfully, and spat out the bristle grass on the ground. It seems that hitting Yamamoto Genryuze and Godi I-13 has made you dizzy, Aizen Suk. Senjumaru also said coldly, we are not Godi I-13 kind of guys. The two are full of pride. They are the Zero team. Team Zero is stronger than Godi I-13 combined. They thought that after defeating Yamamoto Genryuze and Godi I-13, Aizen would drift away, and they dared to go up to the Lingwang Palace to play wild. Just relying on you, do you think you can stop Russia? Aizen asked indifferently. If we didn't think so, we wouldn't be standing here. Tianqiang of Kirin Temple yelled and reprimanded Aizen. He couldn't bear it anymore and took the lead. I saw him waving the zanpakut that looked like a paddle in his hand, and shouted angrily, "Bone hell!" Immediately, Zanpakut of Kirin Temple Ten's hero summoned a hot spring. The hot spring enlightenment gave Aizen a baptism. If an ordinary person is soaked in the hot spring of Tianqiang in Kailan Temple, they will instantly turn into bones. This is a very powerful attack method of him. However, he still underestimated Aizen too much. Aizen's voice resounded in the hot spring. Is that all it takes? What? Renji Ten's hero and Senjumaru were shocked. Aizen, who was soaked in the hot spring, could still talk. The hot spring was broken by Aizen, and Aizen was rich and unharmed. Aizen was even a little disappointed. Tianqiang of Kailan Temple was quite clamorous, but his strength was no more than that. Damn it, don't be too arrogant, Yi. Seeing that his hot spring was ineffective against Aizen, and couldn't even break through Aizen's defense, Tian Shiro of Kirin Temple swung his Zanpakut and jumped towards Aizen. Senjumaru also took the opportunity to activate the ability of Ultimate Clothes, held a needle with silk thread in his hand, and wanted to quickly re-sew clothes for Aizen before Aizen could detect it, and then stabbed Aizen to death. Aizen was disappointed by this. Squad 0, it seems that I overestimated you. Aizen completely sees through Senjumaru and Renji Tenshiro's moves. With a slight dodge, he escaped the slash of Kirin Temple Ten's hero, and then directly knocked away the open-hand vehicle that wanted to attack sewing clothes with the powerful Ryutsu. The fourth of Had, by Lei. Aizen muttered lightly, and saw two lightning lasers shot out, instantly piercing through the bodies of Senjumaru and Renji Tenshiro. This. The eyes of the two were full of disbelief, but their bodies were penetrated and they could only slowly fall down. The two members of Team Zero were defeated by Aizen so easily. They were clamoring to stop Aizen just now. Facts have proved that it is unstoppable. Perhaps, as Aizen said, he overestimated Team Zero. Aizen didn't look at the two who fell to the ground, and walked straight to the next Lydian. Team Zero had 5 members, Aizen defeated 2, and 3 remained. Soon, Aizen came to the Phoenix Hall. The owner of the Phoenix Hall and one of the members of the Zero Division, Ermiya Wanjiu, has long been waiting here. Yo-yo check Nao, Aizen-suk, it seems that you have broken through the blockade of Senjumaru and Tenshiro. Welcome to Phoenix Hall, let me introduce myself, I am Ermiya Wanjiu. Wang Yu, who wears sunglasses and looks very hip-hop, introduces herself to Aizen, without any sign of nervousness. Next to Wang Yu stood Hikifun Kiryu, who was also a member of the Zero Division, but he didn't seem to be very good at fighting. After Aizen saw Wang Yu, his eyes became serious for the first time. Sword God. Ermiya Wanjiu. Aizen naturally investigates and learns about the members of the Zero Division. Among them, Ermiya Wanjiu is the Sword God, the creator of Soul Society Zanpakut. Almost all of Shinigami's Zanpakut are crafted by Wang Yu. The original Zanpakut was named Sealed State, and the Shinigami absorbed the Shinigami's Ryutsu by living with the Sealed State day and night to form a Zanpakut unique to each Shinigami. Aizen's Zanpakut Kaika Suijutsu is no exception, all created by Wang Yu. Wang Yu can be said to be the one person Aizen cares more about. However, there is now no Zanpakut in Aizen. After being thoroughly fused with Hagyaku, Aizen's Zanpakut has become one with him, human and sword one. It seems that you know me, so I don't need to introduce too much. Wang Yu picked out his ears and said casually. He wasn't surprised that Aizen defeated Senjumaru and Ten's hero, nor was he afraid that Aizen broke the Shinigami limit. Because he is the Sword God. Aizen, please go back, you are not welcome in front of King Min. Wang Yu's expression became serious, and he ordered Aizen to leave. Aizen looked directly at Wang Yu. You know, it's a waste of words. How could the Soul King Palace, which Aizen climbed so hard, retreat? He wants to replace the Soul King. In that case, I'll send you away. A box appeared next to Wang Yu, and inside the box was a zanpakut that looked ordinary but had an unusually sharp blade. This is a zanpakut that is so sharp that it cannot be put into a scabbard. Even Wang Yu failed to create a scabbard for this knife, which shows how sharp this knife is. Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the sheath in Wang Yu's hand slightly. Apart from the sharpness of this knife, he can't see any other characteristics. But the sharpness of the knife is the biggest effect. Whoosh! Wang Yu appeared in front of Aizen at an extremely fast speed, and directly chopped down with the sheath ambush. Ask for flowers. Aizen raised his arm to block. If it is another Shinigami's slash, with Aizen's current Ryutsu and defense power, the slash can be blocked casually. But Aizen's pupil shrank, and Wang Yu's sheath broke through his defense, and the blade had already sunk into his arm, and he was about to cut off his arm. Aizen pulled away hastily, retreating some distance when his arm was chopped off. What a sharp knife! Even Aizen had to admit that the sheath in Wang Yu's hand was so sharp that it could even break through his defense. How about it, Aizen? There is still time for you to step back. Wang Yu had the upper hand and continued to persuade Aizen. But, it's only to this extent. A strong vitality surged from Aizen's body, and he instantly healed the cut arm. After Aizen is fused with Hagyaku, it not only has the ability of high-speed regeneration but also complete regeneration. Even if Aizen's arms are cut off by Shimabushi, it will be fine. Oh? It seems that you are really difficult to deal with after merging with Hagyaku. As Wang Yu said, his expression turned cold suddenly. Then what will happen if you cut off your head? Can you still be born again? Wang Yu has already appeared behind Aizen, saying in his hand that the sheath is slashing towards Aizen's neck. Whoosh! Without any obstruction, Wang Yu chopped off Aizen's head. Did you make it? Kiryu Hikifun, another member of Team Zero who was watching the battle not far away, widened his eyes. He didn't expect Wang Yu to behead Aizen so easily. Wang Yu's strength and the sharpness of the scabbard are still terrifying. However, the Japanese felt an inexplicable sense of disobedience. The next moment, Aizen's corpse also became unreal. Nimiwa Wanjiu, you are the maker of Zanpakut, you should also know the ability of my Zanpakut. The figure of Aizen appeared behind Wang Yu. This made both Wang Yu and Hikifun Kiryu feel unbelievable. But in an instant, I understood what was going on. Kaika Suijutsu. They all hit Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu. Kaika Suijutsu's original hypnosis condition was the moment of seeing Zanpakut Shikai, however Aizen has no Zanpakut now. In other words, Aizen, who unites human and sword, is itself Zanpakut. Zanpakut has disappeared. Aizen liberated Zanpakut no longer need to pull out the sword and say the liberation language. Aizen itself is Kaika Suijutsu. Aizen had already used Kaika Suijutsu's ability before coming to the Phoenix Hall, successfully hypnosis Wang Yu and Hikifun Kiryu. This is like in the original novel. During the 1000-year bloody war, Yhwach went to hell to visit Aizen who was imprisoned and bound. Aizen can still use Kaika Suijutsu to interfere with hypnosis Yhwach. Aizen, who combines human and sword, has the ability of Kaika Suijutsu even more unpredictable. Kaika Suijutsu. Wang Yu's eyes widened. Although he knew he was hit by Kaika Suijutsu, he couldn't crack it. Wang Yu waved the sheath in his hand and slashed at Aizen, but it was a fake again. After winning Kaika Suijutsu, Wang Yu has no chance of winning. Then Aizen pierced his chest with a hand knife and fell down. The same is true for Hikifun Kiryu, whom Aizen took down with ease. Of the 5 members of Team Zero, 4 were defeated by Aizen. Only the last one left. In front of Aizen is the palace of Li where the Spirit King is. Aizen walked forward. There is only one step away from replacing the Spirit King. And this step is also the most difficult to cross. 9. Chapter 105. Aizen easily defeated the 4 members of Team 0. He came to the palace where the Spirit King was, and even Aizen could see the beheaded Spirit King sealed in crystal amber from a distance. A look of disgust appeared in Aizen's eyes. Everyone in Shinigami would believe in and submit to the Soul King, which is like a sacrifice. Most of the Shinigami in Seireitei don't know the truth about the Soul King, and they think that the Soul King is the monarch of the Soul Society, but they don't know that the Soul King has long been made a sacrifice to maintain the stability of the 3 realms. The arrogant Aizen will never allow himself to surrender to this kind of thing. He wants to replace the King of Souls, free from any restraint and control, and let him build a new world. However, in front of the place where King Ling is, there is a monk with a brush on his back sitting on the ground, blocking Aizen's progress. Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly, his face a bit dignified. Ichigo Hisub. Aizen naturally knows the identity of the monk in front of him, the backbone of the 410 of the Lingwang Palace 0 Division, and also an extremely special existence. It has lived for hundreds of 10,000 years, and it is not an exaggeration to be called the boss of Shinigami. Oh, it's not good to call me by my first name, Aizen-suk, you'll burn your throat if you're not careful. The monk scratched his huge bald head and said casually. So, can you let me pass here? Ichigo Hisub. Aizen was not afraid at all, and continued to call him by his first name. The monk didn't pay much attention to Aizen's words. He was the guardian of the Spirit King's palace, so naturally he would not allow Aizen to kill the Spirit King. The monk scratched the huge writing brush behind him, with a very lazy expression, stood up and said impatiently, "Sorry Aizen, you are not qualified yet." As he spoke, the monk waved the huge brush in his hand and drew a straight line in front of him. The monk also wrote a seal on his back, and no one could pass through this place until he was defeated. He waved the writing brush in his hand, and said to Aizen, "I will not allow you to step here, before I get here, I will knock you down." Aizen is very disdainful of this. Are Team 0 and the like so arrogant and ignorant? Even you? Ichigo Hisub. From Senjumaru and Kairenji Ten's hero at the beginning, to Wang Yu and Hikifun Kiryu, and now the monk Ichigo Hisub, the members of the 0 team thought they could stop Lan. The monk also drew a line saying that if Aizen cannot break through here, Aizen will be knocked down, which is really arrogant one by one. The monk turned his back to Aizen, and suddenly said seriously, "So, don't call my name casually." The monk's breath became cold instantly. Thousand Li Tongtian Palm. In an instant, a huge hand wrapped itself around Aizen with an unrivaled momentum. This palm is too huge, compared to Aizen is as weak as an ant. Aizen's eyes were dignified and his reaction was quick. Bakud S81, Splitting Void. Aizen used Bakud. A huge transparent wall appeared in front of him. The kid released by Aizen's current strength is extraordinary, just like the black coffin used in the previous battle with Ichigo. The power of each kid has increased several times or even dozens of times compared to the previous one. Aizen wants to use Splitting Void to block the huge Buddhist palm of the monk. In an instant, the 1,000 miles Tongtian palm hit the transparent wall of the Splitting Void. Clicking sounds continued to sound, and the transparent wall was immediately covered with cracks. With a bang, the huge transparent wall completely shattered. Aizen's Splitting Void can't stop the monk's celestial palm. The power of the monk's 1,000 Li Tongtian palm is so terrifying. In the original book, Yuhabok was shot flying. Aizen looked cold, and shouted, "Bakud S99, forbidden." Countless black belts appeared, completely wrapping around the huge palm. Only then did Kyun Li Tongtian palm come to a standstill. The monk tilted his head, as if surprised that Aizen blocked his celestial palm. "I originally wanted to take you directly to the Soul King Palace, but I didn't expect to be blocked by you. It seems that your power has improved a lot after fusing with Hgyaku." A monk knows almost everything in this world, Aizen and Hugyaku fused with him naturally knows. There is really no other way, so I have no choice but to kill you. The monk suddenly changed his usual easygoing manner, his eyes turned white and his eyes were gone, and his aura became extraordinarily eerie. He made no secret of his murderous intent towards Aizen. Maybe he thought that Aizen fused with Hugyaku was a bit tricky, so he made up his mind to kill Aizen. Aizen snorted softly, and said slightly mockingly, "This kind of expression really deserves to be you evil Shinigami, you are worthy to be the leader of Shinigami." The monk waved the brush and slashed at Aizen, and Aizen also confronted the monk with a knife in his hand. Aizen is one with Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto is a part of his body, he is Zanpakuto. The monk's writing brush meets Aizen's hand knife. Boom! The extremely powerful Ryotsu produced by the confrontation between the two spread throughout the entire Soul King Palace. Even the Seireitei below can feel it. The Godai 13 people below had their eyes widened with astonishment. That's Aizen's Ryotsu. Is there another Ryotsu? So strong Ryotsu, too strong. Can Team 0, can stop Aizen? A battle of this level is beyond our ability to intervene. It's not on the same level. After everyone in Godai 13 felt the shocking Ryotsu between Sword Monk and Aizen, they, the bystanders, also knew that this level of battle was beyond their control. God-level combat. Is that all it takes? Aizen casually brushed away the monk's brush. In this duel, Hepu did not seem to be able to cause damage to Aizen. However, the monk showed a serious expression and explained to Aizen, "My pen does not cut flesh, but only names. The name on your arm has been cut in half just now." Aizen's expression changed, he felt that there was a change in Monk Dao's arm just now. "It seems that you have discovered that the arm has become heavier, the muscles have been halved, the strength has been halved, everything in the arm has been halved. Your arm can only do half what it used to do, how about it Aizen? Doesn't that feel bad?" The monk's eyes were white, and he opened his mouth with a terrifying expression. The monk's Zanpakuto, chop the name without chopping the meat. As long as it is touched, half of its strength will be cut off. One of Aizen's arms is just like that. Aizen snorted softly, and swung his knife to attack the monk. The attack power and speed of Aizen's arm have been reduced by half. The monk dodged easily, and also slashed Aizen's body with a brush. "Continue to cut the name but not the meat. Now you only have half of your strength left." The monk reminded Aizen that Aizen only has half of its power left now. Then the 2.4 monk punched Aizen to the edge of the Lingwang Palace. The monk smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, the sinful person who was cut in half and cut off half of his strength, how do you feel when you are hated by Shinigami whose head has been beaten to pieces?" The monk's words were full of sarcasm. And Aizen stood up, not frightened by losing half his strength. Aizen could still laugh, and asked back with a smile, "Doesn't it look like I'm in a bad mood? The leader of the Zero Division who leads the Shinigami, feared my power and cut it in half. This is not a pleasant thing something. In terms of talking ability, no one can beat Aizen." Aizen looked directly at the monk, and said coldly, "But it's a pity, I lost half of my power, and I can awaken again through Hugyaku." In an instant, the Hugyaku in Aizen's body erupted with intense white light, and a breath full of vitality and strength gushed out, replenishing the strength that Aizen had cut in half by the monk just now. Chapter 106. It's incredible to be able to re-empower myself through Hugyaku. The monk was a little surprised. He didn't expect Aizen to be able to give back half of the power that was cut off through Hugyaku. Hugyaku's real ability is to make the host's thoughts materialize, provided that the host has the potential or qualifications to realize the wish. Aizen wanted to regain power. This strong idea was conveyed to Hugyaku. Hugyaku sensed and helped Aizen restore the calendar area. This is also one of the reasons why Aizen did not ascend to the Soul King Palace when he did not obtain Hugyaku and did not break through the Shinigami limit. Because he knows that before breaking through the Shinigami limit and reaching a new dimension, it is impossible to cross the Zero team to replace the Soul King. Surprised, Aizen raised his hand, and the slash formed by Ryutsu around his body flew towards the monk. The figure of the monk retreated quickly, and then clasped his hands together to shoot off all the slashes released by Aizen. After defusing Aizen's attack, the monk scratched his head and said helplessly, "Oh, Aizen, you are such a ignorant guy. Song, cut your power in half just to save your face." Then the monk's voice changed, "After all, if you, who managed to climb up to the Lingwang Palace with all your strength, were slaughtered by me, the leader of the Shinigami you hate, you will definitely lose your face. Forget it, if you die, you will have no face to speak of." While talking, the monk jumped and used Kid on Aizen. 62 of Bakud, 11 poles in the 100-step hurdle. Aizen snorted softly, a powerful force erupted from his body. "Shatter all the seals from the 100-step railing." "Yo, there are 2 tricks." The monk seemed to be praising Aizen. "Then try this." The monk split his palm forward, and said in his mouth, "Li had number 3, Iron Wind kills." The monk's palm actually released a blue dragon. The giant dragon's head breathed on Aizen, creating a hurricane. It seems that it wants to blow Aizen away in one breath. Aizen's powerful Ryutsu defense could not completely withstand the hurricane spit out by the dragon. Aizen raised his hand, 90 of had, black coffin. Another giant black coffin. The black coffin wrapped the cyan dragon in it, the black coffin shattered, and the cyan dragon was also destroyed. However, at this moment, the monk has come to Aizen. Grab Aizen by the throat. "Careless, Aizen! Watch me break your neck." The successful sneak attack made the monk a little proud. However, just when he was about to break Aizen's neck, he found that Aizen disappeared in front of him. Or that he didn't hold Aizen's throat in the first place. Kaika Suijutsu. Shang immediately understood what was going on. He got distracted by Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu, misjudged. As strong as he is, he can't completely resist Aizen Kaika Suijutsu's complete hypnosis. In fact, not to mention him, even Fahabak, who devoured the Soul King in the original book and possessed the power of omniscience and omnipotence, would be influenced by Kaika Suijutsu. The real Aizen has appeared behind the monk. Aizen stabbed the monk's body with a knife in his hand. Puff! Blood spurts. Before Aizen's hand knife pierced through the heart, the monk escaped at an extremely fast speed and opened the distance. Blood spilled all over his chest. Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu is simply impossible to guard against. And this completely angered the monk. Human beings, there should be a limit to rudeness. The monk's eyes turned white again, and his aura became eerie. And he actually called Aizen human? Or that all Shinigami or Quincy are human to him? The monk turned the brush in his hands and shouted, "I will punish you. Dye it black, a word." The monk recited Zanpakute's liberation language. And at this moment, the entire Soul Society changed. The monk's Ryutsu enveloped the entire Soul Society, and the sky, earth, and water were all blackened. Soul Society is black with ink. And the one who caused all this is precisely the civil servant in the monk's hand. Everyone in the Shinigami below was stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a sight. The sky has turned black, what's going on? Sui Feng and Chuir were terrified. This Ryutsu, too powerful. Terrible. Shinigami captains such as Renji, Byakuya, etc. feel the powerful and thick Ryutsu of the monk. The monk claims to be the Shinigami leader and has lived for hundreds of 10,000 years. It is not too much to say that he is the ancestor of Shinigami. And the reason why Team Zero is greater than the sum of Godai May 13th be that the monk alone is greater than the entire Godai 13. Is this the combat power of the Zero Division? It's really scary. Hirako Shinji and the rest of the masked legion gasped. But Urahara frowned, and muttered in his heart, the one from Team Zero made a move, but can he stop Aizen who merged with Hagyaku? While Urahara also knows that monks are strong, Aizen fused with Hagyaku pushes the limits of Shinigami with infinite possibilities. The monk really can't stop Aizen. Ichigo is still hesitating whether to go up to support. But as Captain Yamamoto said, it is a felony to go to the Soul King Palace without being invited. Also, Ichigo, who mainly wants to protect his companions, doesn't seem to have to stop Aizen. For a while, Ichigo was a little tangled. At the Lingwang Palace, the monk performed his shikai in the Zanpakuto script. What used to be the tip of a writing brush has become a blade. Aizen looked at the monk's handwriting, but couldn't feel any ryotsu fluctuations from it. Moreover, Aizen couldn't tell whether it was a knife or a writing brush for a while. Sometimes it's a knife, sometimes it's a brush, it's very weird. What? Can't tell if it's a knife or a brush. Aizen! The monk taunted, and quickly waved a word in his hand to chop towards Aizen. A ball of ink was spilled from the tip of the Aizen knife. Every time it was swung, a lot of ink was spilled. Aizen was a little puzzled, not sure what was going on. What is this knife? It only sprinkles ink and doesn't cut people at all. Is it cutting names but not flesh like before? But my strength can be restored by Hagyaku, I cannot be defeated with this knife. Aizen didn't know what the power of the words written by Monk Shikai was, and what the power of these inks was. And the next moment, when he wanted to use Kaika Suijutsu's ability, he stopped suddenly. Because he forgot his Zanpakuto name. Nani? Aizen's pupils shrank, completely unable to remember his Zanpakuto name. It's as if his Zanpakuto doesn't have a name. The monk put one hand over his ear, mockingly. Aizen, what are you talking about? I can't hear you, I can't hear you. Oh, you must have forgot your Zanpakuto name, what a pity, you can even forget your own Zanpakuto name. Aizen knew that this must be the ghost of the one word in the monk's hand. The monk also gave an explanation with a smile, things that are erased with one word will lose their names. 993. Nameless things are powerless, nameless sword, nameless power, can you kill me? The monk pointed at Aizen with a text in his hand and asked. There is a setting in Shinigami, that is, no matter what moves or abilities, you must call out famous officials. For example, the name of Zanpakuto, you can use the ability of Zanpakuto only if you know the name of Zanpakuto and the liberation language, the same is true for Bankai, almost all moves are like this. And the monk's word is the nemesis of all this. Erase names, except Luang. For example, Captain Yamamoto claims to be the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, and he is the captain of Godi 13, but if he meets the monk, it is basically no way. The monk's name is cut in one word, Yamamoto's captain forgot his Zanpakuto's name, and even Renji can't shikai. Forget the name, this is pretty deadly for a Shinigami. Although Kaika Suijutsu has merged with Aizen, Aizen still forgot his Zanpakuto name. Aizen frowned, and snorted coldly, since I forgot Zanpakuto's name, then I will not use Zanpakuto's power, but directly kill you with absolute power. Aizen's figure disappeared instantly, fighting with he. The two confront each other, and the mighty Ryotsu spreads throughout the Soul King Palace. But no one can help anyone for a while. After fighting for more than a dozen rounds, Aizen's body has been smeared with ink and blackened by the monk's words. The monk retreated tens of meters. He looked at Aizen and said, my power is black. Whether Shinigami or Quincy, whether dead or alive, all the black in this world is mine. In this instant, Aizen, who was smeared all over, lost his name. Aizen can't even remember who she is. Chapter 107. Aizen not only had Zanpakuto's name cut off by the monk, but also his own name. For a moment, Aizen didn't even know who he was. Names in Shinigami largely represent power, memory, and even existence. When Aizen loses his name, he loses his strength, because he lost everything about himself. It can only be said that the monk's ability is too variable, all the blackness in this world belongs to the monk, and all the blackness is under his control. And this one word that can cut names. It is worthy of being the strongest Shinigami leader and Dingaishinzen of the Lingwang Palace in the past 110,000 years. Looking at Aizen, whose name had been wiped off, standing motionless with dazed eyes, the monk smiled and said, Aizen-suk, oh no, the person who used to be named Aizen-suk, does it hurt to lose your name? Sad you, let me rename you. The monk looked ghastly, turning a word in his hand and drawing a circle in the air. Really type, write with a white pen. Call it Bankai in the latest parlance. After all, Zanpakuto was born and evolved 110,000 years ago. This knife can re-engrave a new name on things whose names have been erased by one word. The monk is the oldest Shinigami, and the one script in his hand is also the oldest Zanpakuto. Perhaps the sword god Wang Yu created the sealed state based on the monk's words. The monk made a real fight, a white pen, which is Bankai in Shinigami's mouth. Bankai's ability is to engrave new names on things whose names have been erased by a word. In short, an enhanced version of Shikai. Shikai is in charge of erasing the name, and Tenkatsuo is engraving the new name. There is a mass of white ink similar to the front end of the character. The monk waved the character in his hand and engraved two characters on Aizen's body. Black Ants. Aizen was given a new name and became a black ant. So, how does it feel? The black ant that used to be called Aizen-suk. The monk looked at Aizen with contemptuous eyes, and continued to say to himself, your current strength is like a black ant crawling on the ground, a tiny life, so fragile. Aizen was named the Queen of Black Ants, and Li Huang was as weak as ants. Even Aizen at this time seemed to be struggling to speak. Facing the monk's questioning, Aizen said with difficulty, "Ant, well, that's it." Although Aizen has lost his name, he still recognizes the monk and still has the strength to answer the monk's words. Seeing that Aizen was still talking hard, the monk narrowed his eyes, making his eyes even more sinister. "That's right, that's it. That's the difference between you and me." The monk's eyes were terrifying, and he said coldly, "You are as weak as an ant, be trampled to death." As he spoke, an extremely powerful Ryutsu emanated from the monk, and he raised his feet. A huge Buddha's foot appeared immediately, stepping on Aizen, who became a black ant, and was about to trample Aizen to death. Boom! The Buddha's feet fell. Not only that, but the monk put his palms together, and the huge bergamot he summoned would smash Aizen into pieces. Farewell, Aizen-suk. However, just when the monk's bergamot was about to close, Aizen, who had turned into a black ant, suddenly laughed. "Didn't expect Ichigo Hisub, I remembered my name. I'm not some black ant, I'm Aizen-suk. To be a man of God." Aizen actually broke through the power of writing with a white pen and remembered his name. Nani? The monk was shocked. No one in this world could remember his own name after being beheaded by him. His ability was ineffective against Aizen. He just cut off the name of Aizen's Zanpakuto Kaika Suijutsu, as well as Aizen's own name. Even Aizen was named Black Ant by him. But Aizen still remembered his name. It's because Hagyaku. The monk's eyes widened, and he realized it. His powers failed to erase Hagyaku's name. Hagyaku in Aizen still has power. It is because of the power of Hagyaku that Aizen can remember his name. All because of Hagyaku. The monk underestimated the power of Hagyaku. Hagyaku cannot be destroyed since it was created, and naturally it cannot be erased. After all, Hagyaku is a fusion of a large number of fragments of Shinigami, Hollow, and Rijoku. Aizen fled the giant Buddha's palm. And in an instant, he came to the monk, and the knife in his hand pierced the monk's body. The monk was injured again. At this time, Aizen is exuding the Ryutsu and breath of Hagyaku, and the word black ant on his body is gradually falling, and it won't be long before he can completely get rid of the shackles of the black ant. "I originally wanted to kill you with one blow, but unfortunately my strength is too weak. Aizen shook his head. The hand knife he just wanted to pierce the monk's heart, but because the word black ant on his body has not completely fallen off, his strength was damaged, so he only wounded the monk. The monk's pupils turned red, making him look even more sinister. He raised a letter in his hand and said coldly, Aizen-suk, do you think I will lose? Are you just proud of getting rid of the name of Black Ant? How do you want to defeat me? Have you forgotten? All the blackness in this world, including the future blackness, belongs to me. As he said that, the monk turned a word in his hand and murmured, Dusk, dark night, please come here. It is impossible to become a sacrifice. Don't turn too much to kill the mausoleum. The monk summoned a huge dark mausoleum. This is the tombstone he prepared for Aizen after the Soul Society captured 100 knights 100 years later. It will absorb all the blackness from Aizen, devour all the flesh and blood on Aizen, everything in Aizen will disintegrate into black nothingness. Even reincarnation is impossible, falling into the dark hell forever. At this time, the word black ant on Aizen's body has completely dropped, and he has fully recovered. Facing the ultimate move of the monk not turning Tai Shailing, Aizen also used all his strength, pointed to the sky with one hand, and had 5 swirling dragons of destruction. The ground of the Lingwang Palace cracked open, and 5 purple dragons formed by Aizen Ryutsu appeared. They growled in response to the monk's non-turning Tai Shailing. Boom! There was a loud noise, and half of the Lingwang Palace was shattered. At the end of the duel, the monk spit out a mouthful of blood and stared at Aizen in front of him. At this time, Aizen was not feeling well, and his breath became very weak. It seems that 5 swirling dragons of destruction did not completely defend against the monk's non-turning Tai Shailing. But it didn't turn too much and didn't kill Aizen, it just weakened Aizen's breath. An Aizen with Hagyaku is much more resilient than a monk, or so it seems. Ichigo Hisub, you are going to lose. Aizen's breath gradually recovered. In this battle, Aizen seems to have gradually gained the upper hand. How can a wounded monk deal with Aizen when he relies on Hagyaku to restore his wounds and breath? The monk's pale eyes turned scarlet. I don't know if he has other ultimate moves, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with Aizen. And Aizen seems to be about to clear away all obstacles to replace the Spirit King and become the master of the 3 realms. At this time, Aizen's shoulder was pierced by a red beam. If it was normal, Aizen's defense would probably be able to block it, but just now he was beheaded by the monk and turned into a black ant, and he couldn't resist the killing, and his breath was mostly weak, which led to him being attacked. The sneak attacker was none other than Urahara-kisuk. Urahara-kisuk appeared in the Soul King Palace. He was very worried about the situation above, and he rushed to the Lingwang Palace regardless of other people's objections. Fortunately, we caught up. Urahara helped her own striped green hat, staring at Aizen and said, Catch up. Aizen was very disdainful about this. Urahara-kisuk, why do you dare to say such arrogant words? Even if you catch up, how can you stop me with your strength? Kurosaki Ichigo might still have a chance, but with you, and this monk, no. Aizen was a little bit adrift. Think that neither Urahara nor the monk can stop him. I don't know if the monk has any ultimate moves, but so far most of the monk's abilities are ineffective against Hagyaku, and Aizen can't help. Aizen didn't think Urahara could stop him either. Urahara shook her head slightly, you are wrong, I developed Hagyaku. Aizen suddenly had a bad premonition, he could feel that the flow of Hagyaku's breath in his body was slow, and even stagnated. What happened? Aizen's eyes shrink, I don't know what's going on. I just injected a special seal kit into your body, your breath is weak now, and it has already begun to take effect. It turns out that the red beam that Urahara attacked Aizen just now hit the special seal kit on Aizen's body. This kit can temporarily seal part of Hagyaku's power as well as Aizen's power. Urahara-kisuk. Aizen roared suddenly, he underestimated Urahara. At this last moment, it was Urahara who stood up and stopped him. Urahara's kid has taken effect, and red shackles appear in Aizen's body, surrounding Aizen's whole body. Aizen tried his best to stop the destruction, but it was useless. Urahara's seal kid was designed for Hagyaku and Aizen. At this time, the weak Aizen couldn't break free, and all parts of his body were sealed. Urahara Kisuke. I despise you. UBD, why do you submit to something like the Soul King, you? Aizen growled and struggled to despise Urahara, but to no avail, he was soon sealed into a cross. Urahara looked at Aizen who had turned into a cross, with a complicated expression on his face. Urahara naturally knew what the Spirit King was, but he didn't want to replace the Spirit King in the past. After all, that would cause turmoil in the three realms. Urahara looked in the direction where the King of Souls was. Maybe the existence of Shinigami is evil, but I don't have the courage to break this evil. When Urahara expressed his emotions, the injured monk stood up and patted bloodline on his body. Call. It's really dangerous. If Urahara didn't show up, the monk might not be able to stop Aizen. To be able to create something like Hagyaku and seal Aizen is amazing. The monk praised Urahara, Nomas. Then the monk said, Urahara Kisuke, you have done a great job in protecting the Spirit King, and you can ignore the matter of trespassing on the Spirit King's palace. Urahara nodded, and he didn't speak in a complicated mood. Okay, let's all resurrect. The monk waved his hand, and Shutara Senjumaru, Kairenji Ten's hero, Urmiya Wanjiu, and Hikifun Kiryu who were killed by Aizen were reborn. As long as the Li Palace of the Lingwang Palace is not destroyed, the members of the Zero Division are immortal. Wang Yu, go and reinforce Aizen with a seal, just like the one from thousands of years ago. The monk ordered. Oh! Monk, have you defeated that guy Aizen? That guy is really hard to deal with. 117. Wang Yu thought it was the monk who defeated Aizen. Perhaps in the eyes of these Zero team members, the only one who can defeat Aizen is the monk. The monk shook his head. No, anyway, don't ask, just do as I tell you. Wang Yu and the others were startled, looked at Urahara, and vaguely guessed something. His face was full of disbelief. The seal of Aizen was originally written by Urahara. Surprised, Wang Yu came to the cross formed by Aizen, fiddled with it for a while, and then sealed Aizen in the Zanpakut sheath in his hand. Just like the Jizujiba thousands of years ago, it was sealed in Zanpakut. Aizen is the double seal, Urahara's kid seal, ugly pleasure Zanpakut's seal. Hey, it's finally over. Wang Yu wiped the sweat from her brow, picked up the sheath that sealed Aizen. This knife must be well preserved, and this guy Aizen can't be allowed to come out again. Chapter 108. With the joint efforts of the monk and Urahara, Aizen was sealed by Wang Yu in the Zanpakut sheath. The crisis in the Lingwang Palace can be regarded as resolved. All members of Team Zero breathed a sigh of relief. With the exception of Monk, everyone in Team Zero was easily defeated by Aizen. If Urahara hadn't appeared, the outcome of the monk's battle with Aizen would have been hard to say. What Aizen said before being sealed echoed in Urahara's mind. Urahara knew all this early on, knew that the Soul King was just a sacrifice, and knew about Shinigami's crimes, but he had such a smart mind and did nothing, so he was despised by Aizen. Urahara's eyes were a little complicated. At this time, Ichigo also caught up. Ichigo struggled for a while before, and felt that Aizen's ability to ascend the Lingwang Palace was caused by his carelessness, and there was his reason, so he climbed up behind Urahara. Urahara's special kid successfully sealed Aizen, and Aizen was sealed in the sheath again, and Ichigo saw it all. For some reason, Ichigo also had a strange feeling in his heart at this time. Aizen, was he really wrong? Ichigo looked up at the Lingwang Gli Hall, the Lingwang sealed in the crystal amber. The limbs were chopped off by the seal, so what kind of spirit king is this? It's like a sacrificial offering. Just like the sacrifices of chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs that humans use to defeat ancestors or gods in reality. If Ichigo doesn't go to the Soul King Palace, I'm afraid he will never know what the Soul King looks like. Aizen wants to replace the Soul King, so why not save the Soul King in another way? So, at this moment Ichigo began to doubt. Are Shinigami really righteous? Is Aizen really wrong? Could it be that Aizen is right and Shinigami is wrong? Ichigo can't figure it out. 860. Urahara saw Ichigo's entanglement, and turned her head to persuade Ichigo. Ichigo, the facts are as you can see, but some things are difficult to draw conclusions. Don't think too much, don't have to delve into it, just know it. Urahara persuaded Ichigo, let Ichigo not think about these complicated issues. When everyone in Team Zero saw Ichigo, their hearts rose and their faces were solemn. Senjumaru narrowed her phoenix eyes, he is Kurosaki Ichigo? Such a young boy. Kairanji Ten's hero forgot to pick up the dog's tail grass, and stared at Ichigo tightly. Although they are in the Lingwang Palace, they in the Zero Division basically know everything about the lower realm. They also saw the battle between Ichigo and Aizen before, and the Soul King Palace was also split by Ichigo. In other words, they think Ichigo is more dangerous than Aizen. Especially after Ichigo sees the appearance of the Soul King now and thinks about it. If Ichigo wants to replace the Soul King like Aizen, it will be difficult for them to stop Ichigo. Fortunately, Ichigo has no such thoughts. Ichigo shook his head, forget it, I'm not very interested in these things. Ichigo gave up on delving into things about Soul King and Team Zero, after all he wasn't interested in it. Hearing this, the members of Team Zero were relieved, and the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. Yo-yo, little Ichigo. Wang Yu carried the Zanpakuto sheath, pushed his sunglasses with one hand, put on a handsome pose, and said to Ichigo, little Ichigo, your strength is really not a joke, even the Lingwang Palace was split. Really it's terrible. Wang Yu got close to Ichigo, and lamented that Ichigo's power is too powerful, even the Lingwang Palace can be split, and Aizen got his wish to board the Lingwang Palace because of Ichigo's light. Ichigo scratched his head, sorry, I didn't control the strength well. Although both Senjumaru and Kirin Temple felt that Ichigo's act of breaking through the Kaling Palace and trespassing was a bit embarrassing, they didn't dare to say it publicly. Ichigo really didn't do it on purpose, and they didn't dare to hold Ichigo accountable. The monk smiled heartily, Kurosaki Ichigo, welcome. Hey? You know me? Ichigo was a little confused. The monk laughed and explained, because there is black in your name, all the black in this world is my power, so I have known you for a long time. The monk has known about Ichigo's existence for a long time, and has paid special attention to it. If according to the plot in the original book, when Ichigo awakened Shinigami power under Urahara's practice, Ichigo couldn't hear Uncle Zangetsu because the monk blacked it out with a word. Uncle Zagetsu's words couldn't reach Ichigo's ears, and finally Uncle Zagetsu could only disguise himself as Shinigami and named him Zangetsu. 2 months ago, the monk wanted to block and discredit Zangetsu just like the original book, and Ichigo thought that Zangetsu was his Zanpakuto. But the monk was surprised to find that his ability didn't work. With the help of the acceleration system, Ichigo directly obtained the power of Shinigami and the power of Quincy, and got 2 Zanpakuto. Now that Ichigo's 3 bloodlines are fused together, he still has the upper hand in the contest with Aizen just now. The current Ichigo is not something that monks can interfere with. You can stop Aizen and come to the palace of the Soul King. This is guided by the will of the Lord Soul King. You have successfully helped the Shinigami. All the Shinigami should thank you. The monk continued, claiming that Ichigo was able to come to the palace of the Soul King because of the guidance of the Soul King. Ichigo is skeptical of this claim. Because even he couldn't feel any aura of the Spirit King sealed in the amber. The Spirit King had his limbs cut off, his internal organs were basically hollowed out, and he was also sealed for 10,000 years. No matter how strong the Spirit King is, his consciousness has almost dissipated. So Ichigo can't feel any vitality in the Soul King's body, buff, let alone the so-called will of the Soul King in the monk's mouth. Ha ha ha. The monk continued to laugh and seemed to be in a good mood. Ichigo, you have made meritorious deeds in protecting the Spirit King and protecting the three realms, and you should be rewarded heavily. Ichigo stopped Aizen at Seireitei, protected Seireitei and Karakura town, and deserved credit. Lord Lingwang agrees that your Shiba family will restore the seats of the 5 great nobles. What the monk said made Urahara's eyes widen. The monk actually said that because of Ichigo's meritorious service in protecting Seireitei and Karakura town, he allowed the Shiba family to restore the seats of the 5 nobles. The Soul Society originally had 5 nobles. The Kuchiki family, the Shihoran family, the Shiba family, the Tsuneyashiro family, and an unknown family. Decades ago, because Shiba Yuxin, who was the captain of the 10th division at that time, disappeared, and only Shiba Kyan, the vice-captain of the 13th division, died, the Shiba family was withered, and was squeezed out by the Tsuneyashiro family, and finally the 5 nobles were wiped out. In terms of names, only 4 of the 5 great nobles remained. Ichigo's cousins, namely Shiba Kyuzuru and Shiba Ganjiu, just moved out of Seireitei and live in Rukonga. But now, the monk actually said that the Lingwang allowed the Shiba family to restore the status and seats of the 5 nobles. This also confused Ichigo. Our Shiba family. His name is Kurosaki Ichigo, what does he have to do with this Shiba family? Ichigo, it seems that you still don't know your own life experience. The monk understood, but he didn't care, and said with a smile, anyway, your Shiba family will be one of the 5 great nobles in the future, and I will follow Lord Lingwang's question to issue an order to let the little devils in Sishin and Liashi just pass it. Ichigo is not stupid. Although he doesn't fully know his own background, he can guess that her mother is the Quincy, and his father is Shinigami, one of the 5 nobles in Shinigami, the Shiba family, so his father must belong to the Shiba family people. But Ichigo still doesn't have any interest in it. He doesn't think it's meaningful at all whether it's noble or not. Ichigo shrugged, do whatever you want. He didn't have much communication with the monk, because he felt that the monk seemed a little strange, and felt a very strange feeling, as if he was both good and evil, and he couldn't tell whether he was a good person or a bad person. Ichigo did not stay too much in the Lingwang Palace, and soon left with Urahara and returned to the Lingting. The monk looked at the back of Ichigo leaving, thoughtful, and murmured to himself, if one day the Soul King Palace falls and Lord Soul King is killed, then please Kurosaki Ichigo, become the new Soul King. When the monk said this, his pupils turned into the scary red color he had when he fought Aizen. It was scary. The other members of Team Zero were not surprised by this, nor did they feel that something was wrong. Monk, I'm leaving first. I'm going back to my Phoenix Hall. I'll leave the work of repairing the Lingwang Palace to you. Sword God Wang Yu waved his hand to seal Aizen's sheath. He wanted to go back to his Phoenix Hall and hide the sheath. After all, Aizen is inside. Go, leave the matter of repairing the Lingwang Palace to the guards, and you can go back too. The monk waved his hand and dismissed the rest of the Zero Division. There is no need for them to repair the Lingwang Palace, just leave it to the minions. Soon, Wang Yu returned to the Phoenix Hall where she looked very down and out. But he sensed something was wrong. His Phoenix Temple seems to have been visited. There is still this faint strange ryotsu on the water of the waterfall. Not good. Realizing that something was wrong, Wang Yu immediately dived under the waterfall to check. A special Zanpakuto was originally kept here. At the moment, gone. The Zanpakuto that sealed the ancient Minos Grande has been stolen. Chapter 109. Which Xiao Xiao is causing trouble? Wang Yu's face became a little gloomy and ugly. They were busy trying to stop Aizen when someone unknown stole the Zanpakuto named. In this Zanpakuto, it is a very dangerous knife that seals the Minos Grande that was originally marked on the Lingwang Palace. It was originally placed under the waterfall of the Phoenix Hall, but it has been suppressed now. Wang Yu also only noticed a slight strange remnant of Ryutsu, and couldn't tell who stole it. Probably not Godi 13's Shinigami, but a unknown guy. Wang Yu judged from this faint remnant of strange Ryutsu that the person who stole Jizujiba should not be Shinigami. He has never seen this person, and most people probably don't know about it. When you're fighting, you don't work hard, but you do this kind of thing behind your back. Wang Yu was annoyed and despised this thief stealing things indiscriminately, and felt contemptuous of this behavior. But there was nothing he could do. The thief left only a faint remnant of Ryutsu that quickly dissipated, making it impossible for him to track it down. Go and talk to the monk later. I don't know if the monk knows who this damn thief is. Wang Yu shrugged, sighed, put the sheath that sealed Aizen into a box, locked it with a lock, and placed it in the deepest part of the Phoenix Hall. Ichigo and Urahara descended from the sky and returned to Seireitei. Below is the Shinigami. Everyone did not feel the Ryutsu fluctuation above the Lingwang Palace, and they all knew that the war was over. But they didn't know the details of the battle. Urahara briefly explained to everyone. Everyone in Shinigami exclaimed. Great! Aizen was defeated by Team Zero. Team Zero is so strong. Ha ha ha, isn't that right? The fighting strength of the 5 adults of Team Zero is stronger than the sum of our entire Godi 13. Aizen tried his best but it was all in vain, ha ha ha. Most Shinigami thought that Team Zero had defeated and sealed Aizen. As everyone knows, apart from the monk, the other 4 members of Team Zero have been instantly killed by Aizen. Even the monk's ability can't erase Hyaku's existence, and he was seriously injured by Aizen. If Urahara doesn't appear, I'm afraid it may not be able to stop it. Blue Art. Aizen is sealed in the Soul King Palace, it's really cheap for him. Sui Feng said coldly, this way he can't come out to harm the Soul Society, that's good. Aizen. Chwer closed his eyes, although his face was somewhat unwilling to kill Aizen, but Aizen's sealing seemed to be a good result. Hinamori, the vice-captain of the 5th Division, recovered from his injuries after treatment. When he heard that Aizen was sealed, his eyes shrank and his body was startled, and he murmured, Aizen, Captain. Other Shinigami are relaxed physically and mentally. Aizen is sealed, which means the war is over. In the end, the Soul Society won. Oh my god, Captain Aizen actually failed. No matter what, it is normal for one person to contend against the entire Soul Society. Ichimaru-jin squinted and made sarcastic remarks with a smile. Tosen is dead, Aizen is sealed, and he was not able to follow Aizen because he was seriously injured by Ichigo, so he has nothing to do now, and he is still the captain of the 3rd team. Ichimaru-jin has always known that Aizen's powerful Yamato is terrifying, but it is still too difficult for Aizen to fight against all the Shinigami, and now he ends up being sealed in the Soul King Palace. Jingle and Jushiro said, ha ha ha, no matter what, Kai has calmed down again, I really hope this calmness can last forever. Jingle and Jushiro expressed their emotions, and Jushiro turned to look at Ichigo and said with a smile, all this is thanks to Ichigo, the agent of Shinigami. It was the Shinigami agent who stopped Aizen in time and saved Seireitei, otherwise we would all be ashes now. Although Ichigo didn't directly seal Aizen, but before Aizen boarded the Soul King Palace, Ichigo was the one who stopped him. Ichigo crushed Aizen in various ways, split Aizen in half, saved Karakura town, and used himself to withstand the flames in Wanda Wise's body, protecting the entire Seireitei. Thanks to Ichigo. On behalf of all the members of the 4th Division, I would like to thank Shinigami as an agent. Anokina smiled and bowed to Ichigo in thanks. Many other captains or vice-captains also thanked Ichigo. Proxy Shinigami saved us, please accept my thanks. Ichigo. You saved Seireitei. If it wasn't for you, we might. It's my fault, I was careless and I was tricked by Aizen, which almost caused irreparable consequences. I apologize to everyone, and on behalf of the entire Godi 13, I would like to express my gratitude to the Shinigami agency. Godi 13 all thanks to Ichigo. This made the straightforward and kind-hearted Ichigo a little embarrassed. Ichigo scratched his head, "You don't have to do this, it is my duty to protect my companions and Karakura town." The main reason for Ichigo to stop Aizen is to protect Karakura town and his companions, not as great as saving the world. Several of Ichigo's partners, Uriu didn't have much emotion about the Shinigami's victory. As long as Ichigo protected Karakura town, he didn't want to pay too much attention to other Shinigami matters. Orium's heart is completely relaxed, Aizen is sealed, Ichigo doesn't have to fight Aizen anymore, and there will be no more danger. Meanwhile, Orium grows fonder of Ichigo. At this time, Ichigo looked at Captain Yamamoto and suddenly said, "Old man, I have a request." All eyes turned to Ichigo. Ichigo says he has a request. Don't say it's just one, even if it's a few reasonable requests, the old man will agree to you. Commander Yamamoto snapped. Even if Ichigo has several requests, he agrees to them within reasonable limits. After all, Ichigo is the man who saved the Soul Society. Unparalleled achievements. Ichigo looked at some Arankars who were injured and fell to the ground, and said slowly, "I want to acquit them." What? To release these Arankars? Sui Feng, Chuir, and other Shinigami people were shocked. Ichigo actually wanted to release these Arankars. These are all enemies. At least just now. Agent Shinigami, do you know what you are talking about? These are Arankar, and they are powerful Arankar, subordinates of Aizen. You want to let them go? What is your intention? Ask for flowers. Sui Feng was the first to refuse. Ichigo said calmly, "Maybe they are all just pawns used by Aizen, and they did not cause any casualties when they came to Soul Society, and they are not guilty of death." Ichigo's heart is kind. After he came into contact with Ulquiorra and Nilu, he found that many Minos Grande have emotions just like humans. The same should be true for Haribel, Starkey, and others, but they were used by Aizen, and the crime is not to die for. Shinigami is split between support and opposition. But the decision is still in the hands of Captain Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto agreed to Ichigo's request and acquitted the defeated Arankar. Starkey, Lilynet, Haribel, and her 3 subordinate officers were all acquitted. In fact, it was Captain Yamamoto who defeated them just now. With Captain Yamamoto's strength, if he really wanted to kill them, I'm afraid these Arankars would have been burned to ashes, instead of just seriously injuring them. It can be seen that Yamamoto has no intention of killing these Arankars, and now Yamamoto has become merciful. Also, as Ichigo said, Starkey, Haribel and others were just used by Aizen. Moreover, if Arankar dies too much, it may cause Hueco Mundo's soul imbalance and affect the 3 realms, and Starkey and the others will not pose much threat to the Soul Society. Therefore, Captain Yamamoto agreed to Ichigo's request without hesitation, and released the defeated Starkey, Haribel, and others without charge. That's really nice. Thank you, old man. Thank you very politely, Ichigo. Then he said to Orium, "Inu, go and heal them, they shouldn't be bad people." Yet. Orium nodded, and ran over to use his ability to heal Starkey and Haribel. Starkey, Haribel, and the others were all touched by Ichigo at this moment. Starkey looked up to the sky and let out a soft breath. "I didn't expect Master Aizen to just use us, and didn't treat us as partners at all. Aizen didn't regard Espada as a companion, they were just pawns. They were defeated, but Ichigo interceded for them, let the Soul Society release them without charge, and also helped them treat their injuries." Soon, under the treatment of Orium's ability, Starkey and Haribel recovered from their injuries. They all bowed their thanks to Ichigo. Ichigo just waved his hand casually, "It's nothing more than a little effort." At this moment, the voice of the monk sounded from the Lingwang Palace above Seireitei. "I will promulgate the will of Lord Lingwang. The Shiba family, Kurosaki Ichigo has contributed a lot to protecting Seireitei, Karakura Town, and the Lingwang Palace, so he allows the Shiba family to restore the seats of the 5 nobles from today. Hope everyone knows. Everyone in Seireitei was stunned. Ichigo is from the Shiba family. And starting today, the Shiba family will become one of the 5 nobles again. Chapter 110. According to the will of King Ling, the monk wants to restore the Shiba family to the status of the 5 nobles. Soul society for hundreds of 10,000 years is essentially a world ruled by nobles. The original 5 nobles, the Shiba family, became the top 4 after being kicked out, and now Ichigo thinks that Ichigo has contributed to saving the Soul society and fighting against Aizen, and wants to restore the Shiba family to the status of the 5 nobles. All this makes all Shinigami unexpected. Especially members of the other 4 nobles, never thought that the Shiba family would be restored. Although some members of the Tsuneyashiro family and other 4 nobles were very opposed to it, the monk claimed that this was the will of the Soul King, and that Ichigo saved the Soul Society seemed reasonable. Although many of them were dissatisfied, they dared not refute it. The Godai 13 Shinigami were equally surprised. Ichigo? Are you from the Shiba family? Renji swallowed, eyes wide with shock. Isn't Ichigo just an ordinary Karakura town resident? Why did he suddenly become a member of Shiba's family? No wonder. Rukia suddenly realized. No wonder the first time I saw you, I thought you looked so much like Master Kion. So you are also from the Shiba family. When Rukia met Ichigo in this world, she felt that Ichigo was very similar to Shiba Kion. The 2 people seem to have different hair colors. The other 280 are all alike, and they are all from the Shiba family. Nani? Renji couldn't understand again, so. Ichigo's father is. No wonder he looks familiar to me. Ichigo's father is from the Shiba family, and he was also the captain of the Juban team decades ago. Renji then thought, no wonder when he went to Ichigo's house, he found Kurosaki Ishin familiar, he had seen it in Soul Society books or other places pass. Chuir and Ranjaku's eyes widened. Agent Shinigami is the captain's son. They both couldn't believe it. Decades ago, their captain disappeared inexplicably, and then Tu Niang served as the captain of the first team. But they never expected that their seemingly unreliable captain's son is now so old. Also protected the Soul Society. Chuir looked at Ichigo, recalled the look of Yuxin in his mind, and twitched his mouth. Fake. Well, it's not like that at all. Ranjaku also nodded blankly. They never thought that Ichigo was the son of their captain. After all, Yuxin's personality and appearance are very different from Ichigo. They can't tell it at all. Kiraku and Jushiro looked at each other, and they both smiled. It turns out that Shinigami's agent is from Shiba's family. No wonder. Jingle said to himself. Jushiro said with a smile, it's great, Haikun Yuzi will be very happy. The Shiba family was kicked out after Yuxin disappeared and Kion died. Now that Ichigo has contributed to saving the Soul Society, the Shiba family has been restored to noble status by monks. This is a great thing for everyone in the Shiba family. Expensive, noble. Uryu, Sato, and Orium all looked dull, feeling incredible. Kurosaki, are you a nobleman? Uryu glanced at Byakuya, who was cold, and looked at Ichigo's ordinary appearance. He couldn't believe that Ichigo was from the 5 nobles. Byakuya is the head of the Kuchiki family, so if this is the case, wouldn't Ichigo also be the head of the Shiba family? His status is lofty. Kurosaki-san, so amazing. Orium only thinks that Ichigo is so powerful, not only powerful, but also gentle, and also from aristocratic background. On the contrary, she looks very ordinary. Ichigo was full of helplessness. What are you talking about? I can't understand. I'm not a nobleman, I'm just an ordinary human in Karakura town. I'm not interested in nobles or anything like that. Although Ichigo was surprised by his identity, he didn't care. I don't care at all. He has no interest in the 5 nobles and the restoration of seats. I don't want to worry about so many messy things. Renji, Rukia, Byakuya, and the old man and everyone. I have nothing to do and I will go first. Ichigo doesn't want to stay in this soul society anymore, it's not clean at all. Go back to Hueco Mundo first. Ichigo thought about it and planned to go to Hueco Mundo first. Hueco Mundo has 2 of his sidekicks, Ulquiorra and Nilu. They're still cleaning up the mess at Hueco Mundo, they didn't pick Soul Society just now. Then let's leave with Master Kurosaki. Starkey raised his hand and opened a black voice, Master Kurosaki, please. Although Ichigo saved Starkey and the others just casually, and they were not yet able to reach the level of companions, but with the nature of Starkey, Hellable, and others, they are naturally very grateful to Ichigo for respectful and respectful. So, Ichigo, Uryu, Orium, Sato, Starkey, Hellable and others returned to Hueco Mundo. Only the Shinigami people left in Seireitei. I have to tell Konghe the good news and let them move back. Yoryuki giggled and went to Rukonga to tell Shiba Kyuzuru and Shiba Ganjiu the news that the Shiba family had been restored to noble status. While Ichigo doesn't care, maybe Shiba Kyuzuru and Shiba Ganjiu do. After all, this is also the seat that Shiba's family should have. Captain Yamamoto looked at Hirako and other members of the Masked Legion, and said slowly, I am deeply sorry for causing you to be wronged for 100 years. The 13th team is short of manpower. This old man announces that Hirako Shinji will be the captain of the 5th division, and Maguruma Kensei will be the captain of the 9th division again. Everyone else, if you want to stay, you can stay. However, in order to maintain the image of our Shinigami, you are no longer allowed to use the Mask of the Void to fight in the future, and you cannot use the power of the Void unless it is absolutely necessary. Yamamoto made Hirako and Kensei the captains of the 5th and 9th divisions, and the others could stay in the Soul Society or return to the present world. Those who stay in the Soul Society cannot use Hollow's ability, because Yamamoto thinks it is disgraceful and detrimental to Shinigami's image. Congratulations to your bald Shinji, but I'll go back to live in Karakura town, I'm used to it. Hiri pouted, not wanting to stay in Soul Society. The same is true for other people in the mask. Now that Aizen has been sealed, the grievances are over, and they are also used to living in this world, and they don't want to stay in the Soul Society full of rules and regulations. So, Hirako and Kensei stayed, masking the others and returning to Karakura town. Komamura lost Tosen, a dear friend, and felt extremely sad, so he went to set up a tombstone for Tosen. After this battle, Sui Feng, Byakuya, Chuir and others realized that their strength was seriously insufficient, so they worked hard to practice. Soul Society regains its former peace. On the other side, Hueco Mundo. Ichigo led Starkey and others to the Palace of Void Knight. When Nilu saw Ichigo coming back, she rushed over happily and gave Ichigo a big hug. Jigu, you are back, Nilu misses you so much. Just now Ichigo went to the Soul Society to stop Aizen, Nilu was worried. It seems that Ichigo has returned safely now, and it seems that he has successfully stopped Aizen. Cough cough. Ichigo gave a dry cough, and then told Arrancar that Aizen was sealed. The Arrancars all stared wide-eyed. They didn't expect such a powerful Aizen to be defeated. They were sealed away. At this time, Hueco Mundo and Espada are left, 0 Blade Yami, 1 Blade Starkey, 3 Blade Hellable, original 3 Blade Nilu, 4 Blade Ulquiorra, 6 Blade Grimjo, other Espadas, and most of the subordinate officers Arrancar are dead. It is also because of Ichigo that Hueco Mundo has preserved so much combat power now. Just then, Yami took the lead in surrendering to Ichigo. Master Kurosaki. From now on, I will only follow Kurosaki-sama. Even Aizen has lost, Yami and the others have no reason to disobey Ichigo? Unless they want to court death. Yami's huge body knelt down to submit to Ichigo. Of course, Yami is still a little bit cautious, because he saw the superpower of Ulquiorra and Nilu Hugyaku just now, and wondered whether Ichigo would give him such a powerful power after he surrendered to Ichigo. Starkey, Lilynet, Haribel, and Haribel's 3 subordinate officers all knelt on one knee, but Ichigo is their new master. Now Hueco Mundo has no leader in Arrancar, and it really needs a new king to rule and govern Hueco Mundo. Ichigo is powerful, not as indifferent as Aizen, and has kindness to them. In the eyes of Arrancar, Ichigo is the most suitable. Cut. Grimjo snorted, but said nothing. His temperament is so unruly, although it doesn't match his strength. Why? Ichigo covered his forehead and sighed, he was really helpless. When I was in the Soul Society just now, there were 5 nobles, and now I returned to Hueco Mundo to check the situation, and the Arrancars surrendered to him again and wanted him to be the king of Hueco Mundo. Ichigo has no interest in this at all. He really just wants to be an ordinary human in Karakura town and live an ordinary life with his family and friends. Is it so difficult to have such an ordinary and small wish? Don't. I don't like this. Ichigo hastily refused. At this time, Yulong pushed the 3.1 glasses and suggested, Hueco Mundo will be managed by you, Arrancar, anyway, Kurosaki and I don't understand. Ulquiorra, why don't you be the king of this Hueco Mundo? Ichigo thinks Uriu's proposal is feasible. Ulquiorra is originally Vasto Lord Minos Grande of Hueco Mundo, and he is also familiar with management, so he is the right person for the king of virtual circles. I agree. Nilu also said happily, Ichigo is right, I agree. Yami felt good when he heard it, Ulquiorra, you are indeed the best candidate to become the king of Hueco Mundo. Although Starkey and Helibel have never seen Ulquiorra's Hugyaku transformation, they also vaguely feel that the current Ulquiorra is different from before. There is no intention of competing, so they all agree that Ulquiorra will be the king of Hueco Mundo. All are counting on Ulquiorra to rule the Hueco Mundo as king of the Hueco Mundo. Can he still refuse in this case? Ulquiorra closed his eyes, opened them slowly, and nodded slightly. With that, Ulquiorra became the new king of the Hueco Mundo. But Ichigo and others returned to Karakura town and continued to live the lives of ordinary people. Chapter 111. Hueco Mundo still works without Aizen. Ulquiorra became the new king of Hueco Mundo, ruling over Hueco Mundo. Nilu is also a Vasto Lord Minos Grande after all, also staying in Hueco Mundo. Ichigo, Uriu, Orium, and Sato returned to Karakura town and continued to live the lives of ordinary people. Go to school during the day, and turn into a Shinigami at night to kill evil spirits and guard Karakura town. Everything seems to have returned to its former calm. Lingwang Palace. Wang Yu explained the situation to the monk. Monk, do you know who stole the Zanpakut Jizajiba? The monk shook his head and said, I don't know everything about many things. The thief sneaked into the palace of the Soul King almost without leaving a trace, and at that time you were already killed, and I was fighting Aizen, and I didn't notice it at all. Even the monk didn't know who stole the Zanpakut. It can only be said that the skill of this person who can sneak into the palace of the Spirit King is not simple. Then what should we do? Wang Yu asked. The monk didn't think much about it. It's fine to let nature take its course. You should keep the sheath tighter, and you can't let the sheath get lost. Aizen is much more difficult than it is already. The monk didn't want to find out who stole Jizajiba, but asked Wang Yu to take care of the sheath that sealed Aizen. Because he can defeat Aizen, but he may not be able to win Aizen. If Aizen is stolen, he will be stolen. The sheath that seals Aizen must not have a mistake, otherwise it will be a problem for everyone in the Soul Society. Catastrophe. 11 Wang Yu still felt a little bit resentful towards the unknown thief, but right now it was really not easy to pursue, and the Zero Division generally would not go to Seireitei to investigate things, so they could only suffer from being dumb. Seireitei, the Tsunoya Shiro family, one of the 4 great nobles. A man with green hair in aristocratic attire laughed, with an evil look on his face. Finally here it is, this Zanpakuto. The man's name is Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, a member of the Tsunoya Shiro family, and a classmate of Jushiro and Kiraku. Relying on his status and rights as a nobleman, Shi-tan has seen the history of the Soul Society, learned everything about the Soul Society, and knows that there is a seal on the Lingwang Palace that Gsigba just took advantage of the chaos and ordered his men to go down and steal it back. Master Tonata, what are you going to use it for? To be your own knife. Standing beside Shi-tan was a plump, short-haired woman dressed in black. Her voice was soft and mysterious. Aola, you know, I am not suitable to use this knife, and I don't need to use this Zanpakuto. This knife is reserved for the right person in the future. Tokinata said with an evil smile. For some reason, his Zanpakuto was taken back, and he is not the head of the Tsunoya Shiro family now, but he seems to be doing something secretly. Lingwang is really disgusting, he has become like that, and he restored the status of the 5 nobles to Shiba's family, it really disgusts me. Shi-tan narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with some dissatisfaction. It was the Tsunoya Shiro family who proposed kicking the Shiba family out of the top 5 nobles at the beginning, but now it has been restored because of Ichigo's contribution to protecting Seireitei and preventing Aizen, which really surprised him. I don't know if this is really the Spirit King's intention, or if Team Zero Hisub made his own claim. Shi-tan was very upset about this, but there was nothing he could do about it. This is the will of the Spirit King, and Ichigo is truly outstanding. If it weren't for Ichigo, Seireitei would have been instantly destroyed by the flames of the remnant sword. Forget it, so what if the Shiba family resumes their seats? It won't affect my future plans. This boring world will sooner or later. No one in Soul Society knows what Tokainan is planning. Some time has passed. At this time, Karakura town is already autumn. The autumn wind is cool and the leaves are flying. In a certain park, a little girl in the shape of a soul was screaming and running wildly. Behind her appeared a vicious-looking Su, which was trying to eat her with its teeth and claws. Help! Help! The little girl made a cry for help, but ordinary humans couldn't hear her at all, and there was no way to save her. The little girl's speed was naturally inferior to Su's. Su was soon overtaken by her, and Wei took her down with a big bite. At this critical moment, Ichigo arrived. It's just that Ryutsu was startled, and killed the Su in an instant, saving the little girl. When the little girl opened her eyes, all she saw was Ichigo's back, and the surroundings had disappeared. Orium also ran over. Are you okay, kid? She checked the little girl's condition, but fortunately she was fine except for some skin trauma. Thank you for saving me, big brother, big sister. Although the little girl was still a little wary, she still thanked Ichigo for saving her. Ichigo gave the little girl a warm smile. Don't worry, it's all right. Next, Ichigo performs a soul burial on the little girl with Zanpakuto. After all, the soul cannot stay in this world for too long, otherwise it will be eaten by Su. It would be better to send it to the Soul Society, although life in Rukanga is not very good. The little girl was sent away. Ichigo suddenly felt a sense of disobedience, and his face changed slightly. What's the matter, Kurosaki-san? Just as Orium finished speaking, he looked up and saw not far ahead, suddenly appeared a large number of white bodies with red hats on their heads, like unconscious spirits. Like white ghosts. These spirits basically don't have Ryutsu, if you don't see it with your eyes, you really can't find it. With Ichigo's strength, he only found out after feeling a violation. There are more and more white spirits, and they are coming to Ichigo. Careful, Inu. Ichigo is about to clean up these strange spirits. But at this time, a gust of autumn wind blows and the fallen leaves dance. A girl with twin ponytails holding a Zanpakuto appears in the air, and the maple leaves dance with her. Shinigami. Both Ichigo and Orium were taken aback. Unexpectedly, a strange Shinigami girl would appear here. The girl happily waved the Zanpakuto in her hand, clearing away the strange white spirits around her. And because there were too many white spirits, she jumped into the sky again and used Zanpakuto's ability. Let's lure the night. Mate Ryamaru. In an instant, the maple leaves fell like rain, forming a tornado to wipe out all those white spirits. After cleaning up, the Shinigami girl jumped up in joy and gave herself a thumbs up. Yeah, it's done. Ichigo and Orium only think that this Shinigami girl is like a naughty little girl, very lively and mysterious. Ichigo hadn't seen it before. After the Shinigami girl finished solving those strange white spirit bodies, her soul moved into her body. Scattering flowers, they're all gone. The girl appeared bouncing behind Ichigo and Orium. Ichigo turned his head to look, and it turned back into a human girl with a ponytail and school uniform, a standard female high school student. The girl was taken aback. Who are you? The girl and Ichigo said those words at the same time. The girl doesn't know who Ichigo and Orium are, and Ichigo has never met the Shinigami girl. The scene was a little awkward for a while. Ichigo twitched the corners of his mouth and asked concerned, "Which family are you from? Why did you appear in Karakura town?" The girl gave Ichigo a blank look, and said angrily, 173 Shinigami's family. The girl didn't answer seriously, it was very perfunctory. The impatient Ichigo felt that he was being teased, and stepped forward and shouted, "Of course I know that." The girl looked indifferent. Ichigo also knew that he was a bit abrupt, and said seriously, "Kurosaki Ichigo, my name is Kurosaki Ichigo, and I am the Shinigami agent in Karakura town." Ichigo reveals his identity and respects the young master. But who would have thought that the girl didn't appreciate it at all, looked up at Ichigo, smiled and praised, "You are such a good boy." Ichigo twitched the corner of her mouth again. It seemed that the girl was arguing with him arrogantly, maybe because she was upset that Ichigo treated her like a child. Orium came over and pulled Ichigo, and smiled at the girl. "Hello, my name is Inu Orium, you can call me Inu, girl, who are you?" "I am." The girl turned her head away, then made a face at Ichigo. "I will not tell you." Ichigo wanted to fall down. Why is this girl so out of line? Ahem. Ichigo coughed dryly, calmed down, and continued to ask, "Why did you attack those things just now? Do you know what those things are?" The girl looked innocent, and said without hesitation, "That's a matter of course, how can I not clear it up? I'm Shinigami. What are those things?" Ichigo wants to know more information from the girl. But the girl ignored Ichigo's words and ran away happily. "Ah!" The girl ran to the window of the nearby convenience store in surprise, and looked at the red hair tie inside through the glass window. "Sure enough, I still prefer red." Speaking of which, the girl took off her original yellow headband and wanted to go to the store to change it into a red headband. Chapter 112. Although Ichigo's strength is almost at its peak, he is still a sunny boy in essence. Facing this mysterious and childish ponytail girl in front of him, Ichigo has some headaches to deal with. At this time, the ponytail girl liked the red hairband in the convenience store very much, but she saw the Ferris wheel and windmill towering into the sky in the distance of the playground, and she was immediately attracted. "Wow, it's a Ferris wheel. There's such a thing here." The girl ran forward for some distance, leaned on the railing, stepped her feet happily and looked up at the towering and huge Ferris wheel in the distance. Ichigo and Orium followed behind the girl. The girl also noticed Ichigo at this time, turned her head, and said playfully, "By the way, what did you ask me just now? What's your name?" Ichigo yelled angrily. "Akane Shizuku. My name is Akane Shizuku, and I'm a Shinigami." The girl with the ponytail raised her head slightly, and pointed at herself triumphantly, "Am I really good just now?" "Yeah." Orium nodded earnestly, "Miss, you cleaned up so many white spirit bodies just now, it's amazing. Ichigo thought for a while, and asked doubtfully, Akane Shizuku? I haven't heard of this name before. Which Soul Society team are you from? Ichigo asks which team Akane Shizuku belongs to. Fan team. Akane Shizuku was stunned for a moment, then curled her lips. How many teams are here? Who remembers such things? She doesn't seem to know which team she belongs to. Generally speaking, a Shinigami who has a Zanpakuto and can use it proficiently must be a Shinigami, and must belong to the Godai 13, if not now for sure. After all, only Shinigami have Zanpakuto. It's impossible not to remember which team I'm in. Ichigo was a little suspicious. If you forget, it's fine. The ponytail girl Akane Shizuku didn't care about this at all, and then smiled heartily, raising her hand and pointing to Ichigo. You seem to say that your name is Kurosaki Tengo, right? Then why do you appear here? That's because... Ichigo was ready to reply stupidly. Akane Shizuku seemed to see something interesting, and ran straight ahead. Ichigo was very helpless. After asking for a long time, he only knew that the girl's name was Akane Shizuku, and he knew nothing about it. He originally wanted to ask Chien Shizuku what those white-body red-headed spirit bodies were just now, but now he might not be able to get an answer. Inu, go back and tell Mr. Urahara, I always feel that something is wrong. Ichigo's expression turned serious. I'm going back. Orium blinked, surprised and worried. Inu, Mr. Urahara may know what those white spirits are, so be careful. Ichigo said seriously. Whether it's those strange white spirit bodies just now, or the Shinigami girl Akane Shizuku who appeared inexplicably, Ichigo feels a little abnormal, so pay more attention to such things. Let Orium go back to the Urahara store and tell the well-informed Urahara, I am afraid that Urahara can know some information. What about you, Kurosaki? Orium asked. Ichigo turned his head and looked at the direction where Akane Shizuku disappeared just now. I can't worry about her. I always feel that she has some connection with those white spirits. If I'm not by her side, she may be in danger or make trouble. I have to watch her. Ichigo spoke very seriously. She was worried about Akane Shizuku, so she had to stay here and watch her. This is a very normal thing, but Orium's eyes widened slightly, with a trace of loss in his eyes, and a sour feeling in his heart. Haha, well, Kurosaki-san, you and Miss Akane Shizuku, be careful. Orium forced a smile on his face, then heeded Ichigo's words and went to the Urahara store to tell Urahara the news. Ichigo stayed here and continued to follow Ziun. The other side. Something big happened at Soul Society. At this time, Jingling and everyone saw a strange and terrifying scene. On the sky of Soul Society, the streets of Karakura town in this world are actually reflected. Clarity. And it's zooming in like Karakura town is about to fall from the sky at Soul Society. Make all the Shinigami terrified. Captain Yamamoto called an emergency captain meeting, and then sent Chuir, Renjiku, and Rukia to the living Karakura town to investigate. When Orium came to the Urahara store in a hurry, Chuir, Rukia, and others just appeared here. Orium told everyone about the strange white spirit body that he and Ichigo met just now, and the Shinigami girl named Akane Shizuku. As expected, Urahara was well informed, and explained to everyone with a dignified face, the spirit body with a white body and a red head is called a ghost. The broken boundary connects the present world and the Soul Society. The missing soul is the soul that has accidentally stayed on the broken boundary. These souls gather together and are called valleys. The soul is divided into power and memory. The missing soul loses its memory, and the lost memory returns in this world, it becomes a rosary bead. Urahara said that the white spirit body that Ichigo and the others encountered just now was called soul-owing, and it also led to a new concept, missing beads. Chuir nodded, and the Soul Society also knew about the lack of soul. Chuir said in a deep voice, I have called the valley many times before, but I have never connected the soul society with the present world. Someone must be playing tricks. There have been many turbulences in Minggu before, but it has never been so violent. Soul Society suspected that someone was playing tricks, so Chweer and the others came to investigate and find out the so-called missing doctor. It can be seen that the missing rosary is the key to this matter. But at this moment, Orium's mind froze. According to what Urahara just said, the healed memory returns to the present world and becomes a rosary bead. Akane Shizuku appeared out of thin air, and seemed to have forgotten which team she belonged to, which is somewhat related to the loss of memory. Could Akane Shizuku be the so-called longing beads? Time soon came to the evening. Ichigo followed behind Akane Shizuku. If others don't know, they think he is in a lively area. You've been following me for so long, don't follow me, come up. Akane Shizuku stood on the second floor and waved to Ichigo, telling Ichigo not to hide, she had already found out. For some reason, she was not wary of Ichigo and let Mew come up. However, as soon as Ichigo went up, Akane Shizuku ran away. He also left a sentence, "Since you like following me so much, let's play hide and seek." Akane Shizuku happily parkours in the mall, very happy, and doesn't care about the eyes of people around her. Hey, don't do this. Ichigo wanted Akane Shizuku to stop, but Akane Shizuku was having fun and didn't listen at all, and Ichigo couldn't force her to stop. Suddenly, Kyuazhong ran to the high platform. In front of the high platform is a larger cable, which connects the surroundings, and there are many colorful light bulbs on it to shine brightly around. The breeze blows, blowing Akane Shizuku's ponytail and skirt. Akane Shizuku closes her eyes, enjoying this feeling very much. Many ordinary people also noticed Akane Shizuku standing on the high platform. Look, there is someone there? What is she doing standing so high? Many people couldn't help shouting, "It's dangerous there, come down quickly." All of a sudden, many tourists in the amusement park noticed Akane Shizuku on the high platform. All looked at it. Many people thought it was a show. Akane Shizuku, who had her eyes closed, opened her arms and moved her feet lightly, stepping on the cable with her white canvas shoes. Tightrope walking performed. The cable was wobbly, but Akane Shizuku was not afraid at all, enjoying the feeling very much. It's so comfortable. Looking at this scene, feeling the breeze blowing on the face, looking at the tall Ferris wheel in the distance. Suddenly, Akane Shizuku seemed to be unstable and fell off the cable. This frightened the onlookers. However, when Akane Shizuku was about to fall to the ground, she turned into a ball of maple leaves and disappeared. Disappeared? Why disappeared? Where did the girl go? The onlookers looked at each other in blank dismay, wondering where Xiun had gone. And the next moment Akane Shizuku appeared out of nowhere on the pillar next to Ichigo, and she was standing on it. "I'm right here. Hee hee. How are you guys?" Akane Shizuku was bouncing around, wongs, waving her hands and shouting to the surroundings. After seeing Akane Shizuku, the onlookers applauded enthusiastically, saying that this was a wonderful performance. Akane Shizuku had a great time, and gave Ichigo a proud scissorsman. "Ichigo, do you guys want to come with me?" Akane Shizuku invites Ichigo to play with her. Ichigo held Akane Shizuku's hand. "Next time, let's do it next time." He smiled apologetically at the surrounding people, and then quickly pulled Akane Shizuku away. Ichigo took Akane Shizuku to a burger restaurant, ordered 2 sandwiches and 2 milk teas, and sat down with Aizen. "It's too dangerous for you to do this. It's still in the form of a skeleton, what if you fall and get hurt?" Ichigo complained that Akane Shizuku's actions just now were too dangerous. Akane Shizuku couldn't listen to Ichigo's words at all, picked up Ichigo Kyoji's sandwich and took a bite. "I'm starting. Wow, so delicious. Akane Shizuku ate her own sandwich in big gulps. Ichigo saw this, and handed her share to the doctor. If it's not enough, there are more here. Akane Shizuku didn't show politeness to Ichigo either. She stuffed Ichigo's sandwich into her mouth and ate it, and said vaguely while eating. I told you earlier, if I knew that you invited me to eat such delicious food, I would tell you everything. Chapter 113. Don't you have any money with you? Seeing Akane Shizuku gobbling it up, Ichigo couldn't help asking. Money? Akane Shizuku was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head. I didn't bring such a thing. Immediately afterwards, he burst out laughing. If I had known that you would invite me to eat such delicious food, I would have told you everything. Just as Ichigo was about to ask, Orium called. Kurosaki-san, where are you? Inu, I'm still with Ziu at the playground. Ichigo said helplessly. Oh. Orium replied softly. Does Mr. Urahara know anything? Ichigo asked. Orium immediately told Ichigo about Urahara's lack of soul, longing beads, and the reflection of Karakura Town in the sky of Soul Society. Ichigo frowned slightly. The matter was more serious than he imagined. Maybe someone is secretly manipulating all this. Then Ichigo hung up the phone. Ask Akane Shizuku directly. Akane Shizuku, what do you know about Uhun and missing beads? Akane Shizuku blinked her big eyes, and spread her hands. I don't know, this is the first time I've heard of it. Then he thought for a while, and said, it means that someone used the white guy with the red pointed hat before to look for that rosary bead? Who? Who are you referring to? Ichigo said unhappily, I just asked you because I didn't know. Then do you know what a missing rosary looks like? Akane Shizuku continued to ask. Ichigo rolled his eyes. I don't know, we are investigating. Akane Shizuku, what is your purpose of investigating this matter? Ichigo, I don't know. 590. Akane Shizuku smiled, leaned back on the chair and stretched, looked at Ichigo and said, I don't know anything, how can I do this? In the end, we can only wait for those white souls to appear again. Ichigo's head is often not very good at thinking, and he doesn't know about the souls and missing rosary beads, as well as the mysterious person behind them. That's all. It's okay to ask me to help you investigate. Akane Shizuko looked at Ichigo with a sudden smile, but on the other hand, that. Akane Shizuku stood up and pointed to the tall Ferris wheel in the distance of the playground. If you take me on that ride, I will help you with everything, and help you investigate together. Akane Shizuku is full of thoughts about riding the Ferris wheel. She seems to enjoy being on high ground. Ichigo rolled his eyes. Isn't that a toy for children to sit on? And I feel that you are lying, you just want me to invite you to ride the Ferris wheel. The straight man Ichigo directly rejected Akane Shizuku's request. He has no interest in the Ferris wheel. Ichigo thought about it at this time, and said, you seem to like standing on high places. Whether it was just now that Akane Shizuku was walking on the cable on the high platform, or now she wants to ride the Ferris wheel, Akane Shizuku likes high places. Akane Shizuku looked at the Ferris wheel in the distance with her big eyes, and said earnestly, because, if you look at it from a high place, the blurred places that you have never been able to see will become clear. As Akane Shizuku said, she turned around, and suddenly noticed the hairband on Ziun's head. It was yellow before, but now it is red. Hey, your headband. Akane Shizuku smiled, ah, did you find it? It really doesn't look good in red, does it? Not that, where did this hair tie come from? Ichigo is still a straight man as always, he only cares about where the red hairband on Shizuku's head comes from. Akane Shizuku pursed her lips, and said leisurely, I saw it in a store and thought it was cute, so I took it for a try. I saw something else and forgot to take it down. It's a common thing, right? What Akane Shizuku said is so natural. But Ichigo understood that Akane Shizuku's red headband was taken and she didn't pay for it. Ichigo stood up and shouted to Akane Shizuku, "How can this be? Come with me." Ichigo took Akane Shizuku's hand and wanted to help Akane Shizuku pay the bill. As a high school student with good academic performance, Nico cannot let Akane Shizuku take things without paying. This is a very bad behavior. After paying for the sandwich and milk tea, Ichigo took Akane Shizuku to the convenience store that sold red hair ties. Akane Shizuku's red headband has been held by Ichigo, and Akane Shizuku's original ponytail is untied and covered with hair. Ichigo put the red headband in his hand at the checkout counter, and said to the cashier, "Please help me pay this." The cashier smiled slightly and said kindly, "Is this a gift for my girlfriend?" Ichigo of Sunshine Boys blushed when he heard this, and said directly, "No." "Cashier, may I wrap it for you?" Ichigo, "No, I'll just take it." Ichigo paid the money and took Sayun out of the convenience store. After walking out of the convenience store, the two came to a corridor. Akane Shizuku curled her lips, "You are so stubborn, you don't need to run over to pay, right?" Akane Shizuku felt that Ichigo was stubborn, it was just a hair tie, and he took it as soon as he took it and Togo still stubbornly ran to pay. Ichigo, whispering, "I hate that." In fact, this is not a simple question of money for Ichigo. It's a matter of principle. Akane Shizuku was very happy holding the red headband in her hand, and said thank you to Ichigo. "Thank you, what about the Ferris wheel?" Akane Shizuku wanted to ride the Ferris wheel like a little girl. "I don't want to go, and I don't have the money to go. High school students don't have that much money." Straight man Ichigo refuses again. "The reason for the refusal was that I didn't want to go, and I didn't have that much money." Mean. Akane Shizuku was very disappointed, felt that Ichigo was stingy, and ran away. "Where are you going?" "Worry, I'm going to the bathroom." Akane Shizuku went to the bathroom to look in the mirror, then tied the red headband and tied her hair into a ponytail. That guy also has some advantages. She thinks Ichigo still has some merits. After tying up her ponytail, Akane Shizuku ran out bouncingly, passing a window and looking out at the night view and the river in Karakura town. Akane Shizuku didn't know why, but suddenly remembered the scene of her life when she was a child. The family was warm and harmonious. Ichigo is still waiting outside. But after waiting for a long time, Akane Shizuku did not come out. There is no way, Ryuhu can only sweep with his divine sense. But it turns out that Akane Shizuku is no longer here. Ichigo's complexion changed slightly, and his consciousness instantly expanded to the entire Karakura town. I found Akane Shizuku's location. At this time, Chien Shizuku followed her memory and came to a cemetery. Push open the door and walk in. Surrounded by steels, many dead are buried. Akane Shizuku instinctively looked while walking, and suddenly a picture appeared in her eyes again. Seeing his own funeral before, he seemed to be dead. Akane Shizuku's eyes widened, not knowing what was going on for a while. Suddenly, a pair of red hands appeared out of thin air and grabbed her. Ah! Akane Shizuku woke up with a start. These are the souls of today. It turned out to be a poor soul. The soul is attacking her. And more ghosts appearing around, crowding the entire cemetery. Not only that, but at this time a big man fell from the sky. Akane Shizuku reacted flexibly and escaped the big man's attack. Who is it this time? I saw the suddenly appearing big man with dark skin and wearing strange green clothes. It's more flexible than expected. The big man was praising Chien Shizuku for being flexible and avoiding his sneak attack. Seeing this, Akane Shizuku directly transformed into a Shinigami form, wearing a deadly costume, holding a zanpakuta in her hand. She looked directly at the big man in front of her, and said vigilantly, "What's your business with me?" The big man stepped forward. "Come together, our great King Yanlong has something to look for you." Yan Long? Who? I don't know that kind of person. This person was not kind, Xiun directly refused. But the big man said indifferently, you don't need to know, because you are just. Before the big man finished speaking, behind Akane Shizuku appeared another guy in the same strange costume, and these people were accomplices. They're all here to hunt down Akane Shizuku. Stop talking nonsense with her, take her down. Akane Shizuku faces 5 powerful mysterious people, and the situation is extremely urgent. Chapter 114. These 5 weird guys want to take Akane Shizuku away. Yukian Shizuku's character naturally won't sit still. Hey! The ponytail girl pulled out Zanpakut, surrounded by maple leaves, and stepped forward to chop Tianhan. But the girl's fierce attack was easily blocked by the big man. The big man grinned, and punched Akane Shizuku with his other hand. Akane Shizuku was sent flying for a certain distance, although she didn't suffer much damage, but the big man had already appeared in front of her. Then, let's go. The big man grinned grimly, and was about to grab Chien Shizuku and take her away. Ah! Chien Shizuku looked horrified at the big hand stretched out by the big man, but she was weak and couldn't dodge it, and she was about to be taken away. At this critical moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Wait. The big man and the other weirdos were taken aback for a moment, and then turned their heads to see Ichigo. Ichigo said lightly, where did you say you were going? All the weirdos became vigilant, and the big man frowned, when did this guy appear? They didn't even notice when Ichigo came. Their intuition told them that the Ichigo in front of them is definitely not an ordinary person. And while the big man was stunned, his arm grabbing Chien Shizuku was cut off by an invisible force. Blood spurts. Ah! My hand! My hand! Losing an arm, the big man fell to the ground and roared in pain, excruciatingly painful. But everyone couldn't even see how Ichigo made the move. Ichigo, you! Akane Shizuku stood up, stunned. She had known Ichigo for less than a day, and Ichigo went so far as to deal with these powerful weirdos for her sake. Ichigo, this is my business, you. Akane Shizuku knows that these weirdos are coming for her, and she doesn't want to hurt Ichigo. Ichigo cut her off directly. These guys are not good people at first glance, and I certainly can't let them take you away. Ichigo certainly wouldn't let Akane Shizuku fall into the hands of these people before he figured things out. Damn it! Damn it! The big man with a broken arm struggled to stand up, his face full of anger, wishing he could eat Ichigo raw. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! The big man suddenly swung the knuckle-shaped weapon with only one arm left, trying to penetrate Ichigo's head in one fell swoop. And Ichigo didn't move anything, just looked at the big man. The whole body of the big man stopped. What's going on? Dahan and several other weirdos didn't know what was going on. The mighty man can't even move. They didn't see Ichigo making a shot either. In fact, at Ichigo's level, you don't even need to draw your sword to deal with this kind of little guy. You can do a lot of things just by manipulating the surrounding spirits with your thoughts. For example, cut off the big man's arm, stop the big man's figure, and kill the big man in seconds. Boom! The big man's body exploded like a balloon, and blood splattered everywhere, but none of it could reach Ichigo and Chien Zhen. I'm sorry, I didn't want to kill people. Ichigo usually doesn't want to kill, but the other party just shot Akane Shizuku, he must not be a good person, and the big man's killing intent towards Ichigo is so overwhelming, Ichigo will not let it go, but Ryutsu's shock instantly shocked the big man broken. Several other weirdos were frightened. Get out! They didn't care so much, and their figures turned into black shadows and dissipated in place. And those white ghosts in the cemetery also disappeared, and the place returned to normal. These people seem to be special, even Ichigo can't perceive their Ryutsu after disappearing, as if they are no longer in Karakura town. Ichigo didn't pay much attention to it for the time being. At this time, Akane Shizuku wants to sneak away. Hey, someone saved you, did you just sneak away like this? Ichigo stopped her. Seeing that Ichigo saw through, Akane Shizuku had no choice but to stop, and retorted forcefully, I didn't want to run away. Then he looked at the cemetery on the side, here is my family's tomb. Ichigo thought Akane Shizuku was talking nonsense. Akane Shizuku said, it's true, I still remember, although it's very vague. I still remember some things during my lifetime, so I just came here to take a look. She found this place based on her own memory, the cemetery where she and his family used to be. Then Akane Shizuku said with a smile, it's very close to my house, so I lived. Akane Shizuku still wanted to run away. But Ichigo put his hand on her shoulder. You are stupid, some strange people attacked you just now, it is not safe for you to go home. Come to my house. For safety reasons, Ichigo asked Akane Shizuku to live in his house. Hey, is this really possible? Need was very surprised. Ichigo sighed, although I have to bear a lot of strange eyes, but this is the only way. So, Ichigo brought Akane Shizuku, dressed as a high school student, home to Karakura Town Pediatric Hospital. Kurosaki Ishin was disbelieving and excited when he saw Ichigo bring Akane Shizuku home. Ichigo sighed and gave a reason, her name is Akane Shizuku, and it's not safe for her to be chased by bad guys, so, stay at our house temporarily. Akane Shizuku said lightly, sorry to bother you. The younger sister Yuzuo almost cried in sympathy, it's so pitiful, Sister Kyunwon is so pitiful dad, don't drive her away. Kurosaki Ishin clenched his fists and said with a straight face, don't worry, our house is absolutely safe, and bad guys will definitely not dare to come here. But the younger sister Xiaoli folded her hands in front of her body, looking suspicious, being chased by bad guys? It's very suspicious. Ichigo scratched his head in embarrassment, and said with an embarrassed smile, anyway, that's what happened, let her spend the night here. Ichigo looked at his younger sister Yuzu, just let her sleep in your room. Ask for her flowers. Yuzu nodded obediently and showed a smile, well. My name is Kurosaki Yuzu, welcome to Sister Akane Shizuku. Saying so, Ichigo walked back to his room. But Akane Shizuku followed directly. Hey, what are you doing here, go to Yuzu's room. Ichigo immediately wanted Akane Shizuku to leave. Akane Shizuku didn't care, and looked at Ichigo's room on her own. The boy's room is such a sight, so simple. Then sat directly on Ichigo's bed, Akane Shizuku continued, your family is well, you are such a happy and considerate family. Akane Shizuku envies that Ichigo has a warm home. Ichigo was slightly stunned, oh? Really? My dad is also. Akane Shizuku suddenly froze. A strange picture appeared in her mind again, her father seemed not so kind, and would do something after drinking. Akane Shizuku. Ichigo woke her up. What's wrong? No, it's okay. Chien Shizuku shook her head quickly, pretending to be nonchalant. Speaking of which, why did those guys attack you just now? Did they say anything? Ichigo gets down to business. Chien Shizuku covered her head, thought about it carefully, and said, they seem to say that there is nothing important about a guy named Yan Long looking for me. And then? Ichigo asked. That's all. Akane Shizuku complained angrily, if Ichigo hadn't come, maybe I would have known more. Ichigo twitched the corner of his mouth, and said, what are you talking about? If Ichigo hadn't come, Akane Shizuku would have been taken away by those people. Akane Shizuku lay directly on Ichigo's bed. Hey, don't just sleep in someone else's bed, it's very rude. Ichigo tried to pull Akane Shizuku away. It's okay. Akane Shizuku insisted on not leaving. Of course it matters. Be serious and don't spread your legs. What does it matter? Outside the door of the room, Yuxin and Yuzu were eavesdropping, and they were stunned for a while. Xiaoli looked helpless at the side. It's not good for you two to eavesdrop, isn't it? But Yuzu let out a hush and asked Xiaoli to keep her voice down, but just now they said they were going to sleep on the bed. Xiaoli's expression didn't fluctuate. Ichigo brother is also a man after all. Yuxin shouted excitedly, looked at the portrait of Kurosaki Masaki hanging on the wall next to him, and shouted in pain, "Oh my god, the moment has finally come. Our kind of master." Ichigo in the room finally couldn't take it anymore and kicked the room open. "What are you doing? It's so noisy." "Really?" Ichigo complained that his father and sister were not serious. "Hey, Akane Shizuku, take a bath and go to sleep." Ichigo wanted Akane Shizuku to take a bath before going to bed, but when he looked over, the girl was already asleep. Perhaps for a girl, she can sleep peacefully at Ichigo's house. Chapter 115. Jingle Bell. Ichigo's cell phone rings. It's Urahara calling. "Mr. Kurosaki, I am Urahara. Have you discovered anything about finding the rosary?" Urahara called to ask Ichigo if he found any clues about the missing beads. After all, Orium also called Ichigo before and told Ichigo about the lac and the rosary. Ichigo also doesn't quite know what a rosary is. "No, but met those guys face to face." Ichigo rescued Akane Shizuku in the cemetery. "Those in strange costumes should be the enemies who want to destroy the two worlds." "Are you hurt?" Urahara asked. "No, they retreated immediately." For those little guys, Ichigo naturally couldn't be injured, killed one in seconds, and walked 4. "Like this," Urahara said in a deep voice, "I have also found some clues about this matter." "Explain." Urahara's face became serious. "According to some surveillance images, when the soul appears, there will be some guys hiding in it, and it should be the enemy you met before. And the identities of those guys are the clan that lost the power struggle in the Soul Society a long time ago and were exiled to the broken world. This way we can be sure that they must have bad intentions for us. It's just that their exact purpose is still unknown. It turns out that those strange guys who attacked 083 Akane Shizuku were exiled by the Soul Society a long time ago to some tribes in the broken world." At this time, Ichigo looked at Akane Shizuku who was sleeping soundly on the bed beside him, and asked Urahara, "Mr. Urahara, I would like to ask, is it possible for Shinigami to remember things in his lifetime?" Urahara was taken aback for a moment. Probably not. Shinigami generally don't remember what happened in their lifetime. "Why are you asking this?" "Ichigo, is that so? It's okay, just asking casually." Ichigo did not tell Urahara about Akane Shizuku. These things are like Akane Shizuku's secret, it's better not to let everyone know. The phone was hung up, and Ichigo lay back on the chair and fell asleep. Nothing to say all night. The next day, Ichigo and Akane Shizuku went out and continued to investigate the matter of Qianghun and those mysterious people. "Will those guys show up again?" Akane Shizuku asked. Ichigo scratched his head. "Who knows, besides waiting for those guys and Qianghun to appear, isn't there nothing to do? Not even Ichigo can sense where the enemy is. I can only come out to investigate and walk around to try my luck to see if I can meet them. So boring." Akane Shizuku clasped the back of her head with both hands, looking very bored, feeling that investigating such things is not fun at all. At this time, the cry of a soulful little boy attracted Akane Shizuku's attention. Akane Shizuku hurriedly ran over to the sound, and Nichimu followed him. "My name is Akane Shizuku." Akane Shizuku knelt down, held the hands of the crying little boy, and asked softly, "What's wrong with you?" My name is Tomoya." The little boy stopped crying. "My name is Tomoya, can I talk to my sister?" Akane Shizuku responded with a warm smile. My father is gone, he said he was going to some celebration. It turned out that the little boy's father was missing. Then, Akane Shizuku and Ichigo took the little boy to find his father. The three of Akane Shizuku walked among the crowd, and the little boy quickly laughed happily. The little boy ran to the front. Ichigo and Akane Shizuku walked slowly behind. Ichigo asked, "When are you going to do it? There are no celebrations around here, and his father may not even be alive." It's not that Ichigo is ruthless, but it's almost impossible to help the child find a father. But Akane Shizuku didn't care about this, and said with a smile, "I will definitely find it, and give him hope." Akane Shizuku continued, "That child will have to leave this world soon, and what awaits him is a long journey. It would be a shame if he couldn't even realize his last wish." Up. Akane Shizuku stopped and looked at Ichigo with beautiful big eyes. "I want to give him, at least a good memory." Ichigo was taken aback. "I thought of the souls I saved many times, those souls were really pitiful. Regardless of whether the last wish can be realized or not, at least give them a good memory. Akane Shizuku is really kind." "Sister." The little boy in front suddenly waved and shouted to Akane Shizuku and Ichigo. "What's wrong?" Akane Shizuku ran over. "This way!" The little boy shouted happily, and couldn't wait to take Akane Shizuku into a temple. There is actually a celebration in this temple. The strange thing is that the people here are all souls. Here the little boy also found his soul father. The father and son hugged each other and wept with joy. "I actually found it." Ichigo was a little surprised. Akane Shizuku looked at this warm scene. "It's really nice. Thank you so much, it's all up to you." The father and son of the little boy thanked Akane Shizuku and Ichigo. "Me?" Akane Shizuku declined modestly and waved her hands. "I didn't do anything, Tomoya found it by himself." But the little boy's father said, "No, didn't you notice? These souls gathered around you all came according to your guidance, didn't they?" What the little boy's father said stunned Hu and Nishong. Are all the souls here attracted by Akane Shizuku? Holding hands with his father, the little boy dissipated and started on the road. The souls beside the temple have all dissipated. Very weird. Ichigo has also noticed this problem before. Akane Shizuku seems to be able to attract souls. Those soul deprived, these soul human beings just now were all attracted by Ziun. Why are they around me? Akane Shizuku's demeanor was not right at this time, and the previous picture came back to her mind. Ichigo, what the hell, is? At this moment, Akane Shizuku looked very helpless. Doubt who you are, why do you attract souls? And why do you often see scenes from before you were alive? Ichigo walked over, put his hands on Akane Shizuku's shoulders, and was about to say something to comfort Akane Shizuku, when a portal appeared behind him. The Shinigami people slowly came out from the world transmitting gate. Jushiro, Sui Feng, Chuir, Rukia, Renji, Rangiku come here, and there are many seeing Jun from the hidden mobile team behind. "Mr. Jushiro? What's going on here?" asked Ichigo. Ichigo still doesn't understand why so many of Jushiro and the others suddenly appear here. Jushiro looked a little serious and didn't speak. "Rukia, what's the matter?" Ichigo asks Rukia. "This." Rukia didn't seem to be able to speak. Renji sighed, took a step forward, and said, "Ichigo, this is the first class order of room 46. Ichigo, hand her over." Renji pointed at Akane Shizuku behind Ichigo and shouted sternly. "What?" Ichigo didn't expect that everyone from the Soul Society came here to capture Akane Shizuku. And it's a first-level strict order issued by room 46. Rukia explained, "Ichigo, we looked at Godi I-13, as well as the covered mobile squad, the kid congregation, the Shinigami students, all the rosters. There is no Akane Shizuku's name." Rukia's words made Akane Shizuku and Ichigo's eyes widen. Akane Shizuku is not named in Shinigami. It turns out that Orium told Urahara and Shinigami about Akane Shizuku after returning to the Urahara store yesterday. But nothing. Rukia took a deep breath and continued, and, Zanpakuto mate Ryumaru, who identified this girl, was swallowed by the rapids 100 years ago in the Shinigami with its owner. Rukia closed her eyes and said a cruel truth, that is to say, it is impossible to exist in the world. Akane Shizuku and Akane Shizuku's Zanpakuto are both dead. Shouldn't exist. Wait a minute, what the hell are you talking about? Akane Shizuku couldn't quite understand Rukia's words. She yelled for herself, I'm Shinigami. It's Shinigami. In Akane Shizuku's memory, she is a Shinigami. Then when did you come to this world? Renji asked Akane Shizuku. Akane Shizuku was stunned for a moment, her eyes avoiding, that is, 2 days ago, I suddenly woke up by the river. Akane Shizuku doesn't remember how she came to this world, but she knows her own name very well, but I remember my own name very clearly. That river is what I started when I was a child. Suddenly, Akane Shizuku's head started to ache again, and her memories began to be mixed. Everyone in Shinigami had expected this. Sure enough, she mixed up a lot of memories. Jushiro also spoke at this time, the collection of memory you are looking for, the so-called rosary bead, is you. Akane Shizuku is the rosary beads. Akane Shizuku held her head, she couldn't think of anything. All she knows is Akane Shizuku, a Shinigami. Chuir said calmly, the Soul Society has already found out that the purpose of Yanlong and his gang is to destroy the world, and the key point is you, wish the rosary. The rosary is the most important part of their plan. Missing Akane Shizuku, the Soul Society is going to arrest you now. Everyone in the Soul Society came here to arrest Zeun forcibly. Everyone in Shinigami is ready to fight. Akane Shizuku panicked and took a few steps back. How, what the hell are you talking about? I am a Shinigami. Akane Shizuku also wants to justify herself, she really thought she was a Shinigami. Akane Shizuku looked flustered, but no matter what she said, everyone in Shinigami was unmoved. Because she is indeed a rosary. Me. Akane Shizuku still wanted to say something for herself, but Nico's big hand stopped her. Ichigo stood in front of her. 3.6. Ichigo looked at everyone in Jushiro with a slightly cold look. Wait a minute, this is not acceptable. What are you doing, Ichigo? Rukia called out immediately. Ichigo has his own point of view. No matter who she is here now, and she will be angry, happy, and hurt, but you completely ignore all of this and forcefully arrest her. Ichigo was a little angry, and said angrily, in this case, wouldn't you be the same as Yanlong and others? Although Ichigo also knows now, Akane Shizuku is the missing rosary. But during the 2 days he spent with Akane Shizuku, he knew that Akane Shizuku could cry and make noise, just like ordinary people. But the Soul Society ignored all of this, and didn't ask Akane Shizuku if she was willing or not, and directly wanted to arrest Akane Shizuku forcibly. In Juhu's eyes, this kind of behavior is the same as those who produce dragons. They are all hurting Akane Shizuku. Akane Shizuku is just a girl who doesn't understand anything, why should she be treated like a prisoner? Moreover, based on the guys in room 46 who only consider their own interests and arrest Jien Shizuku, the fate of Jien Wen is likely to be directly obliterated. Seeing such a kind and innocent girl as Akane Shizuku being arrested and killed, Ichigo's conscience will not let it go. Ichigo looked directly at Jushiro and the crowd, his eyes were a little colder. Sorry, I can't give her to you. Ichigo transforms into a Shinigami form, and the 2-in-1 sword becomes Zangetsu in a regular form, protecting Akane Shizuku behind him. For a while, the atmosphere here was tense to the extreme. Chapter 116. Ichigo has its own code of conduct. During these 2 days with Akane Shizuku, he knew what Akane Shizuku was like. Akane Shizuku is like an ordinary high school girl, she will be happy, anxious, afraid, and ask for help. Ichigo already considers Akane Shizuku as a friend. The 46th room and the Shinigami people prevent Soul Society from colliding with Karakura Town and want to arrest Akane Shizuku forcibly. If Akane Shizuku is handed over to the Shinigami people, there is only one result waiting for Akane Shizuku to be destroyed. But no one ever asked Akane Shizuku if she wanted to. Ichigo wants to just sit back and ignore this, he can't. He wants to protect her. Sorry, I won't hand over Zizhong to you. Ichigo transforms into a Shinigami form, and Zangetsu, who has 2 swords in one and becomes a normal form, stands in front of Akane Shizuku. Everyone in Shinigami wants to arrest Akane Shizuku, so I have to ask Ichigo if he agrees. Ichigo. Are you crazy? Renji, Rukia, and others were surprised by Ichigo's actions. The 46 office has issued a strict order to arrest Akane Shizuku. The 46 office is the highest authority of the Soul Society, and it is unambiguous, and Ichigo dares to openly obstruct them from carrying out their tasks. In the eyes of the Shinigami, this is a very outrageous act. Shinigami agent, get out of the way, this is an order from the 46 room. Do you understand the first level strict order? Sui Feng also scolded Ichigo coldly, telling Ichigo to step aside. This is our business, Agent Shinigami 11, please get out of the way. Although you are the son of Captain Yuxin, if you interfere with our mission, we will not show mercy. Chuir folded his hands on his chest and spoke lightly. This is Ichigo's confrontation with the Shinigami group again after the Soul Society Salvation arc. Ichigo's eyes were firm, his thoughts unwavering. Don't you see? She won't. Ichigo doesn't want to think too much about this kind of thing, he only knows that Akane Shizuku is his friend, and Akane Shizuku is flustered and helpless, unwilling to be arrested and destroyed. Ichigo wants to protect her. That's all. Jushiro, who has always been friendly, turned serious. He looked at Ichigo and said in a deep voice. Sorry, now is not the time to discuss whether you want to miss the rosary or not. Maybe the Shinigami people are right, they arrested Xiun for the safety of the 2 worlds. Get out of the way, Ichigo. Renji also shouted. Everyone in the Shinigami held the Zanpakuto in their hands, trying to forcibly take Xiun away. Ichigo said calmly, I can't get out of the way. Akane Shizuku, who was hiding behind Ichigo, was a little scared, but seeing Ichigo's back, seeing Ichigo stand up for her, not hesitate to fight against Shinigami, Akane Shizuku was both surprised and moved. Ichigo. No one has ever protected her like this. She has only known Ichigo for 2 days. It's hard to say who's right and who's wrong, but what Shinigami did was uncomfortable. A figure in the costume of the Quincy appeared on the roof of the temple. It's Yulong. Yulong has never had a good impression of Shinigami, and he is willing to do this. If the Shinigami people are so powerful, can't we go and find Yanlong's enemies? If we can't find them, we can only forcibly arrest Akane Shizuku and destroy them? Uryu is on Ichigo's side. Always will be. In addition to Yulong, Sato and Orium also arrived. Without exception, they all sided with Ichigo. Kurosaki-san, Akane Shizuku, here we come. Orium looked determined. Although she and Akane Shizuku had only met once, she knew that Akane Shizuku was a very kind girl. Like her, the kind-hearted Orium naturally did not want Akane Shizuku to be arrested by the Soul Society. Thanks, Ishida, Inu, Sato. Ichigo took a deep breath. At this time, Ichigo is still very touched that his companion can still stand by his side. Renji and Rukia are on the side of Shinigami, it can only be said that they have different positions and ideas. Do you also want to stop it? Why are you so obsessed with it? Jushiro's face turned cold. Originally, Ichigo was already difficult to deal with alone, but now Ichigo's companion, Rain Dragon Sato Orium has also come, which greatly increased the difficulty for them to arrest Akane Shizuku. What to do, Captain Jushiro? Do you want to do it? Chwer and other Shinigami hesitated. Although there are many of them, Jushiro, Sui Feng, Chwer, 3 captains, 3 vice-captains Renji, Rukia, Rangiku, and a group of Sing Jun. But is this enough to deal with the Ichigo crowd? Sui Feng was already angry, and he scolded Yulong and the others as if his eyes were burning with fire. This is the first level strict order of room 46, you hinder us, do you know the consequences? Sui Feng has always been proud of performing and completing tasks, and she will obey orders from her superiors, not to mention the first level order of room 46 that is now related to the safety of the 2 worlds. But Ichigo and Urayu don't care about room 46. The Rain Dragon condenses the Divine Annihilation, and the Divine Annihilation exudes a powerful Ryutsu wave. Room 46? What is it? The institution that was massacred by Aizen before. Sorry, I'm the Quincy Master, I don't know and don't care about room 46. Yulong said dismissively. BD. Sui Feng cursed angrily, and everyone in Sing Jun hated Yulong even more. How dare Yulong disrespect room 46 so much? Everyone in Shinigami wants to arrest Akane Shizuku and Ichigo, and the others want to protect Akane Shizuku. A big battle is inevitable. Everyone in Shinigami was annoyed, but seeing the Zangetsu in Ichigo's hand and the sacred annihilation held by Urayu, no one dared to step forward. You know, Ichigo can deal with the existence of Aizen. Ordinary people go up, the purpose is not to seek death. Even if a group of Shinigami captains besiege Ichigo, they probably won't be able to take it down, right? But the Shinigami people accepted the first level strict order from room 46, and had to arrest Akane Shizuku. Just at this time, the third wave of troops appeared. 5 strange people suddenly appeared in the sky of the temple. These weirdos are the same ones Ichigo and Akane Shizuku encountered at the cemetery last night. Their weapons are different, some have sledgehammers, some have concealed weapons, some have knives. As soon as they appeared, they attacked Ichigo and the Shinigami group. Ha ha ha. One of the weirdos released many fireballs, which exploded, and the whole temple was blown up with smoke and dust. Moreover, there are many ghosts in the temple. These souls seem to be controlled by these weirdos, besieging and attacking everyone. Sui Feng, Chwer and others have already fought the weirdo, while Ichigo stands guard in front of Kunishu. Suddenly, a strange person descends from the sky, intending to attack Ichigo and capture Akane Shizuku. The weirdo's weapon had already touched Ichigo, but the weirdo was horrified to find that his weapon couldn't hurt Ichigo at all. Ichigo didn't block anything either. Because this is the passive activation of Ichigo's static blood outfit, the static blood outfit has greatly improved Ichigo's defense, not to mention the attacks of these monsters. Even if it is attacked by many captain-level Bankai, Ichigo can defend without injury. But Ichigo can feel that these strange people today are several times stronger than when they met in the cemetery yesterday. Damn it, what the hell is going on with this guy? The sneak attack failed, the weirdo gritted his teeth, he really didn't understand why Ichigo's defense was so high. He doesn't need to know either. The next moment, the Zangetsu in Ichigo's hand swept across at the first level, cutting the weirdo in half, and the weirdo died completely. One of the weirdos wanted to sneak attack Yulong, but Yulong just raised his hand, and a spiritual arrow pierced through the weirdo's head. Enchweer, Sui Feng, and others are still fighting hard with 180 other weirdos. Seeing this, the other weirdos absorbed a part of their souls one after another, and their power became even stronger, making Chwer Sui Feng and others even more difficult to deal with. And the many souls on the ground also attacked the Shinigami people. Sui Feng's Sing army was surrounded, all of them were killed and absorbed by Qiang Hun. Jushiro, who fights soy sauce, is also busy dealing with these souls. Ling dance, Sodi no Shirayuki. Roar, Zabimaru. Rukia and Renji used the Shikai, freezing and destroying a part of the soul, which slowed down the Shinigami group a bit. Many souls also surrounded Ichigo and Akane Shizuku. After all, the goal of these weirdos is Akane Shizuku. Akane Shizuku was a little scared. Ichigo held Akane Shizuku's hand tightly, and calmly said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Then Ichigo exuded a strong Ryutsu. All the souls within 100 meters of Ichigo were crushed by Ichigo's Ryutsu. Akane Shizuku behind Ichigo widened her eyes again, and said incredulously, "Okay, that's amazing." Akane Shizuku hadn't seen how Ichigo made a move before, but today he killed the monster with a single blow, and released the powerful Ryutsu to shatter all the souls around him. Ichigo's Ryutsu and strength far surpassed Kyuazhong's expectations. At this moment, Akane Shizuku noticed a figure standing above the sky. This figure has a scar on its face, and it is the leader of the weirdo Yanlong. "Is this the guy looking for me?" Akane Shizuku's eyes became firm and serious. "I'm a Shinigami, I can't always hide behind Ichigo, I have to fight too." Saying so, she transformed into a Shinigami form, pulled out Zanpakuto, leaped up and charged towards the boss dollar. The maple leaves fluttered, and Akane Shizuku shouted, "Let the night fall, mate Ryumaru." Akane Shizuku uses Shikai to attack Yanlong. Chapter 117. Akane Shizuku chooses to attack the leader Yanlong. She's a Shinigami and wants to fight too. Chien Shizuku shot mate Ryumaru, maple leaf fluttered and stabbed Yanlong. Yanlong turned around, a smile appeared on Scar's face. But there was a bit of disdain in that smile. "Do you want to kill me with this level of attack, missing bead?" Yanlong called Akane Shizuku a rosary, and looked down on Kyuazhong's attack. Yanlong just raised his hand a little, and blocked Akane Shizuku's mate Ryu pill effortlessly. "What?" Akane Shizuku widened her eyes. She was still too naive, thinking that she could kill Yanlong, but the facts told her that she was still too weak, even Shikai's full blow could not cause any damage to Yanlong. "Come with me, missing bead." Yanlong's big hand has already grabbed Akane Shizuku. "Stop him quickly." Jushiro below was in a hurry, but he was playing soy sauce with Sheahun and Chweer and Sui Feng were also fighting back and forth with Yanlong's men. Seeing that Akane Shizuku was about to be caught, suddenly, an arrow cut through the sky and hit Yanlong's arm. Yanlong quickly retracted, but his arm was still injured, bleeding profusely. The shooter is naturally Yulong. Quincy is better at long-distance combat than Shinigami, and easily stops Yanlong. Akane Shizuku quickly stepped back dozens of steps. And Yanlong himself couldn't believe it. The Quincy? How can the Quincy be so powerful? Yanlong never expected that Yulong, the Quincy master, could injure him with just one arrow. Yulong is now the full level number in the original work, let alone a small Yanlong. Even if it is Yuhabicha's personal guard, I will not be afraid. I'm sorry, but she is Kurosaka's friend, so you can't take her away. Yulong didn't let him pretend. Ichigo also came to the sky in an instant. "Thanks, Ishida." Ichigo said thank you to Uraiwu. Uraiwu just shrugged his shoulders. "Kurosaki, what are you talking about? Besides, even if I don't make a move, it's impossible for that guy to snatch someone from you, right?" Yulong complained about Ichigo. Even if he didn't shoot the bow and arrow, with Ichigo's current strength, it is impossible for Yanlong to catch Xiun. At this time, Ichigo was already standing high in the sky, protecting Akane Shizuku. Ichigo glanced at Yanlong. "Are you the leader of these guys? Tell me, what is Huziu doing?" Ichigo wants to ask the other party's specific purpose. Yanlong laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, are you a Shinigami too? Shinigami should be damned." Yanlong showed endless hatred and hated Shinigami very much. Speaking of this, Yanlong burst out a captain-level powerful Ryutsu, and the blade in his hand lit up with a penetrating green light. He definitely has the strength of a captain. Yanlong slashed at Ichigo with his sword. However, Ichigo just raised the Zangetsu in his hand and easily blocked it. No matter how powerful Yanlong's attack is in the eyes of others, it is insignificant in Ichigo's eyes. What? The boss attack was blocked. Yanlong and all of Yanlong's subordinates stared wide-eyed. Yanlong's attack was easily blocked by Ichigo. This seems to be a very unbelievable thing in their eyes. Strong as Yanlong, can't do anything to Ichigo? Akane Shizuka behind Ichigo was also stunned. Shishikai couldn't hurt Yanlong with a full blow, and Yanlong's powerful blow was easily blocked by Ichigo. Ichigo, how strong is he? Ichigo is too strong, even stronger than Zeun imagined. Retreat first. Yanlong immediately judged that the Ichigo in front of him was not something he could defeat head-on, and it was impossible to take Akane Shizuka away in front of Ichigo. Order everyone to evacuate quickly. Want to go? It's not that easy. Several arrows from Yulong pierced through several of Yanlong's subordinates in an instant, instantly killing them. Crescent sky rushes. Ichigo sent Yanlong a crescent moon shot at close range. Yanlong gritted his teeth and resorted to some means to turn into a black shadow and disappear suddenly, barely avoiding Ichigo's crescent sky. Yanlong fled, and several of his men were killed by Yulong. Everyone in Shinigami breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they are more aware of the strength gap between them and Ichigo Uryu. Everyone stopped fighting. But this matter is not over yet. Everyone in the Shinigami wanted to take Akane Shizuka away, but Ichigo didn't want to, and everyone in the Shinigami didn't dare to force it. The two sides entered a confrontation again. At this moment, Urahara and Sherry walked over. Yeah, don't be so nervous. Urahara came over to smooth things over. Why don't you come and sit in my store first? Not interested, leave. Sui Feng glanced at Urahara fiercely, with disgust on his face, and left directly. Jushiro thought for a while and took a deep breath. I will go back to life too. Sui Feng and Jushiro left. Shinigami is down to Chwir, Renji, Rukia and Ranjaku. They returned to the Urahara store with Ichigo and others. Urahara, Yuryuaki, Ichigo, Uryu, Chwir, Renji, Akane Shizuka are all seated. Urahara said, I have investigated, and it seems that Yanlong's grandfather was framed thousands of years ago, expelled and hunted down by the Soul Society, and they hid in the boundary. Urahara found out the identity of Yanlong and his gang. Fights between nobles, all kinds of framing and dirty things are common. I guess they gradually understood and mastered the essence of lacking souls over time, and knew how to take revenge on the Soul Society. This is why they have souls every time they appear. Yanlong and his team have mastered the method of using the soul. Urahara then said another thing that horrified everyone. King Hun condenses to form the valley, and the lost memories of the missing soul will form a rosary to return to the real world. Therefore, in order to find the memory, the missing soul can only wander around. As long as the missing rosary is placed in the center of the valley, the missing soul will be activated to find the instinct of one's own memory. When all the souls close to the rosary, the valley formed by it will shrink sharply, and the power generated at that time will bring the present world and the Soul Society closer. When two inaccessible worlds are connected together, will cause at least one world to disappear. Yanlong wants to destroy both worlds. To revenge the Soul Society. And the way to destroy it is to use missing beads and owing soul to make Minggu shrink sharply. That's crazy, that guy. Renji, Yulong, and others all gasped. Rukia, I don't know what happened 1,000 years ago. Maybe their family was really framed, but many people in the two worlds are innocent. The matter of the Yanlong family is not clear, but these grievances should not involve innocent people, let alone destroy the world. Akane Shizuko lowered her head, not as lively as before. So, as soon as I die, their plan will fail, right? Akane Shizuku's words silenced everyone in Urahara. Soul Society's original plan was to kill Akane Shizuku and stop Yanlong's plan. But it would be too ruthless to kill an innocent person, as he said. What the hell are you talking about, Akane Shizuku? Ichigo immediately disagreed. His conscience does not allow him to do this. In the past 2 days, he has regarded Akane Shizuku as a true friend, and he has also felt the sadness that Akane Shizuku hides in his heart. And, even if Akane Shizuku dies, will the world really be saved? I'm going to stop Yanlong, where is he? Ichigo stood up and asked. He wants to personally take action to stop all this. Urahara narrowed his eyes slightly. There should be an entrance to Karakura. That entrance is in Karakura town, otherwise Yanlong and others, Wang Nyazeo, may appear and disappear at will, but where is it? We have no choice. And no. Urahara said that Karakura town has the entrance to the valley where Yanlong and others are, but he doesn't know the location. At this time, Higo suddenly thought of the Ferris wheel in the playground that Zizhong had been talking about. It's very high there, and you might be able to find the entrance to the valley from a bird's eye view. Ichigo stood up suddenly. Akane Shizuku, go ride the Ferris wheel. Akane Shizuku was stunned, and the others were also dumbfounded. I don't know why Ichigo suddenly said that he was going to ride the Ferris wheel. It's such a time, and he still wants to ride the Ferris wheel? I just wanted to go and see. So, Ichigo took Akane Shizuku, Uryu, and others to the playground. Ride the Ferris wheel. When the Ferris wheel reached its highest point, Ichigo and others looked around. Akane Shizuku saw a round sun-like projection in the middle of the river in Karakura town. Akane Shizuku pointed at the projection of the river. Ichigo, there. There is the entrance called Gu, where Yanlong and his gang are located. Let's go. Ichigo transformed into Shinigami form, flew straight out, and jumped into the entrance of the river. Uryu, Rukia, Akane Shizuku, and others also jumped down. Chapter 118. Too messy. Chweer just felt that Ichigo and the others were too messy. Found the entrance to the Valley of Calling, and jumped right in. And the key missing bead Jian Shizuku also went. If something unexpected happened, wouldn't it mean that both worlds would perish? I have to go back and report to the captain immediately. Chweer and Renjiku immediately opened the world transmitting gate, returned to the Soul Society, and reported the news that Ichigo and others went to the valley to find Yanlong. Originally, everyone in Shinigami complained more or less about Ichigo's reluctance to hand over Akane Shizuku, thinking that Ichigo was acting out of emotion, and it is even more so now. Chweer asked the captain to send someone to support Ichigo, but the captain refused. Kuratsuka Mayuri stood up and explained, the place called Gu is unstable. If there are too many people, it may cause collapse and accelerate the collision of the two worlds. Then what should I do? The missing rosary is still inside. Chweer and others panicked. The captain didn't say a word. Jingle helped the bamboo hat. I can only trust Shinigami to represent them. So far, they have no choice but to trust Ichigo and the others to defeat Yanlong and stop all this. If Ichigo and the others can't stop Yanlong, but instead let Yanlong grab the rosary beads and carry out the plan to destroy the world, then the captain will use rail guns to destroy the place in contact with Mingwu. Although this will cause the Soul Society and the present world to be severely damaged, and the people in it, including Ichigo, will be blown to ashes, but it is better than the complete destruction of the two worlds. On the other side, called Valley. After Ichigo went in, he saw a huge formation-like thing, with strange patterns engraved on the formation, surrounded by a string of huge prayer beads, and a cross in the middle. The cross is used to prevent the rosary beads, and the formation can be activated by tying the rosary beads, causing problems in the boundary, so that the Soul Society of 293 will collide with the present world. This is Yanlong's plan. Behind Ichigo are Akane Shizuku, Uryu, Orium, and Sato. Come out. Ichigo opened his mouth lightly. As soon as he came in, he felt multiple waves of Ryutsu, one of which was Yanlong. Yanlong with a scarred face appeared in front of Ichigo and others, accompanied by several subordinates. However, the breath of these people is obviously stronger than when they were in Karakura town just now. How dare you come to the door? Yanlong smiled, and looked at Ichigo without fear. Percent at 1. When he saw Akane Shizuku behind Ichigo, he became even more frenzied. It's great that the missing rosary is also here, God treats me well. Here at Mingwu, because Yanlong and the others have mastered the method of using Ode souls, they can even use absorb Ode souls to enhance their own strength. So at this time they are not what they used to be, and their history has changed a lot. Akane Shizuku was also a little scared. But when she saw Ichigo's back, she relaxed a lot. Just defeating you will end all of this, right? Asked Ichigo. It is not difficult for him to defeat Yanlong, but what Ichigo is really worried about is the place called Gugu. If he is not careful, it may cause the destruction of the two worlds. Yanlong snorted softly, but can you do it? Maybe. Ichigo drew his swords. The battle begins. Yanlong vs Ichigo. Sanlong's other subordinates deal with Uryu and Kyunchi. Sato Demon's left hand and the giant's right hand went up together, punching each other. Orium also used one of the few attack moves to attack Yanlong's men. Akane Shizuku is brave and fearless, Zanpaku's mate Ryumaru conducts Shikai, and Ichigo they fight together. For you evil people, then I can only get rid of them. The sacred loss condensed in Yulong's hands. Yulong swept all directions with the sacred annihilation, killing many of Yanlong's subordinates in an instant. These subordinates of Yanlong are basically only at the vice-captain level, and Yulong can easily kill them in seconds. It has to be said that the ability of the destroyer to clean up mobs is still very strong. One kill is one piece. Soon, only Yanlong was left in Jiaogu. How come? Yanlong's face was very ugly, his moves were so vulnerable that he was instantly killed. It's all useless trash. Yanlong shouted loudly, and then his body erupted with a strong Ryutsu, he sucked all the souls that were owed by Minggu into his body. The Ryutsu in the body has increased several times. Yanlong became stronger again. Looking for a millennium wish is about to come true, how can accidents be allowed to happen? Go to hell, Shinigami! The blade in Yanlong's hand emits a strong green light and cuts towards Ichigo. Ichigo didn't even look him in the eye, and swiped his swords forward. Yanlong was cut off with a knife, and his body became two pieces. How is this possible? Yanlong couldn't figure it out until he died. He has become so powerful, but even Ichigo can't stop him with a knife. Complete death. Finished. Seeing that Ichigo had killed Yanlong instantly, everyone thought it was over. But Ichigo frowned. Because he felt that the valley was slowly collapsing. The space here is unstable, it's about to collapse. Yulong also immediately reminded everyone, quickly get out. Ichigo and others killed Yanlong in a flash, but the valley is collapsing, and the closeness between Soul Society and reality is still going on. Ishida, you go first, I will stay here. Ichigo let Uryu and the others go first. Kurosaka-san, why are you? Orium didn't want to leave, and didn't understand why Ichigo didn't leave. Ichigo tells them, BBBF, that the matter is not over yet, the two worlds are still getting closer. What? How come? The faces of Yulong and the others changed drastically. Didn't expect such a result, killing Yanlong, didn't it stop all of this? Then what shall we do? Orium asked in panic. Ichigo shook his head, he wasn't quite sure either. At this time, Akane Shizuku stood up. Ichigo, and everyone, thank you. Akane Shizuku knew that the key to all this was on her, and she had a feeling that as long as she sacrificed, all this could be stopped. Ichigo, although I have only known you for 2 days, I am really touched, I like you so much, I like this world so much. Akane Shizuku had tears running down her face as she said that. I don't want you Ichigo to disappear, I want. Akane Shizuku will sacrifice herself to stop this. In order to protect Ichigo, in order not to let these companions disappear, she chooses to sacrifice herself. Yulong and the others were stunned. Ichigo came back to his senses immediately and shouted, "No! Akane Shizuku, don't mess around!" Ichigo is very unwilling. He has already regarded Akane Shizuku as a companion. To protect Akane Shizuku, he cannot let Akane Shizuku sacrifice. Ichigo, you know, the 2 worlds are still close, as long as I sacrifice. Akane Shizuku is also very reluctant to leave this seemingly not so good but beautiful world, let alone Ichigo, but some things go against her expectations. It seems that only her sacrifice can save the 2 worlds. Over at the Soul Society, the captain has already prepared the railgun and is about to launch it. Finally, Akane Shizuku asked Ichigo a question. Ichigo, did I really exist? Akane Shizuku has been doubting her identity, whether she is really a Shinigami or a human being, and whether she really existed. Ichigo nodded, it really existed. Akane Shizuku laughed and shed tears, is that so? That's great. Akane Shizuku looked at Ichigo reluctantly, Ichigo, will we meet again? As she said that, Akane Shizuku, with tears streaming down her face, wanted to release the memory energy of her body, so as to prevent the collision of the 2 worlds. But the next moment, the style of painting suddenly changed. Ichigo directly covered her mouth. What nonsense are you talking about? Ichigo knocks Akane Shizuku unconscious, and stops Akane from messing around. Seeing this, Urayu and Orium were taken aback. Inu, Ishida, Sato, I will leave Akane Shizuku to you, you guys leave quickly, hurry up. Ichigo asked Urayu and the others to take Akane Shizuku away from the valley. Kurosaki-san. Orium was still not at ease. Ichigo urged, hurry up, there's no time. Seeing Ichigo's firm eyes and hearing the stern words, Yulong and others also knew the seriousness of the matter. Although they were very worried, they had no choice but to leave the valley immediately. After Yulong and the others left, Ichigo took a deep breath and shouted, Bankai! Tensa Zangetsu! Ichigo performed a Bankai, and also used Su's Riko. The key point should lie in this formation. Ichigo felt that the formation established by Yanlong was still turning, and it was this formation that caused the collapse of the valley and the continuous approaching of the 2 worlds. That guy turned himself into a rosary before he died. Before Yanlong died, he used a special method to turn himself into a rosary bead, thus activating this formation, bringing the 2 worlds closer together. There are blue lines on Ichigo's body, and it's a mark towards the formation. Crescent sky rushes. The golden crescent moon mixed with Wang Su's flash, directly destroyed the formation. Even the entire valley of Calling was destroyed. The Abarai and Ming were destroyed, the 2 worlds were finally no longer close, and everyone was saved. Ichigo saves the world again. Chapter 119. Ichigo saves the world again. Everyone in the Soul Society couldn't believe it. The moment before they were about to launch the railgun, the approaching of the 2 worlds stopped. It's Ichigo, Ichigo, they did it. Rukia, Renji, and others guessed that it was Ichigo who defeated Yanlong and saved the world. Ichigo is different from these Shinigami. Ichigo saved the world with his actions instead of sacrificing the innocent Akane Shizuku. Everyone in Shinigami breathed a sigh of relief, and thanked Ichigo one after another. However, some members of Room 46 criticized Ichigo's behavior for being too risky. If the longing bead had been wiped out earlier, this kind of thing would not have happened, and they would not have to worry about it just now. Compared with the Shinigami people, Urayu and the others were full of worries after returning to Karakura town with Akane Shizuku. Kurosaki, is he alright? Ichigo destroyed the formation in the valley, and the valley is something in the broken world, and when it is destroyed, it will definitely release a powerful impact, which is likely to affect Ichigo. It's even possible to have Ichigo fall into temporal turbulence or something. But their worries are superfluous. The next moment, Ichigo appeared above Karakura town. Ichigo was also not injured by the huge explosion created by Shoutani's destruction. It can only be said that Ichigo's defense is really amazing. Hey, it's okay. Ichigo returns to the Urahara store. Seeing that Ichigo came back alive, Akane Shizuku cried and hugged Ichigo, and buried her head in Ichigo's arms. Ichigo, I thought I'd never see you again. Akane Shizuku wanted to sacrifice herself just now, but was knocked out by Ichigo, and Ichigo destroyed the formation in the valley, which saved the world. Naturally, Akane Shizuku didn't have to sacrifice. Ichigo stroked Akane Shizuku's head and cursed with a smile, "Stop crying, yesterday you were not like this." When Ichigo met Akane Shizuku yesterday, Akane Shizuku was a very lively and happy girl, not the crying one she is now. Akane Shizuku immediately became arrogant, left Ichigo's embrace, and softly snorted, "Humph, who's crying?" So, this matter is successfully concluded. Akane Shizuku becomes Ichigo's new partner. Orium, Urayu, and Seido naturally also accept it. Everyone in Ichigo stayed at the Urahara store for a while, and then went back to their respective houses when they had nothing to do. But Chien Shizuku didn't know where to go, so she could only follow along. "By the way, how long are you going to follow me?" Ichigo turned around, and Akane Shizuku seemed to be going home with him. "Akane Shizuku, come home with you." This. Ichigo's mind was a little confused, he didn't know how to explain. "You are not doing well, are you? What's wrong? Wasn't it the same yesterday?" Akane Shizuku curled her lips, looking indifferent. Ichigo had no choice but to let Akane Shizuku go home with him. Then, Ichigo received the same stares from his father and two younger sisters. Yuzu, Ichigo brother and that girl called Akane Shizuku really have nothing to do. Xiaoli rolled her eyes at Yuzu, "Do you believe me when I say it's okay?" On the second day, Akane Shizuku went through the admission procedures with the help of Ichigo's father and became a real student. But Ichigo doesn't want Akane Shizuku to follow him home every day and sleep on his bed. So let Akane Shizuku live at Orium's house, it is more suitable for two girls to live together, and there is usually a care. Ichigo's unpretentious life lasted for a year and a half. During this year and a half, Ichigo, Urayu, Orium, Zilu, and Seido were really happy. "I usually go to school or play on a daily basis, and I am calm and happy." Even Nilu from Hueco Mundo came to Karakura town to play with Ichigo. Rukia and Renji from Soul Society also come over occasionally. It's been quiet for more than a year. However, Ichigo and Urayu still remember Hearthward and the Emperor of the Invisible Empire in their minds. They had gone through layers of analysis before and guessed that apart from Yuhaba, they were the murderers who killed their close relatives. In the Invisible Empire. Jubik opened his eyes. Time is up. Jubik wakes up and leads the Knights of the Star Cross to attack Hueco Mundo. Arrancar, led by Ulquiorra, counterattacked. Nilu ran to Karakura town to ask Ichigo for support. Immediately go to Hueco Mundo to support Ichigo, Urayu, and others. And when Ichigo and the others arrived at Hueco Mundo, Ichigo had already led most of the members of the Star Cross Knights to the Soul Society. Here at Hueco Mundo, Ulquiorra has some injuries, but nothing serious. After all, he has learned the power of Hagyaku to return to the sword, reaching the limit of virtual. Moreover, everything in reality is poison to the Quincy Master. Before Yuhabak made a move in person, ordinary Quincy Masters really can't do anything to him. At this time, the Star Cross Knights left by Hueco Mundo include Kairaja Prison, Skin, Lethal Dose, and the Great Emperor's Massacre. The three of them were unable to capture Sui Palace. Ichigo is here. Ichigo defeated D&O, and Kairaja was also killed by Ichigo. But before his death, Cherokee released the prison with the holy text and trapped Ichigo. Ichigo chopped it casually, and Jiluja's prison was vulnerable to a single blow, and it was directly smashed into pieces. The other side. Soul Society. Seireitei's Shinigami people are miserable. Similar to the original, the vice-captain of the Japanese team, Kenbyo Kojiro, was killed. The Shinigami fight back against the Knights of the Star Cross. But Byakuya, Guzi, Sui Feng, Bankai including Renji and Rukia were all snatched. Bankai was taken away, and Shinigami was no match for the Star Cross Knights at all, and was unilaterally hanged and beaten, with various serious injuries. Seireitei is in a state of misery, and Shinigami has suffered countless casualties. Even Room 46 was massacred by a Quincy master. Only Kenpachi killed 3 garbage Star Cross members in one shot. Everyone in Shinigami can only pray and ask Ichigo to hurry up and protect the Soul Society. The captain was furious, and went to Yhwach despite dissuasion. But Bankai made a fierce operation after a meal, and then found out that he had played a fake one. Bankai was taken away by the real Yhwach, and the captain was heartbroken. Fortunately, when the captain was about to be cut in half by Yhwach, Ichigo finally arrived, blocked the knife, and saved the captain. "You are the Emperor of the Invisible Empire." Ichigo confronted Yhwach aloud. Yhwach laughed, "Ha ha ha, Ichigo, my name is Yhwach, the ancestor of all Quincy. Ichigo, my son, why don't you come to my side? You are also a Quincy, aren't you?" Yhwach revealed his identity, and regretted that Ichigo did not become the Quincy master. Ichigo said coldly, "You killed my mother." "Killed?" Yhwach didn't care. "That's not killing. Your mother has become a part of my strength and a cornerstone of peace. That's her value." Yhwach's sophistry made Ichigo completely angry. Ichigo yelled out Bankai. "Bankai, Tensa Zangetsu!" Bankai directly. The powerful Ryutsu soared into the sky and spread throughout the Soul Society. "Bankai? Come on Ichigo, those guys can take Bankai." Renji, who was not far away, saw this scene and wanted to stop Ichigo anxiously. Many of their Shinigami's Bankai, including the captain's Bankai, were taken away. "Is this your Bankai? Amazing power!" Yhwach praised. Hathward took out the Star of the Destroyer, and was about to absorb Ichigo's Bankai. But he found that he couldn't breathe at all. With a bang, the stars exploded. "What's going on?" Because the power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body is not only the power of Shinigami. Because Ichigo has the power of Hollow in his body, everything in Hollow is poisonous to Quincy, so they can't take Ichigo's Bankai. That can only be matched. Yhwach vs Ichigo. Hathward faced Yulong. Yulong and Hathward fought back and forth. Hathward was surprised to find that Yulong also had holy characters. It is inconceivable to awaken the holy scriptures without going through Yhwach. But Yulong was still a little immature in front of Hathward, and was double rebounded by Hathward's holy text B balance and the scapegoat shield in his hand, and Yulong was defeated by Hathward. The battle between Yhwach and Ichigo was beyond the expectations of the Quincy divisions. They actually saw Yhwach being pinned down by Ichigo. That's right, their Emperor Yhwach couldn't beat Ichigo. This is natural. Today's Yhwach has not opened his eyes to awaken omniscient and omnipotent, nor has he devoured the King of Spirits, and Ichigo has already been the sealing combat force in the original book, and he also has static and dynamic pretense. What a power, Ichigo! Although Yhwach was suppressed, he was not afraid at all, but praised Ichigo's strength very much. "Ask for flowers." Lee Jibaluo, the captain of the Pro Guard, wanted to attack Ichigo, but Ichigo gave him a knife. Yuhabok dismissed this. Idiot, how can you get involved in this king's battle? Ljabaluo was killed, and Fahabok scolded him for being unworthy. Forget it, since this is the case, I should get my principal and interest back. With that said, Juhabok launched the sanctification. Several members of the Pro Guards, plus all members of the Star-Crossed Knights, have been condemned by the holy drama. Several members of the Pro Guards, and even Hasward, were directly evacuated by Yuhabok and became a pile of bones. Hasward didn't realize until his death that he had been loyal to Juhabok for thousands of years, but in the end it would end up like this. The rest of the Quincy Knights of the Star-Crossed Knights lost their complete holy bodies and part of their strength at least, and turned into a pile of bones at worst. Their powers were all recovered by Yuhabok, who recovered all his strength and awakened omniscience and omnipotence. Ichigo, let me tell you, you can't beat me. My holy text is omniscience and omnipotence is the ability to know all the future and change the future. Yuhabok was bombastic, explaining to Ichigo his omniscient powers. Ichigo can also see that Yuhabok, who has omniscience and omnipotence, is very strong, even stronger than Aizen back then. Ichigo used all his strength, and the three forces in his body were fully mobilized. And also actively used blood-moving equipment. Actively use the blood-moving equipment, and the power of Li Huang can be doubled. Coupled with the passive defense of the static blood suit, Ichigo's offense and defense are integrated. Hey! You have awakened the blood-moving outfit. Yuhabok was surprised that Ichigo also had blood-moving outfits and blood-quiet outfits, and it was outrageous that they couldn't be used together. Excellent power Ichigo, I accept your power. Jubik laughed out loud, using his omniscient and omnipotent power to observe and change the future. He did see all the futures, but when he wanted to change, he found that all the futures were just a result, he couldn't change it. How is this possible? How can I not change the future? The future Juhabok sees is that he gets killed by Ichigo. And when he wanted to change the future, he found that he couldn't change it at all. Is his omniscience and omnipotence fake? All futures can only be killed by Ichigo? Jubik was stunned and couldn't believe it. In fact, the current Yuhabok has not devoured Ryutsu, but just opened his eyes and awakened to omniscience and omnipotence, and has not reached the level of Spirit King Ha in the original book. And Ichigo's blood is perfectly integrated, and there is also a static blood outfit and a moving blood outfit that greatly enhances attack and defense. Ichigo's power can be said to be invincible under the Soul King. That is to say, the power of the newly awakened omniscient Hubok is not as good as the current Ichigo. So he can't change the future. Juhabok, go to hell. Ichigo wants to avenge his mother. Concentrate all Ryutsu on the Tensa Zangetsu in hand and chop towards Yuhabok. I do not believe. Yuhabok roared, raised his hand and used the static blood suit to block Ichigo's Tensa Zangetsu. But his arms and body were cut in half by Ichigo. Yuhabok, who was cut in half, wanted to be resurrected, but Ichigo beat him to ashes with a powerful crescent moon. Yuhabok was killed by Ichigo. Rest in peace, mother. The great revenge has been reported, and the protection is like a heavy burden. With the death of Juhabok, most of the Quincy's were sanctified, and the battle came to an end. Ichigo saves the world once again. Saved 3 times already. Not long after the Millennium Bloody War, one of the 5 nobles, the villain Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, started to do things. However, he was noticed by Ichigo and killed by Ichigo before he got involved. It can be regarded as the end of the grievances between the Shiba family and the Tsunoya Shiro family. Tokinata's subordinate, the strongest Fullman, Uradoha, survived. 5 years later, Ichigo has several children. Among them was a little boy who inherited his yellow hair, a lively little girl who liked to wear a ponytail and liked to run to high places, and a little girl with a pair of antelope-like horns on her head, and a little girl who held a handful called the little boy who has already had Zanpakuto and Grandmaster's performance. Ichigo is happy.